Iya Afo is an international lecturer and historical trauma specialist. She serves as a member of the Arizona State University's Disparities in the Justice System Advisory Board and authored the Trauma-Informed Curriculum for Educators in Arizona and Native American Schools. She's an adjunct faculty member at the Trauma Institute International and founder of Heal Historical Trauma Culture and Wellness Academy.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Ruby Mendenhall, one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest is Iya Afo. A warm welcome, Iya.
Thank you so much.
So the conference this year is called the Collective Healing Conference. And could you share some about what brought you to do the work and how your work contributes to collective healing?
I feel like I have to take it all the way back to early childhood. I have to tell you, Miss Ruby, I feel like I had some level of depression as far back as I can remember. Like I can go back to second grade and have feelings of sadness and profound, just sadness and just being down as a young child. And when I look back, as I grew up, as I look back on my childhood, I couldn't figure out why, right? Because it started so early and then it had this, lasting effect throughout my life and into early adulthood. And I really just couldn't figure out, what happened that it feels so bad. When we think about so many of our BIPOC families and specifically African-American families, right? People think, well, you grew up around violence, you grew up in the hood, or you grew up in some compromising situation, and therefore you have a high ACE score, right? Adverse childhood experiences, high ACE score, and, that explains it. But I didn't have any of those things. I don't say that because I want to say, whoa, look at me. I say that because there are many of us that will have that story, right? There's many of us that will have a story that we come from middle-class family. We come from families where education goes back several generations, where there's entrepreneurialism, where there's opportunity and exposure to things. And yet, we will still see our women with high, maternal mortality rates, and we'll still see many of our babies dying within that first year of life, right? And it's not necessarily because we come from a background that would be identified as at risk. So I feel like it goes all the way back there, and I was trying to understand what happened to me. And as the time went on, I started to learn about epigenetics. Right before we started talking, we said a little bit about epigenetics, but probably 20 plus years ago, I was searching, thinking like, what happened specifically with Black people? Like what happened with us? I grew up in a very Jewish community, and I felt like I was very similar to my friends, right? We had similar socioeconomic background. Our parents had similar levels of education. They held similar jobs. We had, similar education, but the trajectory for me as a Black woman and so many in our community was so different than some of my Jewish friends and so I was wondering, like, what happened to us? And I started to see a lot about epigenetics and within Jewish communities and within Native American communities that things happened and that perhaps trauma could be passed one generation to the next because of what happened with ancestors. And that started to really open my eyes and really caused me to take this deep dive and scrounge for whatever information I could find, whatever articles, whatever studies, whatever was available, back then, because we weren't talking about those things then. So I think it goes all the way back to answer your question. I think it goes all the way back to having that profound sadness in childhood and wanting to understand why.
Yeah. And I appreciate what you're saying about epigenetics. As we mentioned, like we've done some work with genomics and how environment, right, kind of affects how your immune system functions and other things. So I really am very interested in kind of doing an epigenetic study, especially from the perspective of African Americans, and seeing how many generations we could go back. So yes, I appreciate that. And then can you, if you're comfortable, say a little bit about what it looked like as a child? Because, and I'm asking because there may be others who experience that, and as you said, it's a feeling you can't quite put your fingers on the origin, and also I'm interested in if you were able to talk to people about it and to express it as a child.
What I feel like was so interesting about my particular situation was that if you saw me in public, you would believe that life was perfect, that I was very happy, that I could be very engaging with others. I had a lot of friends. I was very popular. I was, into theater and cheerleading and all of these things, right? So it can look on the outside like everything is so nice and so wonderful. But inside, when I was home and by myself, there was profound sadness and just there was always some level of an eating disorder happening, whether it was overeating, binge eating, anorexia, bulimia. There was always some level of eating disorder that was happening that wasn't obvious for people, that was being done quietly, behind closed doors. There was a feeling of not quite fitting anywhere, even though I had a lot of people around me and a lot of friends and people loved me. I never really felt like I fit. I didn't feel like I had closeness with people. I enjoyed spending a lot of time isolated and by myself and in my room. And I think those are the things. I think there were unhealthy attachments in relationships. I would always have a boyfriend as a young person, and there would be these long-term relationships that I think looked codependent and looked unhealthy when I look back on them now. So I think I think those are the signs and the ways that the sadness manifested.
Mhm. Yeah, and then also what would you say, kind of looking back and even as an adult, what were some of your healing practices to kind of cope with that, with the depression, and that were helpful, that you felt were helpful?
Now, Miss Roop, this is where it really comes out. And I'm glad you asked me this question because I desperately wanted to be normal. Like I wanted to be able to not wake up and go, I don't want to get out of bed, right? Like, why did morning come? I was very, very desperate, especially by the time I got into high school. When I go back through high school, and this is so mind blowing to me as a mother and as a grandmother, but I think back in high school, I could have missed like 30 days a year of school, every year or more. And most of that had to do with depression and anxiety and not, I mean, just literally feeling like I can't get out of bed. Like I can't do this. I can't get out of bed. I can't have to face people. And that became very, very difficult through my high school years. And people would think she's just spoiled or her mom doesn't make her go to school. But it really was that I was just mentally and emotionally in a space that I just couldn't. And so I tried all the things. My mother is My mother has a PhD in psychology. And so, of course, therapy was open, you know what I mean? So she found me the best therapist, and we would drive, however many hours it took us to get there to go to whoever was supposed to be the best therapist in the best situation. Talk therapy has never been something that works for me. I have never been aligned with talk therapy. I can go all the way back into, early teenage years. Never was something that worked for me, which was very upsetting even then, which is another reason really why I have pushed so hard in this work. Because what happens when somebody says that they have a mental issue, right? A psychological issue or a behavioral health issue. Well, do you go to therapy? Have you gone to therapy? But we're not recognizing that mental health is failing people all over the world. We act like, oh, you have this issue? Well, you need to go to therapy. Oh, you're having a problem with addiction? Well, you need to go to treatment. But we don't recognize that the therapy and the treatment and behavioral health treatment, we're failing, that people are not getting well, right? So I did the talk therapy. That didn't work well for me. I tried to do different group therapy things. That really did not work well for me. My mother was very also into alternative medicine. So I did acupuncture, I did Reiki, I did various other forms of whatever new age healing thing was happening at that particular time. I did it. I did hypnotherapy. Everything that you can think of outside of medication. I was a person that was very anti-Western medicine, even as a young person. So I really didn't want to take any medication. So everything outside of medication that was that was a Western type of medicine, I tried it. And it just didn't work. I can remember a time in my life where every Monday, Ruby, I would wake up and I would go, okay, well, it's the start of a new week. This is what you're going to try this week. So this week, here's what we're going to do. We're going to journal every day, and we're going to do this. And then we're going to, I would have a whole plan. I could make it happen on Monday. It was a little bit harder on Tuesday. By Wednesday, I'm falling off. By Thursday, I have failed. By Saturday, I'm trying to think up the new thing I'm going to try to help myself to start fresh on Monday. So it wasn't. When I'll tell you where I finally got relief. When I had my first son, I realized that I couldn't be a mother that suicided like that. Although I had suicidal ideation for a long time, I could not be a mother that suicided. So I always feel like my first son, was part of my healing, because it was then that it was like, well, you're going to have to figure out something, because you just can't do that. I took him to a YMCA to take some kind of lesson. Maybe it was like karate or, some type of thing they were doing. While I was there, I saw a kickboxing class that was for adults. And I kept saying, wow, I really want to do that. I had always been athletic, and I kept going, I want to do that. I want to do that. And so I started taking this kickboxing class. What was interesting was that every time I would go to the class, I would run out and throw up. And I thought at first that I wasn't in shape. I thought, oh, you're just out of shape right now, or you're just not used to, boxing and kickboxing. You're out of shape, so it's making you nauseous. By the 4th or 5th week, when I was still throwing up, I realized, no, it's not. This is emotion. This is moving something that's within you. And so then I started to take it even more seriously. And then I started boxing. So I would be doing my kickboxing, and then I was, traditional boxing and weight training and stuff like that. And that's where I started to get my first okay, like I can probably make it, like I can probably live. Like I don't know how I'm going to get it all together, but um, this is doing something to me emotionally and psychologically. And so that was the first piece. The next piece was when I started to travel back to Africa. And so my mother had traced our familial roots back to Benin Republic, West Africa. And we had decided that we were going to open a museum in the French Quarter, and we were going to get artifacts from Africa and then go open this museum in the French Quarter. And I remember we were planning back and forth, and originally she was going to be the person that went, and I was going to stay back. And I got this voice that said, "You need to go. You know, this is your chance to help yourself. You've got to go." And I said to her, and I couldn't afford going, and it was going to be a big thing. And I said, Mommy, I really need to go with you. There's something that's there for me, and I really have to go. And she said, okay, we'll, I'll take you. I'll buy your ticket, and we'll go together. So we started planning on this trip. And as we started the planning process, somebody that she was in contact with that was going to help us go to different temples and so forth said, your daughter should get initiated. Your daughter should, have an initiation into your traditional religion and do some healing work while she's here. And, in our traditional, like West African Yoruba tradition, we make divinations and we find out about who we are in our past and what we need in order to heal and remove obstacles in our life. And somebody had done this divination. They said, your daughter needs a lot of healing work. Your daughter needs a lot of work. And so I took it very, very seriously. And I felt like, you better take this seriously because this is going to be your chance. I had always been very outwardly focused. I had long hair, and you know what that means for a Black woman. We have so much of our identity, right, is in our hair, in our physical appearance, and a lot of these things. And so I cut off all my hair and I said, I'm ready. Whatever it is that they do or whatever I'm going to face, I'm ready because I really want this healing. And that was my introduction to true healing, was when I went back to Africa and started going through different healing processes and traditional ceremonies and rituals.
Yeah, I want to ask you about all of that, and also becoming a priestess and getting your name, meaning mother, and other things. And I wanted to just kind of really appreciate you sharing, right, what it was as a child to have that heavy feeling and to also share your fight, right? Like you were fighting to be okay, and you had a plan and you tried different things. And for some people the talk therapy may work or the medicine may work, and I think I mentioned before we started that we're doing wellness stores, and we're trying to put like all the different healing modalities, body, mind, soul, spirit, finances, and all of that, because sometimes it may take a combination, or one may not be the person. Even as you were talking and saying things didn't work, I said, oh, I wonder like if you're like something physical, right? Like you needed something physical. Then you started talking about the kickboxing. So I appreciate that. And I'm so glad to hear that your son was healing, right? To start that new generation and to say this is what will not happen, right? Like I appreciate that. And then you also made me think about my favorite book, Alchemist, and the line that the universe conspires. So you set an intention that I'm going to go with you, right? And then things started to unfold. So I love it. And if you could take us through that, through your journey, because Africa is just one of them, right? China, India, and all of that. So if you could talk about your journey in Africa, being ordained as a priestess, and then how you also branched out.
Sure. So my first step was really to connect, I think, with the ancestral soil. And we are masterful medicine people. I mean, I cannot say enough about our medicine people that are, in the bush of Africa. I mean, they know every leaf. You go into the bush, and our medicine people know every single leaf. They know how to harvest it, what it's for, how, all of the things. And so the first process was like cleansing rituals. So we went through different cleansing rituals. We went through finding out. Well, yeah, let me take a step back, because one of the first things that we do in our tradition, and I say our tradition, I'm talking really about like the Yoruba people and descendants of the Yoruba people and people that have come, smaller groups that I also identify with Yoruba ways and Yoruba culture and tradition. And so one of the first things that we do is we have a divination system that we call Ifa, IFA. And Ifa speaks to who this person is and what is their destiny and what will be obstacles in their life and how do we need to incorporate any of the other deities and energies in order to help them overcome the obstacles that they will confront. And so that was the first process. And one of the first things that needs to be done was to establish my name and understanding who I am. In our traditional culture, before a baby is born, there's divination and all kinds of things that happen and different rituals that happen pre-birth. They're birth rituals, and there's naming ceremonies, because that name, right, speaks to the destiny of that child. So who is this child? What is their journey in this lifetime? So one of the first things is, almost like a rebirth, I think of it as, because it was, who is she? And so that's when I was given the first name, Wekeno, mother of the universe, owner of the universe. And then, what is her destiny and what is needed in order to remove some of the obstacles. So as we start to work on a spiritual level, you start to have healing manifest in your psychological body and in your physical body as well. So it starts, really making sure that the spiritual life is in balance. And so that process started. It's not like magic, because I think people, think about these things and think, oh yeah, and so then I did this and I got my name and I did this ceremony and boom, I'm well, right? No, right? I'm in my 50s now. This started in my 20s. So it's a long process of ritual and ceremony and altering your life and changing your life and living with certain rules and boundaries and, all of those things over a period of time. So that was my introduction to that healing process. And that really got me going to where I could start to be like a typical person that could wake up and move around, day to day and go to work and go to school without a lot of, you know, issue, without that anxiety and that depression that would make me so dysfunctional in day-to-day life. As time went on and I continued to try to really find myself and really find my identity, right? Because I think one of the things that's so important to talk about is that when somebody is going through that level of spiritual sickness and psychological sickness, emotional sickness, you don't have the bandwidth to know who you are, to be self-reflective, to go after your goals and dreams. You might get programmed to do certain things. And because my mom was she was also a physical therapist. So she had dual degrees in physical therapy and then in psychology. And so that's kind of how I was always groomed. So I could go after those things because I'm a little bit programmed to do those things. but really being my full self and having a full expression of who I am, I didn't have the bandwidth. So then I was trying to really find, really find myself. This is, I mean, I feel like I'm really happy to be talking to you because I feel like you get my heart and my soul. And I feel like even the people that we're going to be talking to, I can tell some of these things and not feel crazy. Right. So I need to move to the next piece, which was India. I used to fast every year. I would do a 41-day water fast, either at the beginning of the year or right before my birthday. And so I did the water fast this particular year. And every time I did a fasting, there's an obstacle that gets removed, or there's something that, was revealed, right? And when we think about fasting, I mean, now fasting is something that people do, but for a while it was like, what is wrong with you? That's so unhealthy. Oh my God, and I'm like, I didn't invent fasting, right? Every religion is going to talk about fasting, right? Part of Christianity, there's fasting. So I didn't invent fasting. I'm not anything because I did, because I would do it all the time. But this was part of a healing process for me, a part of a healing journey for me, a part of removing obstacle and being close to whoever it is that is your higher power, or however you perceive that. That's how I'm closest. I'm closest to ancestors. I'm closest to the deities when fasting, right? You can hear, your spiritual ears are very sensitive. So I did the fast. After the fast, I started to think all the time about India. Suddenly, India was in my mind constantly, right? Like my friend got a cat, she named it India. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Suddenly I'm always wanting to eat Indian food, and all this stuff about India kept coming up for me. I enrolled in a yoga teacher training. And as I'm enrolling in this training, I'm going, why are you doing this? You're not going to be a yoga teacher. And I was like, I don't know. I don't think I plan on being a yoga, like, why is this so important? Anyway, I pushed to enroll in this yoga teacher training. They had just changed the program, and the way the program was, you were learning in this first quarter of the program, you were only talking about yoga philosophy. You were not doing any postures. You weren't, there was none of that. It was just philosophy. And it became the highlight of my life. In our African tradition, we have an oral tradition. So in order to get a lot of our information, you have to be talking to, either traditional rulers or our griots or, our medicine people. You need to be talking and having conversation because we typically don't write down information about our spirituality. So I feel kind of like that was part of the reason I was led to India, is because you have a lot of opportunity to learn and understand spirituality, through books or through ashrams or through, yoga and things of that nature. So anyway, it became very important to me, and it was very, very healing for me to go through this training. One night, and this is the crazy part, but you'll understand me because you're with me. I went to sleep, and I was in that space between you're not awake, but you're not asleep. And while I was there, I saw a scroll, and on the scroll was an Indian woman's face. And I looked at it and I said, well, how will I know you when I see you? The scroll got bigger, and then the scroll went away. So in the morning, I woke up and I thought, boy, you really are nuts, aren't you? That was crazy. I wonder what that was about. And I thought that was just a dream, but it kept haunting me. No, it wasn't a dream. There was something. You need to, think about this because there was something to that. So I thought, okay, well, maybe that's, like my next spiritual teacher. And I said, well, that's crazy because you're very African in your spirituality, and you're very connected and locked in to, this path, of your ancestors. But I just couldn't let it go. So I start trying to find the lady. And I'm thinking, you're really off now, because how are you going to find a lady, that was in your dream? I had done some chanting I had lived in California for a while, and I did chanting there. And I thought maybe it's the guru from that ashram. And I checked, it wasn't her. Anyway, I went about trying to find who this person was. I got really aggressive about it, and I started emailing people in India and all these things. And I finally got referred to an ashram that was in southern India, and they had a website. And so when I went onto the website and the guru's face came up, it was the woman that had been in my dream.
Wow.
So, yeah. And I said, oh my God, this is the lady. This is the woman that was in my dream. I'm supposed to go here. So by this time I'm married, and I call my husband, and I say, I think I'm supposed to take the baby and go. My son was probably about 6 at this time. I think I'm supposed to take the baby and move to India. And, everyone, of course, is thinking I'm insane at this time. They make a divination and they find out, yes, she's supposed to go. And so I sell everything. I sell the house. I sell all the things. And I take one bag for me and one bag for my youngest son. And we go to this ashram in India.
Can I ask you a question? So what does the knowing feel like, right? Like, because that's drastic to say. I won't say drastic, right? It's a commitment.
It's drastic.
Yeah. Sell your house, pack a bag for the baby, pack a bag for you, right? So what was going on internally that made you so sure, like this was the next step? And I guess it could have been the vision. Then when you found the person, right?
I think it's because of the desperation, Ruby. I think it's because there was such a long period of time of desperation that when you start to be shown things, when you've been trying so hard to have a life that is livable, where you can find joy, it's when the messages come, you learn to be obedient to the message, because it's like, well, you've been trying it your way, and how's it been working for you? Right. Well, hasn't been working too well. So maybe you listen to the messages. What do you have to lose? Right? Like, what do you have to lose? It's a house. It's it's your stuff. What do you really have to lose? What if this is the right path for you? So I feel like, that's what, and then people, I think sometimes you think because you're so oriented to being Western. I know for me, I'm so oriented to being Western that sometimes you'll think, oh, this is crazy. Like, well, you can't, is that a real voice? Is that something speaking to you? Or are you just, you know what I mean? Like, are you just losing it, right?
But when you try to explain to people, right? I'm sure as you were explaining to people, they're like,
right. Everyone is going like, we always know she's a problem, but now this nutcase that, she has really gone off the edge. But then spirit shows you signs, like little things start to happen, like literal. And I'll give you an example and people, don't like to believe stuff like this, but this is the type of stuff that happens. I was concerned about money because I was concerned about, well, you're going to go to the ashram and you're going to do what? And how are you going to, how are you going to make sure that everything adds up? You don't want to be a burden on the family. There's still other responsibilities, but you need to do this thing. So I was worried about money. And one day, so I was trying to save money. One day I get ready to go to the grocery store to shop, and I checked my account balance to see exactly how much I had, because I wanted to stay in my budget. And there was $3,000 extra in my bank account. And I was like, this is crazy, right? So then I kept calling the bank to make sure it wasn't fraud or it wasn't, something crazy. It turned out it was a refund from a college course that I had signed up for however many years ago. I forgot about it. It was, so stuff like that happens and starts to align. And then I think if you're willing to hear the messages, then you start to go, right, that's a sign, right? It was a bad time to sell houses. The housing market was down when I was selling my house. It was a bad time to sell. My house was under contract within 2 weeks. It was like, just you just get those signs and then you just follow. So I followed. The funny part is I got to India, I got to the place, I got to India, I have my little son with me, and I get there and girl, I started crying. I was like, what did I do? This is bananas. This is a cult. Oh my gosh, I'm not having an orgy. Oh my goodness. Like it was just, it was just so, I thought I was okay. I thought I could be okay with it, right? Because I had traveled a lot. I had been a lot of places. I slept in the bush. I did all kinds of things. But when I got there, there was something that was like, and you're homeless. You don't even have anywhere to go. Like, and I got over it quickly, though. I got over it quickly. In the interest of time, I'm going to say this very quickly because I think you're going to get a tickle out of it and some other people will connect. We get to the ashram. I'm crazy. What did I do? My son was happy. He was like, oh, this is great. This is an adventure. And they have French fries. So I'm good. And the first 3 days after we got there, there was a big concert for the guru. She's a big guru. I had never heard of her before, but she's very, very well known. Amma, the hugging saint. And it was her ashram. And we go to do a celebration for her birthday. They were doing a big celebration. And we go to the celebration and they're announcing performers. And the next thing they go, and from the United States, Dougie Fresh. And Dougie Fresh, the rapper, comes onto the stage. In Southern India, my son and I are the only two Black people for, miles around. And Dougie Fresh comes on the stage, right? I grew up in the 70s and, in the 80s, right? And come on now, I think you, Dougie Fresh, okay? And he does an anthology of songs, not just his, but other people's songs going back from the late 70s. And it's like going through my mind and I could go back to the songs, would take me back to a certain time in my childhood. And we did this anthology that took me through all these stages of my childhood. It took me back to remembering different things at different times. And then I knew for sure that you're okay, you're in the right place, just stay here and follow. And then when I had an opportunity to engage with the guru, I said, listen, you can't, I had them translate. And she came to me in my dream and here I am. And she said, yes, daughter, welcome. She kissed me, said, welcome, daughter, go back there and meditate. And I sat behind her, my son and I meditated. And so then we lived there we lived there for a year. And again, very closely related to African stuff. There was a lot of stuff that I saw that reminded me of some of our rituals and some of our traditions and some of our ways of being. And it was a year of, just living in a cocoon almost of healing, where you were just safe and could heal,
And I have my own story with India. I wanted to always go to India. And one time I was at the College of Medicine and they were talking about going out. I was walking past the table and I was like, what? What did you all say? So to Dr. Mukar Kurgadi, thank you. Thank you. I ended up going, had a beautiful.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Had a beautiful, I busted my suitcase with saris, right? Like,
right.
A lot of it. But
Yeah.
I know to ask you, like with the healing practices, right? So you spent time both in Africa and India and other places. And
Yeah.
can you talk about like how you distill those healing practices? Some of them are common across the different cultures into healing into our daily lives. So again, I'm thinking young, I work with the youth, they have my heart. For those young people who are really having a hard time and can't quite say it, and people may look at them like, what's wrong with them, and not quite understanding that there's a struggle going on. Can you talk some about what you've learned and then how some young people, older people as well, myself and others, how you can incorporate some of those healing practices into your daily life?
Yes. So what I found is that Western medicine, we believe that we know how to heal people, right? And normally we look at either some level of medication or we're looking at talk therapy, right? Those are usually the options for how we heal people. And what I find is that all of our ancient traditions, regardless of where you go, it's not the first time that we have dealt with adversity, right? Every ethnic group has dealt with some level of adversity, and we have had resilience, and we have been able to survive. We have ancestral knowledge and traditional knowledge that teaches us how to heal in different situations. So we take simple things like, let's say, dance. There's studies that show, and I'm going to offer one of the gifts that I'm going to offer is how to incorporate basic things into your daily life in order to support neurological regulation, in order to support healing. Because when we're talking about trauma, right, we're really talking about how has an event changed your neurobiology or changed your physiology. So what can we do to regulate the brain? The behaviors that we have that we're unhappy with or that we want to change are usually a response to being in that fight or flight response, right? Or usually as a result, of being in fight or flight response. We're going to have issues around addiction if we're constantly in the fight or flight response, right? We're going to have issues around anger management. We're going to have issues about being withdrawn and not be able to have relationships with people. All of these things will be response to trauma because our physiology changes, our neurobiology changes. Our ancestors knew how to regulate our neurobiology. Dance. When we dance in a group, it's one of the most important, significant things that we can do to regulate the brain. And we have all kinds of studies on this now. And it's funny that the science has finally caught up with ancestral knowledge because what culture can we think about that doesn't have some type of communal dancing, right? I lived in China. You do line dancing at night. You go outside and you get together and you do this line dancing at night. What culture do we, in our African culture, of course, we have, dancing and drumming and things. So just thinking about dance, how do we incorporate dance into programming? How do we incorporate movement into various programming that has to do with our youth or that has to do with adults? When we sing, there are things that happen in our brain when we sing, and especially when we sing in community. But even when we just sing in the car, sing by ourselves, there's stuff that happens to us neurologically that regulates the brain, adds protective factors to the brain. So things like that. When we are running, when we walk, we know of EMDR, right? We know of EMDR therapy. And we know that
what it stands for and a little bit about it.
Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing is well known for healing trauma, especially like a specific trauma, not necessarily a generalized trauma, but a specific trauma. But this developed from walking. We had a psychologist from Stanford University that when she was teaching, she was going through some anxiety, some stress, and she would go out and she would take these walks. And she recognized that her brain would regulate. She would get out of that fight or flight response. It would regulate the fight or flight response for her. And so there was research done about why. And what we learned is that when we're in optic flow, running, walking, riding a bicycle, our eyes naturally have these rapid lateral eye movements. And there's something in those rapid lateral eye movements that's regulating the brain. So from this, we learned she developed this EMDR for healing trauma. But we know that even if we don't have an EMDR therapist, we have the capacity to walk, to run, to ride our bicycles. And we have a lot of research that shows how that impacts our brain. If we talk about sleep and eating, our connection to nature, one of the things that's really exciting for me in this moment professionally is we've done all of these things to talk about, we're starting to recognize adverse childhood experiences as an issue. We know that a lot of our kiddos are going through all types of trauma, and especially after COVID happened, right? It's exacerbated any type of trauma that they had before. And we know that we're struggling in all of these ways. And we've learned that we need to have trauma-informed environments and trauma-informed parenting, trauma-sensitive schools, all of these things. But we're not always talking about how do we create a physical environment that supports mental health and that supports healing. We know that biophilic environments where we incorporate nature and we incorporate things that are naturally in our environment, supports mental health and behavioral health and physical health, right? How do we start with our architecture? We have so many things, right? People talk about feng shui from a Chinese perspective, but there's Vastu that comes from India, and we have our ways of doing things as Yoruba people. And how do we physically create a space that is aligned in terms of north, south, east, and west, and where the sun rises and where the door is, and all of these things that supports wellness, mental health, physical health? How do we use rammed earth instead of concrete or brick? How do we use more wood? All of these things support mental health and behavioral health. And we have many of these things that our ancestors knew already that we can incorporate into day-to-day life.
I love it, right? Like we are talking the same thing and things that are readily accessible at your fingertips, right? And you just explained something in my own life. I love to bike ride. And I remember I was on the recent, I was like, it feels like freedom. It feels like freedom. And in my head, I'm like, well, what do you mean it feels like freedom? But I guess what you're saying, right? Like I knew about the rapid eye movement, but I thought you needed a therapist to kind of do that. So maybe that's kind of what I was feeling, but what I would love to do is to make that information at the basic level accessible to everybody, because there are so many modalities that we can use to heal. And I know that's very important, and that you believe the body, mind, spirit, right? It leans towards healing, right? So I
Yeah.
appreciate all that you said. I just want to say thank you so much. What a pleasure to hear your journey, and also for those in the audience to feel encouraged, right? Like when times are hard, that there are answers, and to kind of listen to your inner voice, to listen to opportunities that come. I am truly grateful for you sharing that. And I also would just like to let people know that they can learn much more about your amazing work at healhistoricaltrauma.com.
Yes.
Ida, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
To learn more about Ia and her work, please visit healhistoricaltrauma.com. Ia has graciously offered our audience a free gift of an article entitled Self-Healing Practices for Trauma Recovery, which shares practices founded in indigenous wisdom to help you create a life of wholeness and regulation. Dr. Lobsang Sangay is a senior visiting fellow in the East Asian Legal Studies program at Harvard Law School. He was the first president, Sikyong, of the Tibetan government in exile. He received the Yang K. Kim 95 Memorial Prize for excellence in dissertation and contributions to the understanding of East Asia at Harvard Law School. His op-eds have appeared in numerous major newspapers and TV news networks, for which he has won multiple awards, and he played an important role in the passage of the Tibetan Policy and Support Act of 2020.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Thomas Hübel, and I'm the convener of the conference. And I'm so delighted to be sitting here with Dr. Lobsang Sangay. Lobsang, very warm welcome here with us in the conference, and I'm very happy to be talking to you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and very happy to be with you. It's good to see you in person for the second time after our lovely conversation, rather enlightening conversation where I learned a lot from you. Yes.
Yeah, likewise. I found it fascinating. We met somewhere in the Harvard Square, and we had a very lovely conversation. And I want to reconnect to that conversation because I thought that there was a lot about, of course, trauma, collective trauma, but also the work and that you did for many years and that you're teaching. So I want to touch on back into this richness. And I'm sure that it's very beneficial for many people right now in this world. And so let's start a little bit with, for our listeners, you have been the prime minister of the exile government, and maybe of the Tibetan exile government. And maybe you can speak a little bit about for some people, maybe that's a thing that we need to understand deeper. What does it mean, exile government? How does it work? How does this relate to a whole people living in exile? And what's the experience? What's maybe also the trauma that comes with, and everything you learned at that time? And then we will break it down a little bit after having your overview.
Thank you, Thomas. And I don't want to bore with all the details. Historically, Tibet was a nation and was occupied by People's Republic of China in 1950s and 1959. His Holiness Dalai Lama and 80,000 Tibetans had to flee and come to exile to India. So my parents also fled at that time, and my father was a guerrilla fighter. First, he was a monk, and then he joined a guerrilla. He became what they call corporal master, in charge of arms and ammunition of a militia group. And my uncle from my mother's side also joined. So they fought bravely against the Chinese PLA army. And my uncle died, and many of my uncle from my father's side also suffered tremendously. From my father's side, only he managed to escape. And from my mother's side, all escaped except for the brother who went back to fight against Chinese army and died. So obviously, the journey itself from escaping from Tibet when my mother was 17 years old to walk through the mountains and forests of the Himalayas, especially Arunachal Pradesh, and in such a treacherous mountains, she slipped and fell, and people thought she just died, in this deep, steep mountain. And then finally they found her hanging on a tree branch, and they managed to pull her up, but then she had broken her leg. And then now the family had to decide whether they wait with her and heal, and then potentially die of starvation because you're in the middle of the forest, or leave her and then move on with the rest of the family, saying, we'll see you somewhere in India. India is a vast country. And then obviously when you're in such a challenging situation, so she and her elder sister, by 2 years elder, were left behind. And the rest of the family had to move to India, and then after a few years they rejoined. And obviously now you go through such a suffering. First, you lose your country, your family, your relatives, everything, and come to India. You go through a traumatic experience. And then that is my family, and all the 80,000 Tibetans went through a similar experience. So, and then they settled in a place called Darjeeling. Darjeeling is a very well-known town for tea, but actually in a village. So that's where I was born, and I grew up as refugees. We barely had a dozen or so chicken or a few cows, and so I studied in Tibet refugee school. We barely had food to eat. I mean, rice and lentil soup was our meal every day for 10 years that I spent. And then a cabbage soup and a dumpling was our lunch every day for 10 years, something like that, right? So sometimes you didn't have shoes, sometimes you didn't have, uh, proper clothes, and your pants were too short because you're growing up too fast. And I mean, typical refugee school. I mean, so poverty, poor, I mean, so lack of facilities were all part of growing up. So, and then we didn't have proper, there was a dormitory where 200 students slept in one big dorm, and then the windows were broken and doors were broken, and in winter in Darjeeling it gets minus degrees, right? So that's how I grew up, and then went on to study in Delhi University, did my undergraduate, and then did my law degree there. Then I got Fulbright scholarship, so to pursue a master's degree in law at Harvard Law School. But first year, I applied to 9 law schools, all rejected me, and then when you're refugees, you don't have plan B, there's plan A and you stick to it, Plan B was go back to a village with 1 acre of land and a couple of, cows and chicken. That's not a backup plan. So I was rejected by all 9 law schools, and then I applied again, and 8 of the 9 accepted, and finally Harvard Law School accepted, and that's where I did my master's, and later I did my doctorate degree, and later I became a senior fellow. I was appointed by Harvard Law School, and then I stayed from 95 to 2011, 16 years, and then in 2011 there was an election for the top political position as the Prime Minister of Tibetan government exile, and I had zero experience in administration or leadership, or so I was a youth leader. Other than that, I really didn't have any experience. And then I just went for it, and one thing led to another. I was called an accidental prime minister because of circumstances, and then I won the election in 2011. So it's a long story, but and then I got re-elected in 2016, and then I completed 2 terms. We had 2-term limit, which I think is a good idea, in 2021. And I served 10 years as an exile leader, worked very closely with His Holiness Dalai Lama, because 2011, His Holiness Dalai Lama decided to devolve all his political authority, separate church and the state, and I had to shoulder the responsibility, and I fulfilled 10 years, and I made the transition, handed over to my successor, and I came back to Harvard Law School, where I am, lecturer and a senior fellow again. So I'm back wearing my academic hat. So in short, that's my background. In some sense, my parents and Tibetans who were displaced and who were in exile.
First of all, thank you for giving us your context also and how you grew up. That's very powerful to hear. I mean, I think going through that whole process of displacement or forced displacement yourself, and making it through, and actually making your life, and it touched me when you said, like, there's no plan B as a refugee. Like that's I think a very powerful statement, that I think it's good for everybody to hear. And even if that's intellectually clear, but the consequences for life that that sentence, I think, contains are much more wide-reaching than what we hear in the first moment when we say, "Ah, yeah, I understand there's no plan B." But I think that to feel that with you is very powerful, at least for me when I listen to you. And then, do you want to share a little bit more how was your learning journey? Because you said, you came into the government in a way without a lot of experience in administration. And can you share a little bit your learning journey through this 10 years or this period that these two times being in office? Or what was your learning? How was it to grow into leadership?
Yeah, the learning curve was quite steep because I was not even a low-level bureaucrat or a low-level politician. So I went straight top for the top position. So I literally didn't have much understanding, not just much, very limited understanding of how government exile actually functions on a daily basis. I wrote my dissertation about it, but that's theory, never had any practical experience. So I got elected in April of 2011. So that's when the result was declared. So then Prime Minister and Cabinet said, now you come and take over immediately because they wanted to leave. And I said, no, I need time because I can take over. I can wait till August 15th. So I had 4.5 months time. I said, I need that time to learn everything. In fact, I will come to Dharamsala, where the Tibetan government exile is located, and be an observer or an intern as to how the cabinet functions, So literally, I was there for 5 weeks. Every Tuesdays and Thursdays, when there was a cabinet meeting, I used to sit by the side and watch how cabinet functions. So can you imagine? I never attended even a single cabinet meeting, and everything was conducted in Tibetan language. So the standard of Tibetan language is colloquial. Okay, I can speak. So people used to make lots of fun about me because the official Tibetan language is very high. Tibetan language has a lot of layers, like German. I mean, it has. I don't want to get into details, but it's one of the complicated language. It has a lot of layers. So when you talk to a highest level official and a high level reincarnated Lama, to a middle level, to a same age, and low level, younger people, there is a layer of words you can use. And so why people used to make fun of me is I used to land up respecting myself when I give speeches. So I should show respect to others, and then speak more plainly about myself. But I get mixed up in a simple way. I used to describe in a respectful myself and describe the other person, in a very simple way. So and then even His Holiness Dalai Lama used to say, he was very supportive. He said, oh, Lobsang Sangye is very well educated. He went to America, Harvard, all that. But his Tibetan language it's like a high school kid. He told in front of 50,000 Tibetans, okay? So, he's a very monk and he's a very sincere. And then now, can you imagine you're embarrassed in front of 50,000 people who just laugh at you? So even from language point of view, administration point of view, and the written scripture that they use, right? And how bureaucracy functions. I had to learn everything. And also at a human level, at an emotional level. And many of the bureaucrats have served anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 years in the government. And out of nowhere, here I am, zero experience, not even a single day, time at the government. I just parachute from nowhere. And they all look at me and say, who is this guy, How can he lead us when we have been here for 20, 30, 40 years? So, there was a lot of adjustment, so to speak, emotional adjustment as well, right? I mean, how do I cope with this? People who are like 10, 20, 30 years and 20 years, senior to me, and then yet I am their political boss, right? So at a psychological, emotional level, there's adjustment, and administration, bureaucratic system adjustment, and then just by use of language, also an adjustment, and then a lot of protocol and rituals. So I had to almost learn, uh, most of the things on the go, on the go. Yes. So, but then, as I said, when you think that you don't have plan B, you have only one plan and plan A, you learn quickly. You work harder. You study the files more. You practice your speeches more. And then only way you can succeed when you're in that situation, when you have only plan A, no plan B, it just work harder than the rest, learn more than the rest, you know. And then now dealing with Chinese government, and then the geopolitical aspect. Can you imagine? I used to say, whatever I say or do didn't impact the world, but anything that happened around the world impacted me massively. So you're in that asymmetrical relationship where you are like at the receiving end, and the rest of the world determines what happens to you, but you can't influence rest of the world. So that was a major learning curve. But then you need that grit, right? You need, as I said, I have only one plan. That is, I have to succeed. Then only way to do it is to work hard.
Yeah, again, I find it very touching that how you speak about this only one plan, and that if your roots are very hurt, so you have only one plan to go forward, but that also is very courageous, because you stepped into something and you just did it. Like you just did it, and there's a lot of courage to do that, and so. If you look back, how long did it take to feel that you started to rest in that place of leadership? Like, how long did it take you until you felt, okay, now I'm more owning my seat here? And of course, there were other challenges coming up, but that you felt you were, making up on the fact that you didn't have the former experience, but you felt, okay, now you're more owning that position. How long did that take you? After how many months or years did you feel, okay, now I'm more situated in that seat?
So it took me, at least the whole of first term, 5 years, mainly because initially, in life, you plan something and never works according to the plan. And I said, okay, I postponed my inauguration by 4 months, from April to August. And I said, okay, at least 6 months, I'll spend time reading files and consulting all these, bureaucrats and then other leaders, and learn a lot. And after 6 months, at least I will learn the basic files, the basic structure. And then after 6 months, then I can, function a little better. Unfortunately, self-immolation, burning of Tibetans in Tibet happened right at that time. So there was one self-immolation in 2009, and 157 Tibetans burned themselves, right? So from 2009 to 2022, 157 Tibetans burned themselves for the cause, right? Now, there was one in 2009, and rest of 156 happened during my time. So as I took over, Tibetans in Tibet started burning themselves, protesting, right? Their situation is so desperate, such terrible, that I would rather put gasoline or gas over my body and burn myself and die than live under repressive system of the Chinese government. Now, 1, 2, 3, 10, and then in 2012, I think 50s, and 2013, 70s, when it happens, like, every week, sometimes 2, 3 times, 2, 3 people a week, then before I could, spend 6 months learning about administration, major upheaval or uprising happens in Tibet. And then before I could, settle down, as you said, I have to handle this, right? Now the biggest challenge: how do I handle this? Now, understandably, when one self-immolation happens in Tibet, I will be one of the first, if not the first, guy to receive the biodata. Or someone burned themselves yesterday in that remote village. A man, woman, sometimes young kids or monks, like that, right? And then you are like maybe traumatized, right? You're emotionally very challenged. And then you read one, and then you read about one, and the 2, 3, 10, 12. And then Tibetans all over the world, what they do was, and rightfully so, they organize candlelight vigils. Right? So there are rallies and protests honoring the martyr, the heroes who sacrificed their life for the cause of Tibet. And I'm put under tremendous pressure to come out and join them. Right now, as a politician, you see majority of the people going one way, right? You just join them because that's where the votes are. That's where people will be, happy to see you, and that's where you think people will applaud you. But then, as a leader, right? So I make a distinction here: politician and leader. And at the end of the day, you are a human being at the center. So there is a politician side of you, and there's a leader side of you. Right? As a human being, you have to judge. Now, I was just thinking, now, if I say praise like that they do, that they're martyrs and they're heroes and applaud their sacrifice and burning, I'm essentially encouraging more Tibetans in Tibet to burn. But if I don't do that, if I say don't burn, then that's almost like an insult to the people who sacrifice, and especially to the family members. How would they feel? They'll feel so sad. They might feel so angry. They say, "How dare you, criticize and insult my son who just died, or my husband who just died?" Right. So now, if you don't join them, you get criticized. If you join them, you're encouraging more people to die. So I went through this, wrenching emotion and traumatic experience, and I had to really think deep. And there was a parliamentary session in September, and then also in March. And the parliamentarians come out in the parliament criticizing me. "You're a leader, lead us, take your stand." And then April of 2012, I was visiting Japan, and I came out with a statement. And I said, as a human being, life is precious. As it is Tibetans, we are quite few. We are 6 million, and Chinese population is 1.2 or 3 billion. So one should live and not burn yourself. But as a Buddhist, anyone who dies or who have died, I'll pray for you. So each time I hear a news saying someone has died, committing self-immolation, I used to shut down my office and then pray for that person. But as a Tibetan, I said, I support your aspiration. So I will magnify your aspiration. That is, you want to see the return of Dalai Lama to Tibet. You want freedom for yourself. I understand that. And I support your aspiration. So what I said was, as a human being, I don't support your action. I discourage your action. But as a Tibetan, I support your aspiration. But as a Buddhist, I'll pray for you. So, so I had to kind of go through this emotional wrenching experience for months, and then articulate in such a way that I'm respectful of their aspirations. And I'll pray for all those who have sacrificed and who have died, but yet not condone the action, So that's how I articulated. So as I said, politician is easy. You go where the votes are, where the majority are. But as a leader, you must take a difficult decision. In fact, and then what happened was, there was imitation. Even exiled Tibetans started committing self-immolation, few in Nepal and few in India. In fact, one high school child, rather, right, boy committed self-immolation and died. Now, I was told that their family members, the whole parents and siblings, are coming to Dharamsala. They were invited by some organization. Now, if I go meet with them, it amounts to endorsing them or encouraging them. If I don't go meet with them, that's like disrespectful. Right? So what I did was, when there was a lot of people and there was the media, I didn't go. So in the afternoon, there was no one at the, no media people around. I went and paid my respect. And I thought that's how I could avoid this. And I went to pay my respect. But then the sister said, my younger brother is my best friend, and his loss is terrible for our family, especially for her. And I said, could you dedicate one day in his honor, because he has died, and his birthday could be a memorial day for the Tibetan people. Now, can you imagine you are in front of their parents and sisters, okay? And one of the sisters is saying, you are our leader. You can dedicate one day for my brother so that people can remember him and call it a memorial day. Now, it's again, as a politician, it's easy to say, okay, I'll do it for you, right? But then you have to think, and I say, how can I, do it? It's impossible, because 157 Tibetans have died. Now, if you have memorial day for each one of them, there'll be 100 some days, right? So it's impossible. But then if I tell them, they are so emotionally distraught, right? And how can I tell them? If I don't tell them, it amounts to misleading them. You just raise some hopes and expectation, and later you just use some people to convey a message. It won't happen, right? So that's like morally and ethically, I just could not do it. Now I had to tell them on their face, but how to do it? As a leader, these are very challenging, moments. And I told her sister, I said, look, understand, it's a great loss for you. Your best friend has just died for Tibetan people. But please understand that if I dedicate Memorial Day for your brother, I have to have 50 memorial days. And it's very difficult to do. Now, obviously, when the family is so emotionally occupied, they don't listen to reason, right? And the way they look at you is like, what are you talking about? You just can't do this small thing, But I had to be honest with them, right? So my point is, before I could settle down, I had to handle this emotionally, wrenching and traumatic, uprising, the bravery shown by Tibetan inside Tibet. I'd handled it, and I said, I better travel out. And at least, as I said, I support their aspirations and magnify their voices. So I started traveling. Then, I went to 7 countries in Europe in 11 days. I was like, to the US and Australia, Japan. I was traveling all over. And as the least I could do is travel and speak their, their aspirations, Then that's why I just could not settle in Dharamsala and, learn the system. I just started traveling. So before I could learn bureaucracy and admin system, I had to travel, And on the run, I was literally, running from pillar to post. So that's why it took me several years to actually settle down. Because then when you go to international community, and all of them actually, or most of the countries, at least till 2016, they want to engage with China, they want to do business with China, and they don't want to listen to you. You just think you are a nuisance. And those who listen to you, are very sympathetic with you. But then, they just say, sorry, I'm just giving you some time and, listening to you, but I just cannot do much about it, So, yeah, yeah, very challenging, very challenging. So that's why, to be a leader is very difficult, but to be an exile leader is more difficult.
I think you described like real leadership. And because I hear you also being engaged as a human being, because you said in the middle, you're a human being in the center. And I hear that you're engaged in the difficulty of these decisions. It's, you don't shut it down and become like more cold and more distant. So when you speak and you share, I feel your humanity in your struggle. But that, I think, is also role modeling, I think, leadership. Like, what does it mean that as leaders, we are human beings and we are in difficult situations that we struggle to find clarity in? And that is leadership. I mean, giving yourself to these moments. And that's what I also hear evolved you as a leader, like made you also more wise and is also courageous, because it's much easier to shut that down and kind of distance yourself. But that's not what I feel and hear when I listen to you. And so it's something, you stayed there with your humanity, which is more challenging, but I think also generates more wisdom over time and more evolution. And I'm curious. So two things I'm curious, and like today you're also teaching at Harvard. You're teaching about exile governments, and maybe you can share a little bit with us what, after all this time that you developed your own life experience, and now you're teaching, what's the essence that you distilled from your time going through that experience that might be very helpful for other exile governments or other exile communities? What are the main learnings that you take from that?
Yeah, Thomas, you used the word courage and courageous few times. And I do believe that to be a leader, you need courage. But then what kind of courage, right? There can be boldness, there can be audacity, you know. But then in retrospect, obviously, I was working very closely with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He taught me a lot. Compassion-based courage is the most difficult thing to do, but that's more sustainable and more healthy for you. So why I say this is one can be audacious, one can be very bold in saying, doing things, but what is the source or the center of that boldness and audacity, right? Or the courage? If it's compassion, then what it is, so you're a human being, there's a center in you, you must have a compassion element. But how you define it is like, okay, this is for 6 million Tibetans. My compassion is for 6 million Tibetans, and that's the courage I have. So if you look at that way, then no matter what difficulty you face, you always say, I'm doing it for 6 million Tibetans. So you can separate yourself from the issue that you're facing in front, right? So that was very helpful for me, because as I said, people don't want to meet with you. They cancel their meetings last moment. I can tell you, even US, I couldn't enter the White House State Department for 10 years. And other European countries, wherever, I can name names, right? So when you go through it so many times, emotionally it's very challenging for you. Normally people get stressed and depressed and frustrated, get angry, because my mindset, again, the courage based on compassion. And I said, I'm doing it for my people, Tibet, the nation, and 6 million Tibetans. I should not be disappointed. I should keep fighting for them. So if there's a rejection, they say, I should not take it personally, because I'm small here. I'm a small part. I'm just a messenger. I'm the postman. I'm the spokesperson. But the 6 million Tibetans will suffer more if I'm not patient enough, if I'm not tolerant enough, if I'm not cooperative enough, right? So that's how you overcome, obstacles and complexities, because it's based on compassion. And that gives you the courage. You keep fighting because it's for the people and the nation. That gives you the strength as well. So that's why I make the separation: compassion-based courage. And courage can be defined in many ways. It can be expressed in many ways. But if it's compassion-based courage, it's more healthy for you, because negativity does not affect you directly and cause you, and then say, why me? I got rejected, and then you get stressed and depressed and get angry and frustration. That's the source of all your, so you separate that and say, that was very helpful for me. So when I teach at Harvard as well, when I share my experience, I do try to reflect on the experience that I went through, because we are summarizing 10 years of experience in 1 hour. It's very difficult, So it's simplistic, but the essence of the story is there, So when I teach now, I reflect on how I could have been better. I wish I've taken some courses on leadership. I wish I had taken courses on administration, even on education and economy and fundraising and health, because all these are departments that we run. I mean, Tibetan Government Exile is a functioning, in fact, among exiles, is the most effective functioning government by far. So we have a running foreign affairs ministry with 13 semi-embassies around the world. We have 60 plus and schools and hospitals and refugee camps and settlements. We run it ourselves. So we provide education from kindergarten all the way to high school and scholarship to go to college, right? So anyone who is born till they die, we take care of them. So we have elderly houses for elderly, and then if someone is pregnant, we give incentives to get more pregnant. So we provide everything. So we have a functioning parliament, functioning finance ministry, functioning education ministry, everything. So when you look back, so when I teach to other students, I realized that, because I wrote my dissertation on this 15 years before I became Sikyong, at 10 years running it. So now I also give coachings, or rather workshops, to other exile communities. The Uyghurs, the Hong Kongers, or the Venezuelans, and telling them, hey, you can group together, you can unite together and come under one umbrella in a democratic way, and then provide service to the people, help people overcome personal traumas included, and all the welfare services that you need, and fight for cause, at an international level. So teaching is a good reflection. And then now I felt that I should share my experience with other exile communities, and many of them find it very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I said also, what you just said is also very powerful. It also says, how can exile communities also find ways how to take care of the trauma load, like the trauma individual and also the systemic trauma that this community went through, and what are ways of healing and growing? Because every time we integrate trauma, we actually induce post-traumatic growth. We induce a new level of maturity and wisdom that we develop. And I think for many exile communities, I think that's a very important way also to reflect and to generate wisdom out of what happened, and not just to carry the pain. And I think that's an important function. So how would you see the growth and the evolution, let's say, when we bring the term trauma more into the mix? So what's actually in your experience, because you are surrounded by communities that carry a certain amount of trauma, as we all do, of course, but that what's the most helpful and what's the most supportive for communities? How can we induce healing, and how can we bring in the resources that we can do that in community?
Our very enlightening discussion at Harvard Square on the collective trauma and healing, where you explained how Holocaust survivor and even the Germans, how they went through this trauma, and then sometimes for a few generations, like including Armenian, right? That body remembers. Your biological body carries that emotional and psychological that experience for a long time, sometimes for generations. One common theme that I always had was why there is disunity among exiled people, right? Why they are more emotional. I always wondered, then now that I'm meeting with other exile communities, the Hong Kongers and the Uyghurs, Venezuelans, and Azerbaijan, Cambodian, and Nicaraguan, I've met with many, recent years. And whenever I suggest that you can form a government exile, they say, no, no, no. We just fight among each other. There's so much disunity. We just can't get along. It is impossible we can come under one umbrella. And I didn't understand it. But then when you talk to all these people, they blame themselves. No, well, we just can't get along. But then when I was talking to you, I realized there's a collective trauma, and then there has to be understanding, awareness, and you can overcome it. And then when the healing starts, right? So the blame is not the victims or the refugees or the displaced people, but is the factor or the actor that caused that trauma. That is these dictators, those abusers, right? They cause that trauma. So when you're uprooted from your country, from your family and friends, you're put in a strange land with, and then you have to start everything, fresh, in a very difficult circumstances. There's a lot of emotion and, psychological, the inner feeling that's going on. And you need an outlet. And the easiest outlet is against each other, And that's what it is. So there's disunity. We just don't get along with each other. But now, if we know the source of this emotional, factor, which causes people to be more emotional, unreasonable, less rational, and then disunity and abuse against each other, then you come to this understanding, awareness, and potential healing, and then unity, right? So in my 10 challenges for exile communities, one is disunity, but then now I always say / trauma, I put it, right? Cause of disunity is trauma. Understanding trauma is very important. And what is the source or the cause of trauma is what you have lost, your country or your freedom. And that is the reason, right? So I found it's a very common among exiled people. They just don't get along. And the debate is also more emotional, less rational. And then I always wondered why. And clearly, yes, there is an element of trauma, and blame goes to the dictators or the occupiers who abuse it, right? So that awareness is very important for people to heal and then come together.
Yeah, I totally agree with the disunity, and that trauma creates this fragmentation and polarization, and healing trauma actually creates a new growth process and a new form of unity and also resilience. And I think, and more health. Yeah. So I think that's fantastic. And I'm happy that also speaks to your experience, because I think there are ways how to heal collective trauma and how to integrate and and that creates again also wisdom for communities, and new possibilities, new futures open up. And then I'm curious also about, like you spoke before about compassionate courage, and I'm curious, like, you as a leader, you for sure went through many challenging moments, and I'm curious about your own inner equanimity, about your own inner like the presence to host challenges and not just to shut them down and try not to have them, but to have them in a different way. And maybe compassion is one quality. Maybe there are other qualities that you see, like you evolved in your inner life as a leader, that you might share with us also for other leaders in all kinds of different professions. Like what can we develop in ourselves to be able to be in challenging moments as leaders in a more centered way? I heard you say compassion or compassionate courage. Maybe there are other qualities that you've learned in that time.
I think first year I used to have a lot of neck pain and shoulder pain and body ache. So some people used to come and give me massage. It helped me temporarily, but it used to come back. So some doctors say you should drink more water and sleep and all that. All that was helpful. But then the emotional, spiritual aspect, that growth helped me more. And that's thanks to His Holiness Dalai Lama. For example, I sometimes get to travel with him in the same car with him, right? So he was giving a teaching, I think in Minnesota, and then after the teaching, he was in the car, and I also had to, be in the same car at the back. And he asked me, "So, did you understand what I was saying?" Now, with His Holiness Dalai Lama, you have to be honest, right? Because you don't want bad karma. And I said, "Your Holiness," yeah, I said, "Your Holiness, while you were teaching, I understood maybe 60%, maybe up to 70% of what you were saying. But as soon as you finished teaching, I forgot most of it." That's true. And normally you listen to a very impressive speaker, right? And at the end of the talk, you forget most of it, but then you're like, wow, he gave a very good talk. What actually did he talk? Maybe you remember a sentence or two or a quote or two, right? So I was very honest. So I don't want bad karma. But I said that the problem that I had became smaller, as a leader. I said, no. He said, no. Problems never become smaller. Your perspective becomes more holistic. For example, he said, you are a leader. The problems that you go through, challenges that you face, all the leaders in the past for hundreds of years, all the kings and the presidents and the prime ministers gone through the same problems. Some have solved it, some have not solved it. For hundreds of years to come, same problem or similar problems will be faced by other leaders down the line. Some will solve it, some will not solve it. So the problem has remained the same. Your perspective has become holistic, or at the third dimension, right? We always say, oh, why don't you look at it from other person's shoes? That's like, again, but there's another called third dimension, right? You look at from the roof or the balcony or for other dimension, right? So then that's how the problem becomes, problems is the same, but your perspective has changed, then it's easier to handle. For me, it's like, okay, so the problem that I'm facing as a Tibetan leader is nothing new. So many leaders have faced before. Some have solved it, some have not. So what's the big deal if I can't solve it, right? I'm one of the hundreds and thousands of leaders, right? And then not just now, for hundreds of thousands of leaders down the line will not solve it. So what's the big deal, right? So that helped me. And then, when His Holiness is giving a teaching, there was one line. So obviously, when he speaks for like hours, and ultimately you learn line or two. And one line was very helpful for me, rather two lines. He said, when someone praises you, don't get too excited. Remember, there are others criticizing you. When some people criticize you, don't get too down. Remember, there are others praising you, right? That's equanimity, So don't get too excited when you're successful. Remember, you will face failures. Don't get too down when you fail, because you have had successes and you will have successes. You always come back to equanimity, So that was very helpful for me. So that's why whenever I was faced with any kind of emotional challenges as a leader, difficult situation, I always try to come back to equanimity. to the center, you know. So it doesn't mean that you are not happy when you succeed or you achieve something. You are. You celebrate that. But then you quickly come back to equanimity, to the center. So when you lose something, when something bad happens, doesn't mean that you're not sad or anxious. You are, but you quickly come back. You don't let that sadness become anxiety and become stress and become depression, right? So when you reach sadness, maybe you go to anxiousness, but you come back before it becomes stress and depression, you know. So it really helped me. So equanimity really helped me a lot. That so you always come to the center and you become more balanced, right? So whenever you are faced with any difficult situation, any challenge, you just say, you know what? All I can do is make efforts to solve this. That's all you can do. And great Shantideva, great Buddhist scholar, said, if you can solve a problem, why worry about it? If you cannot solve the problem, what is the point of worrying about it, right? So if you can solve a problem, why worry? You are going to solve it. If you cannot solve a problem, now what is the point of worrying about it? Worrying is not going to solve the problem, right? Then you have to come back to the equanimity, mindset equanimity, and then you handle, with a bit of calmness and then bit of compassion, and then work towards it. So yeah, so that was very helpful for me. And then that also to overcome trauma, to healing. It's always like as I said, sadness and anxiety, stress, depression. Before it gets there, you come back. That awareness helps you heal and come back to equanimity.
Mm, mm. And definitely your life, like you said something very important before, it also helps you to really walk towards whatever we define as a problem and stay in relationship with what's happening. And that's, I think, a very powerful quality. Instead of letting the fear take us out of the relationship with the things that are happening in our life, I think staying related to what's happening in our life is actually a very powerful way to bring some new solutions or to solve it. And I think your life also is a sign, like where you come from and how you grew up, what you shared with us, and also you walk towards those challenges that life invited you to. And I think you're a living example of the growth that brings, and also the service that you did for the community you serve. So that's very powerful to hear. We are living in a time where we see, like what some people call the polycrisis. We see multiple crises right now coming and creating like a bit of a pressure cooker. And so maybe you have just a few words for all of us. How do you, maybe some recommendations or something that you learned about when times become more challenging or rocky, what can help us to find resilience? You mentioned compassion, you mentioned equanimity. If there's anything else we can practice in these times to contribute something meaningful.
Yes, the compassion-based courage means, you always fight for others, right? So your basis of leadership or what you do, action that you take, is you always think the other people who are suffering, the others who are being abused, others who have been victim. So not in a patronizing way, but embracing and accepting them as you or part of humanity or your society and community. That courage is very helpful. So in this world, we are going through rather challenging times all over the world, politically speaking, right? But then to have this, as I said, the third dimension perspective is very important. Yes, there's a great power politics that's going on, great power rivalries that's going on. But if you study the 20th century, 8 major empires came and collapsed in 20th century, right? From Russian Empire to British Empire to Austro-Hungarian Empire to Ottoman Empire, you just name it. And then now there are a rise of great powers, empires are coming, and that will lead to a tension. It looks like that, conflicts. But as a human being, we have been through that before, just in 20th century, right? And we will go through it in 21st century as well, So historically, first of all, we must be aware that human beings have gone through so many, conflicts and wars and trauma, and we have always overcome. The resiliency of human being, right? Perseverance of human being, compassion of human being is very powerful, and it has always been there. So we will overcome all this. Again, the present, the conflicts and the scenario that we see, we have overcome it for thousands of years before. We will overcome it now, and we will overcome it for hundreds and thousands of years down the line, right? So look at us as Tibetans. We lost our country, Look at His Holiness Dalai Lama. Actually, if you look at him, he should be the most depressed guy. But when you meet with him, he's the happiest guy, the joyful guy, the smiling guy. Why? Internally and emotionally, historically, he knows it's a fact. Empires come and go. Spiritually, it's a fact. We always overcome. Human human inner values and inner strength is much more stronger than the artificially or politically created tensions and conflicts around the world, right? The schism that you see, the division that you see, we will always overcome that. So that should be our mindset. Having said that, that does not mean you should be detached, right, from the reality. You should not run away from the reality. You should be out there helping and be in the trenches, but in a compassionate way, not with hatred, not with anger, but compassion-based courage to make this world a better place, make your own society a better place, make your own community a better place. So that's step by step by step. We have overcome before, and human beings will overcome again. Our inner strength is much more stronger than the conflicts that we see in the world.
Wow, that's a lovely note to finish on. That I think that's a very encouraging, statement and kind of commitment that you put into this space. And I think we can all let that touch us, let that work in us, and also encourage us to be that force in our community. So thank you very much, Lobsang. This was amazing. Thank you, and I'm very happy to learn from your compassionate and also lived experience. And so thank you. This was a wonderful hour we spent together.
Oh, thank you so much, Thomas, for this honor and privilege to share my, some thoughts, and learned a lot from you. And please keep doing your good work. And we all will try to make, this world a better place step by step.
Exactly. Thank you.
To learn more about Lobsang and his work, please visit hls.harvard.edu/faculty/Lobsang-Sangay. Anu Gupta is a lawyer, scientist, meditation teacher, and the author of Breaking Bias. He is the founder of Be More with Anu and a sought-after speaker and a bias expert who has trained over 80,000 professionals in his science-backed, somatically informed, contemplative approach to breaking bias. The realization that bias can be unlearned inspired his lifelong mission for social healing based on principles of mindfulness and compassion.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest is Anu Gupta. A warm welcome, Anu.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
The conference this year is called the Collective Healing Conference. And could you share some about what brought you to the work that you do, and then how it contributes to collective healing? And I'm very excited to discuss your work in the area of breaking bias and neuroplasticity in this context.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Such a warm introduction and for welcoming me into this community. This is such an important conversation, collective healing, that really is the core of who I've been and my passion. One of the things that inspires me in this work is one of Dr. King's quotes, which is, "Our goal is to build a beloved community. This will require qualitative changes in our souls and quantitative changes in our lives." So for me, breaking bias is really making those qualitative and quantitative changes for a world where we all belong, where belonging replaces bias. So to give you some context, how I got into this work of breaking bias and healing and reconciliation. So my name is Anu Gupta, and I was born in India, and my family immigrated to the United States when I was 10 years old. And I've spent the rest of my time here, and I've worked in various other contexts as a human rights worker in Myanmar, in Taiwan, in India, South Korea, in parts of Asia and Africa and other places. And for me, ever since I was a young person, I was really curious about human beings. And in India, I grew up in a very, very diverse space. And yet I observed a lot of inequalities that I learned later were about caste and class and religion and gender. But when I moved to the US, what I had experienced in India, happening to other people started happening to me. I was bullied for being gay, for being an immigrant, being someone of Hindu ancestry. And at first, I just didn't make sense of any of those things. As a young immigrant, I just suppressed a lot of the racialized harm I was experiencing, the gender-based harm I was experiencing. I didn't even know the word gay until I came to the US, because as someone who was trained in British English, I thought that meant happy, until I was in the 7th grade and I basically confronted one of my bullies, and I'm like, "Why are you torturing me for being happy?" And he probably had some sympathy for me and asked me to go look at a dictionary. And that's when I discovered what I felt within was actually a real thing. And yet I also knew that it wasn't safe to be who I was. So again, another one of my identities that I deeply suppressed and just was on the professional achievement ladder. I went to college, worked internationally in different places on issues of human rights and economic development, got my master's at Cambridge, then came back to the US to get a law degree in international human rights, and being in a kind of a academic environment where issues of bias were rarely acknowledged, even though we were studying law and criminal justice and the US history, written with bias. The sense of deep loathing I experienced and the gaslighting that I experienced on a day-to-day basis led me to almost take my life. So a few days before my second year of law school, I was on the 18th floor of my apartment building and about to jump off late in the evening. But for whatever reason, I really believe it's a moment of grace. Instead of falling forward, I fell backwards into my apartment. And it's one of those inexplicable things. And it was that moment that my breaking bias journey began for myself. Within minutes, I sensed the gravity of what I'd done, what I was about to do. And I called someone who lived quite far away from me. But apparently she was walking on my block at that time and showed up in my apartment within a couple of minutes. Of course, spent the rest of the evening with me. And the next day, I began my breaking bias journey, which for me was really seeking out a lot of interventions, a lot of tools and strategies to really understand how I'd come to a place where I started believing these ideas about myself that weren't true. Ideas about my color, my race, my ethnicity, my religious background, my sexual orientation, my gender identity, a whole host of things. And that took me into a lot of mindfulness meditation retreats, returning to my own heritage of practice of yoga and somatic-based tools, and a whole host of therapeutic interventions. And after law school, I was working within the field of racial equity and gender equity as an attorney, and pretty quickly realized that we could change all the policies we want in the world, but unless we shift hearts and minds, we're really not going to make any progress. And I witnessed that in the courtroom. I remember being in New Orleans in a sentencing court and just watching the judge sentence young Black boys, mostly between the ages of 15 and 40, some men, 4, 5, 6 years to prison for silly infractions, I would say. Trespass to property, breaking cell phones, and really just throwing their lives away. And in those moments, whatever I'd learned, school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, these big ideas came to life for me. And these weren't the things we were discussing in law school at all. It was just completely denied. And viscerally in that moment, I felt a deep sense of injustice, more than what I had felt while working in Myanmar, which is an authoritarian country. Because we, in the US, carried a facade of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but for whom? Not if you're Black and brown, not if you're queer. So the intersectionality of our humanity really matters. So that's when I saw that. And with that said, the judges, the prosecutors, the security officers, they weren't like bad humans. Some of them definitely had conscious biases. And most of them, some of them were Black and brown themselves, were trying to do their best given the situation. And that's where I began to discover this idea of bias, conscious bias and unconscious bias, two forms. And instead of just talking about this as a problem, I was like, well, how do we solve for it? How do we get rid of it? And that's where I went to the science and to a lot of tools that are rooted in ancient wisdom that neuroscientists and social psychologists have shown to measurably reduce bias, what I call the PRISM toolkit. And so that's kind of, and 10 years ago in 2014, I left my profession as a lawyer to really begin to bring these tools into workplaces, into communities, to really help people rewire their brains.
The level of pain, the level of exclusion, the intensity of being on the margins of this society and the impact that it has. And I was wondering if you're okay, if you're comfortable with say a little more about how you tried to cope with it, right? Like as it was coming at you, and you talked about intersectionality with Kimberly Crenshaw, started in the context of law. As it came at you from gender, from your sexuality, from your color, from your religion, I mean, all of these, where does a young person put all of that? Or what did you try to do in terms of coping before it came to that moment?
So this happened in 2009, so it's 15 years now. So before that, I think my coping mechanism was to run away. So in college, it was the first time I was out of my family dynamic. I was on my own. So for me, that was in college. First of all, I was pre-med, following the footsteps of my parents, but I dropped it. And because I was doing so well and was a good student, I studied abroad. I went back to India for the first time. I learned about Islam and I learned the language Urdu because it was right after 9/11 and I was being confused for being Muslim all the time and was experiencing a lot of Islamophobia as a non-Muslim person. And also noticing that intergenerationally in my family, there is a stream of Islamophobia, given parts of my family are from what is now Pakistan, and they were forced to flee. And we lost many family members and ancestors due to the horrific violence and of the India's partition. So for me, I was really about seeking solutions, but also running away from the US. I was in India. I studied abroad in Mexico. I learned different languages. I studied Spanish and Persian. Then after college, I lived in South Korea. I was teaching English there on a Fulbright, and then stayed outside working in Myanmar, got my master's in the UK. So that was kind of my way of like feeling a sense of belonging in a global community, where even though I was in a really diverse city, New York City, my upbringing, fortunately, unfortunately, it was meant to be, wasn't around a lot of people who looked like me. So I was always like the only one who shared my intersectionality. So my coping mechanism was really running away, but there's also a thread of spirituality. So that's a gift that I've had since I was a child. I grew up in India, and I grew up in a place that was incredibly sacred and very multi-faith, multifaceted, and the language, the rhythms of the earth really were in tune with the holidays and the fairs and the festivals we would enjoy. So there was a deep sense of reverence and connection to Mother Earth and to a whole host of deities and powers. So that really kept me going, I believe, until that moment. And I'd already gone on a lot of meditation retreats. And I had a root spiritual teacher who I still have to this day. But my practice wasn't stronger than my surroundings at that time.
Yeah. And for many people, right?
Yeah.
People, yeah.
And I want to share one thing that you shared, that I'm not the only one. That's what really forced me to start my own organization. So after I graduated in 2011 from law school, I started sharing my research that I'd just been doing on my own, and not my story yet, but just very intellectual, very heady. And I started hearing stories, when I would share, like, from people across the spectrum, immigrants, Black folks, brown folks, queer folks, trans folks, women, white men from poorer background, deep sense of addiction and loneliness and isolation. And I was like, yo, we're all suffering in this thing, and part of it is like because we're stuck in stories of one another. We're stuck in ideas of one another as opposed to being in the presence of one another. And how apropos that the bedrock of the tools that help us break bias are mindfulness based to really help us be present to ourselves and one another.
So can you go into some of the tools? I know you talked about the prism, and then also I guess if you could talk a little bit about your definition of trauma and the consequences, right? Because that's also part of it. And the need for healing.
Absolutely. So I first of course, I became aware of trauma and what I was experiencing from my therapist. So thankfully, the day after that eventful night, I went to the counseling center and started therapy like that week. And have since gone into so many different modalities, from EMDR to indigenous focused oriented therapies to somatic based therapies. And I talk a lot about that in my book, Breaking Bias, actually. I think to your question, how do I define trauma? And, the DSM and all these folks have really complicated definitions of trauma with a whole host of criteria. But as I was a former middle school teacher, by the way, so like education is what I love. And I was bound for academia. So when I was at Cambridge and then at the NYU, I was going to be a legal academic. But instead started teaching in a different way. So I kind of want to simplify it. So I call trauma anything that's life-threatening or emotionally overwhelming. Simple. And in my book, I give a broader definition around cognitively, behaviorally, emotionally. But if folks wanted to understand, life-threatening or emotionally overwhelming. So when we think about environmental traumas that people experience, particularly Black and brown people in the United States, when they live in under-resourced, under-invested communities, there's toxic waste sites, landfills, the air is not healthy for them, right? that's a form of trauma that they're experiencing. It's life-threatening, and it can be emotionally overwhelming. The experience of being over-policed, right? Just having someone look over you all the time, that vigilance that one carries in their bodies. So that's, how I define it. And then it has consequences. What are the consequences of trauma? And for me, as someone who's been really fascinated with this idea of trauma and its multiple angles, right? There's, of course, personal trauma that I've experienced because of my story and because of my experiences. There's intergenerational trauma that I'm carrying from my line, my familial lines. There's historical trauma for that reason that I'm carrying because of not just my personal history from being from the Indian subcontinent, but also becoming an American and taking on the historical traumas of enslavement and genocide and Japanese internment and so much destruction to the human spirit and the spirit of our land. And then there's complex trauma, which is all of those things together, which is what I had as like a thinking, feeling being. And the consequences of that is just kind of cognitive, emotional, physical shutdown, day to day, just feeling heavy and unable to really enjoy and be present with the gift of life.
Yeah. And even sometimes a rage, right? And when we talk about like if kids are flipping over tables and in your face because they can't stand you to be near them, like often that's a symptom of trauma.
Yeah.
And the response is not to call the police, right? And to put them on that path. The response is to, as Oprah and others have said, and what happened, right? Like
what happened to you?
Yeah. Yeah. And also kind of as part of that, and in my own work, we've started creating wellness stores in schools, right? Where we have books that kind of talk about, and as she said, in the most basic language, because the young people, they feel it, they understand it, they know what's going on, but they may not have the kind of more language that we use. I'll just say the language that we use in the academy, which is often a barrier, in fact. But really trying to give them spaces where they can relax, and also celebrating, as you said, kind of the ancient technologies of culturally, right? Like doing the Sankofa. What did your parents do? They sang, they danced, they were in community with others.
Yeah.
Those things are also healing and helps with coping.
And it's so important, right? Because that's one of the challenges of modernity, right? It's really broken down a lot of the ways as humans we connected to our own spirits, to the spirits of our loved ones, to one another, with the living world around us. And ultimately, that is, for me at least, that is where I find healing. And I found healing for the last, 15 years since I've been on my own breaking bias journey. And to your point around the anger and rage, it's really there, and it's something not to be afraid of, actually. I really feel that it's a sacred energy. It's a sacred energy that fuels us to do the work, to imagine what it's like to build a world where, our next 7 generations don't have to experience what, I and my ancestors and our ancestors had to experience because of, for lack of a better word, just fuckery of like a bunch of, really narcissistic men who've created these false stories of our separation that have now entered into and infected our consciousness around the globe. The story of race, the story of, a binary gender, the story of various ethnicities and tribes, very much, built by anthropologists and sociologists in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, the legacies of which stay to this day. Because as humans, we were much more fluid, have always been, will always be, and we're seeing that in the gender revolution right now, right? People will push back to the boxes you want to put them in. And yet, that's kind of the role of bias, is to kind of box us in. And I feel like, for me, we've entered a place in our human evolution where we have to break boxes altogether and really connect at the soul level.
Mm-hmm. I love it. I love it. So, and I also want to say that thank you for sharing your story. And I am, and I'm sure the world, very glad that you fell towards your apartment and that someone was there immediately, right?
Yeah.
To start the healing process. That's that's really comforting, and for others, right? I think that
Yeah.
provides hope for others.
Yeah, I'll just say we're talking about collective healing. I have a deep, deep faith in God, a deep, deep faith in spiritual masters of all kinds. And there's a reason why I come from a lineage where, regardless of what happened in the external world, my ancestors kept that faith alive. And that's really true for people of African descent, indigenous descent, even parts of European descent, right? Because it's connected to the earth. And for me, that's the only explanation I can give as to how I'm still here.
Yeah. Well, very glad that you are. And so as you are here and your gifts that you have kind of nurtured and studied and those that have come to you just as a child, right? Kind of that culture that you grew up. Can you talk about your PRISM tools, your 5
Yeah.
science-based tools?
So I want to kind of add to that a little bit, actually. So when we think about bias, the way I define bias is that it's a learned habit. So conscious biases are learned false beliefs, so they're learned, and unconscious are learned habits of thoughts. And regardless of whether they're conscious or unconscious, they distort how we perceive, reason, remember, and make decisions. So think of a classroom where a young person, because of a whole host of complex traumas, is angry. Their tone of voice, their inflection, maybe they're using certain words. But how is that being perceived based on who that kid is? If it's a Black kid versus a white kid versus a rich kid, and the intersectionality between an Asian kid, how is the teacher perceiving? And that distorts how he or she or they perceive, reason, remember, and make decisions toward that kid. And that's what conscious and unconscious biases really are. And they're learned. And for me, the work of breaking bias was actually one of my church elders, Achebe, Betty Powell, who was a civil rights icon herself and passed away sadly a couple of years ago due to COVID. But she was like, forced me to really think broader than just sociocultural conditioning. Because as an academic at the time, as a budding academic, like, oh yeah, like it's learned because of sociocultural conditioning. And she basically told me straight up, because she's an activist and had been all her life, worked on so many different issues from disability to LGBTQ to women's rights, to Black liberation. She was just like, that's lazy. You need to tell me how these biases are learned, because it was right around the time Trayvon was shot dead. And the amount of cruelty we were witnessing around his death, and have since witnessed around the death of so many other Black and brown people. She was like, sociocultural conditioning doesn't cut it for me. And that's what kind of took me to the research. And I identified 5 causes. 5 causes for any and all kinds of biases that we learn, whether they're about race or gender or ethnicity or age. And as the universe would have it, just as there are 5 causes, there are 5 solutions that are actually science-backed and tested in the lab. And that's what I call PRISM. And PRISM is an acronym. And we really start with M and go up to P. And M is for mindfulness, which is really about present moment awareness of what's happening. Not just in the mind, of course, starting with the mind, but also in the body. The somatic experience is so important. So, more recently, we had to witness another ridiculous, incredibly tragic murder of Sonia Massey. And the way I think about mindfulness is, if the police officer had been mindful of what was happening in his body when he saw a Black woman with something in her hands, he wouldn't have shot her dead. And that's kind of where mindfulness really begins. We become aware of the stereotypes in our minds, become aware of the emotions, the affect that accompanies the stereotypes, and the body sensations. So that's a practice we really cultivate. Then we move to stereotype replacement. So when we notice the stereotypes. So we're not pushing them away. We're not saying I'm bad for it and, oh my God, that's a racist thought. Okay, if that's happening, great. But then we replace those stereotypes with counter examples that are true. So in the lab, for Black men, they tested it with images of Dr. King. But it could be someone you love. It doesn't have to be like a public figure, a friend who doesn't live up to those stereotypes. So what we're ultimately doing is, neurons that fire together, wire together. we're weakening the associations between stereotypes, particularly to the humanity of marginalized people, and creating alternative realities through practice. Then we move to individuation, which is basically dissociating group-based associations, stereotypes from the individual. So if I'm with Ruby, I'm really with Ruby versus my ideas of Ruby because of her gender or her color or whatever else. So that's where the curiosity piece becomes really interesting, right? Yes, you're an academic. Yes, you study all these things, but there's a Ruby behind all that too, right? So like, and that's kind of opening up the aperture in our own minds about the fullness of other beings. And then, so these are kind of mind and body practices, M, S, and I. Then we move to the heart practices, pro-social behaviors for R. These are, as the name suggests, anything that's pro-social. So actively cultivating tools like compassion, empathy, joy, generosity toward oneself, but also toward others. So one of the tools that I really like to share are tools, teaching people how to cultivate compassion and loving kindness. Super important. A lot of research around this has shown that, practicing these tools can reduce bullying in schools to like 0%. Because one feels what it's like to be the other. And the last is perspective taking, which, Isabel Wilkerson calls it radical empathy in her book Cast, but it's really giving yourself permission to imagine what it's like to be in the shoes of another being. So this is what good actors really do, but that's where the soul connection is, the human to human connection. I may not know what it's like to be in the body of this person, but I'm going to give myself permission to feel it, really be it. And once we kind of really practice these tools, for me, the science is super clear. It takes 3 to 8 weeks of regular practice to build a new habit. So practicing PRISM for 3 to 8 weeks, 15 to 20 minutes a day, meditation is one vehicle to do that, can begin to really shift the inclinations and the biases we've learned toward one another.
And can you talk about what happens in the 3 to 8 weeks, right? Like, is it a daily practice? Is it a training where you have to sit with someone? And then also, if you can talk about the groups that you work with, for instance, say that maybe someone is a police who is deeply embedded in the ideology in America, right, around the criminality of Black individuals who feel that they can use the justification that they were afraid and all of those things. So can you say like what the 3 to 8 weeks look like? And then for individuals who are deeply embedded in the worst of America, right? Like how this could help those individuals.
Yeah, that's my prayer. Thank you for even mentioning that. Really, that's really my prayer. So I built this methodology based on a lot of tools that have been out there around mindfulness. So mindfulness-based stress reduction, for example, that have shown to be efficacious around other forms of addiction, from binge eating to stress and depression to chronic pain. So really using mindfulness practice, becoming aware of body sensations, emotions as means to really heal it. And what happens in that time is basically we're building new neurotransmitters, right? So the beautiful thing is our brains are plastic, this idea of neuroplasticity. And because it's been trained by the 5 causes of bias, it's basically been programmed into seeing Black and brown or any marginalized people a certain way. But the thing is, we don't have to stay with that. We could actually reform, particularly for those of us who don't have conscious biases, but have unconscious biases because we're part of the same conditioning, cultural conditioning. We can begin to change that underlying unconscious, storehouse that we have. And that's where daily practice is important. In mindfulness-based interventions, it's 8 weeks of daily meditation practice, 15 to 20 minutes. They do different types of practices that I adapt to, not just for personal healing, but collective and social healing, particularly across difference. And one of the courses, the programs that I've been teaching and have, built, it's called Breaking Racial Bias, where we apply PRISM and create a daily practice over 5 weeks. So every day, folks are doing 15 to 20 minutes. But the thing with Prism and breaking bias is this has to be complemented with knowledge. So for a lot of mindfulness-based practices, it's really just, we're just slowing down the nervous system, which is really important. But there's still a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and information gaps that are out there. So Ruby, you'd be surprised how many doctors, how many teachers, how many lawyers I've been with who believe that race is biological. That there's a fundamental difference between you and I at a human level because of our ancestry. So this is false information or information gaps. They were never taught the basics of, race has no fundamental racial, genetic or biological basis. And then what exactly is race? It's a story. So that's really important. We have to, so that's what breaking racial bias really does, is complements these daily practices to begin to shift, but also to give them, bite-sized information that is shame-free and psychologically safe, because this work can be a minefield and can bring up a lot for people. It's really holding that with compassion to begin to shift these ideas and to teach them that, hey, this is how you've learned these false ideas. But these are the correct ideas, and this are, of our common humanity. And then these are the tools we're going to use to really reduce bias. So yeah, we've basically been working for 10 years with professionals of all backgrounds, about 80,000 people at over 300 organizations, training them in these mindfulness-based tools, but also teaching them the ultimate truth of who we are as a species, and history, history of colonization, and enslavement from a global perspective, right? Because these are global issues, and what we can do. And for me, the work of breaking bias really begins at the individual. We need to break these biases within ourselves and connect with others who are doing the same, and then it's going to ripple out in shifting the collective consciousness.
I was listening to an interview that you did, and I can't remember the number, but you talked about how much money is wasted in our companies with bias, with racism, with having people on the margins, with not having diverse groups. As I mentioned, I do research on racial microaggressions and have talked to people, right, kind of who are on the margins, who try to put their gift and genius in the mix and be included, and pushed to the margins, shut down, not invited to even be in the place. So can you talk about the cost, right, of that?
Yeah, so this is a 2013 study done by the Kellogg Foundation and Alatrum Research Institute in Michigan. And they calculated, this was over 10 years ago, that racial bias alone costs the US economy $2 trillion annually. $1 trillion of thwarted performance and $1 trillion of just wasted costs. And you can just imagine how economists have calculated that from the micro level. Daily performance and productivity to the amount of time that's spent in conflict, amount of time thinking about being over vigilant, managing these crises, and then aggregate them as racial disparities, come about across industries, education, criminal justice, healthcare. So, but that's just one identity in one country. A similar study was done for OECD countries around gender bias, and they had calculated $6 trillion annually. So 27 countries calculating. So for me, I'm just we'll just think about the religious biases, other forms of identity-based biases. For those people that really care about money and capitalism, breaking bias is a business issue, right? It's entering into, it's not entering, it has already entered into the code for AI that's determining so many things about who's creditworthy, surveillance technology, how healthcare can be delivered to whom, whole host of flawed assumptions, that are rooted in bias, then magnified. So,
Right.
For me, this is one of the most important challenges we need to address as a human species in this century.
Yeah. I agree. The book, Automating Inequality, talks about some of
Yeah.
the things that you talked about, right? Like kind of having it built into the system. But then as I listened to you with those numbers, those huge, huge numbers, I'm thinking that's housing for everybody, right? That's free education. It's all of those things that we desperately need in society. And also and I don't even know if they have captured too the weight that you feel kind of when you're on the margins and the days that you take off, right? Because you don't even want to be bothered or you're feeling sad. Even I've talked to some students who talked about how they can't even focus on their homework, right? Because they have all this other background and things going on. And so I want to ask you also about what's your kind of vision? Like, where would you like to see your work go? You talked about the U.S. context. You talked about international work that you're doing. What would you like to see your work do in the future?
That's a great question. And before I answer that, I want to briefly touch on what you shared about, not being able to get out of bed. I mean, that's known as weathering for those folks that are interested. It's a really important concept, particularly if you have a marginalized identity. Those daily paper cuts, they're more than paper cuts sometimes, really accumulate into, life expectancy, whole host of physical, mental, emotional challenges. And I experienced them. Like, there were times where my body would just break out in hives, literally. And I would go to the doctor and like, what's going on? And they would do all the tests, 20,000 tests. Everything's negative. They're like, oh, it's stress. And I'm like, well, I'm not stressed. But of course, I wasn't noticing what was happening beneath the consciousness at the unconscious level. So weathering is really an important concept. And the other part of that is PRISM tools actually help reduce weathering and address it at a DNA level. Anyway.
Yeah, and can I ask you, like when you talked about whether I'm the poet laureate Urbana, Illinois 2024, which is amazing. I love it. So for those who've been following for years, they've heard me talk about this. But I wrote a poem about Sonia Massey, but I also talked about Fannie Lou Hamer and being beyond sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? Her famous statement. And you're right, like the book Weathering really breaks it down. And I remember reading the book and I would call some of my coworkers with tears in my eyes. It's like, oh my gosh, like it's this. And I knew a lot of it, but to have it concentrated, like broken down and it's so sad. And it also really highlights the need to have change, right? Because of the loss of lives, right, that is associated with the oppressions. I just wanted to add the sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I talk about being beyond sick and tired of being sick and tired of the killings of all of it.
I love it. And thank you for sharing that. And I think that's the gift, the non-monetary gift of things like poetry, right? We feel at our soul level. And I also love that you brought in Fannie Lou Hamer and really invoked her, because in that moment, you really practice perspective taking, which is imagining what it's like to be in the shoes of another, not just the marginalized, but those we look up to, in whose footsteps we follow, right? So how would Fannie Lou Hamer respond to this? We have that capacity, even just knowing a little bit about another human. We have that capacity, and that's perspective taking. So thank you for elevating that. In terms of my vision, it's basically what I shared. It's building a beloved community. Dr. King is one of the people that I really look up to. Dr. King, Thich Nhat Hanh, Fannie Lou Hamer, a lot of these civil rights icons in the US, but also in other countries, Aung San Suu Kyi in Myanmar, where I worked, Gandhi, where I was born in India. And I think for me, it's really about helping people make these qualitative and quantitative shifts within our lives and at our soul level by breaking biases. And and not just because we want to perform better, but because it feels good, because we want to be able to connect to ourselves and one another. And I really feel that for me, this work is really global. Of course, as much as there's so much suffering here in the United States, for all of us who are on the margins. But those same systems, are in place across the world, whether we're talking about Brazil or Mexico or Canada or the UK or Australia or India. And the labels might be different. Uganda, Kenya, right? And weathering is happening there. All sorts of harms are happening there because of someone's identity. And, I'm imagining that, hey, can we build a world where human beings can just be as they are in the fullness of their diversity? And that's kind of a vision I'm holding. And I also know that it's a big vision, and it needs to be held because I'm not holding it. Our ancestors held it. And I'm just doing my thing while I'm here, until the baton falls to the others. And the root cause of all of these forms of isms and phobias is what I call in the book exclusion consciousness. Or I use an indigenous word for it too that I love. It's an Algonquin word called wetiko, which is basically a mindset that is rooted in competition, in selfishness, in retribution, in cruelty. And when I did my research for my book, I realized that a lot of indigenous people in Turtle Island and North America, South America, where we are, when they first met Europeans who were coming here, they really referred to them as sick. They're sick. They're ill with this virus known as wetiko, because they were so focused on themselves, of course, and not just themselves. They didn't care about the animal world, the living earth. It was just about accumulation of power and money and fame. And that's exclusion consciousness. And for me, I think there's also the opposite of that, inclusion consciousness, which is what, Desmond Tutu called Ubuntu, right? Thich Nhat Hanh calls interbeing, this idea that we're ultimately interdependent, interconnected, and to appreciate that the only thing that's really real and what's going to get us there are emotions of cooperation, collaboration, compassion, and these, the prison tools to really transform the heart and mind for action. So that's the work, about shifting from exclusion to inclusion consciousness and feeding. There's a story, an indigenous story, that there are two wolves within us. One is rooted in exclusion consciousness, the other in inclusion. Which one will win? The one we feed. So the more of us who feed inclusion consciousness within ourselves and really be the change and lead by example, I feel like that's the world we'll create together.
And so we would also like to tell the audience about your bonus gift. You've offered a free gift of the introduction to your book, Breaking Bias. Yes. Great, thank you. And then just as a reminder to the audience, the bonus gift is available while your talk airs for free, or by purchasing the Collective Healing Conference All Access Pass, which includes all of the interviews and events, recordings, workshops, transcripts, and bonuses for 50% off during the conference. And then also people who want to know more about you can find information at anuguptany.com and bemorewithanu.com. And is there anything else you would like to share about this bonus gift?
Yeah, the only thing I would say about the bonus gift is that the introduction is where I bare my soul around my story. So you can learn more about my story in there. There's also a nice overview of the PRISM toolkit in the introduction, as well as the 5 shared agreements, which are really kind of our safety guidelines around doing this work, because this work can feel overwhelming, could be really hurtful. You don't want to see the wrong thing, think the wrong thing. But these 5 agreements will really be your saving grace as you deepen your own understanding of bias, break your own biases within yourself, and then begin to challenge the biases that exist in our society to really build a world where all beings belong in the fullness of their diversity.
Yeah, I love it. And do you mind just giving a little preview to the 5 shared agreements?
Yes, I can give a preview. So I'll give the first 2. How's that?
Okay, sounds good.
So whenever we're in a conversation around this with other beings, also with ourselves, using I statements. So this really begins to, center our experience without invalidating other people's experiences. Super important to build trust. And the second one is really commitment to dialogue. So sometimes, our thoughts become monologues and diatribes, but this is really a two-way conversation. And to do this really effectively, we have to remember to approach it with two aspects of dialogue, which is understanding and compassion. So really extending yourself and others grace in that process. But the other three, you'll have to read the introduction.
Yes. Well, thank you for that preview. And I think the perfect word to go out on is grace. And as you mentioned, that grace when you feel back, and the grace that we can show others, especially as we work to create a just society, an equal society, a joyful, a loving society, right?
Yes.
I think it will take tremendous grace and tremendous strength and a tremendous force as well to shift what we're seeing. So thank you for that word, grace. Thank you. And again, thank you so much. I have enjoyed talking with you. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
To learn more about Anu, please visit anuguptany.com and bemorewithanu.com. Anu has graciously offered our audience a free gift of the introductory chapter to his book, Breaking Bias. Kai-Cheng Tom is a certified somatic sex educator, qualified mediator, clinical hypnotherapist, and certified professional coach. She's the author of 5 award-winning books, and her work focuses on the intersection of social justice, pleasure activism, and transformative approaches to healing conflict. She is a noted speaker and practitioner of somatic wellness, healing, and group process facilitation.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Anna Molitor, one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest is Kai Cheng Tom, who I'm really excited to be able to speak with today. Welcome, Kai, and thanks so much for deciding to join us on this adventure.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here with you, Anna.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to what we're going to be speaking about. And I wanted to start, I've been immersed in your work. There's so many things to listen to, and your books, also many books. And I loved what Franny Choi said on the back of this. I think this is your newest book, right?
It is, yeah. It's the latest one. Falling
Back in Love with Being Human, Letters to Lost Souls. And it really resonated what Franny, a poet and essayist, wrote, that in these letters, Tom sends poems that read like prayers, rituals to lay down our collective hurts. I am grateful for these spells and balms, for the worlds of generosity this book dares into being. And if it's okay with you, I wanted to read just a little bit from your intro, because I feel, just in prelude to inviting you in with all your wisdom, I wanted to share a little bit here from your words that you're speaking about, this time of personal losses, and also what was going on collectively in the pandemic, and so much intensity in our communities. And you said it seemed like the worlds were falling apart personally and collectively, right? And you said, so I wrote as though I might be casting a spell or chanting a religious litany. I wrote as though poetry and prayer might mean the same thing, as if words might reconnect me with what I once considered my unshakable relationship with the human divine. I wrote to summon the language that might help me fall back in love with being human. I wrote my way through the question, what happens when we imagine loving the people and the parts of ourselves that we do not believe are worthy of love? And then on the next page, you say, this book is my act of prayer in a collapsing world, my devotion to the belief that we are all intrinsically sacred, my bridge back to hope. I hope it can be yours too. And yeah, I just wanted to start with that, and my own gratitude for you. In being so immersed in your work, I feel like such a kindred, you're a kindred soul. And I'm really happy we get to dive into a conversation about this and many other things that you're working with. And maybe with that, you could share with us a bit more about what your work is, how you came to it, whatever you'd like to say in this context also of collective healing, but we'll get into that more too.
Yes, thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Usually, I'm terrified to hear my own words read back to me, but you did it so graciously that I was like, oh, those are nice words. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Yes, happy to introduce people to my work. It's funny though, because I was just making a joke to somebody at a party that I'm one of those millennials who has this indescribable job that nobody can really understand. But I'm gonna try to see if I can synthesize it. I mean, professionally, I have a few different streams. So I'm an author in the literary sense. I write poetry, nonfiction, fiction, children's literature. I'm a little bit in every genre, as best I can be when it comes to writing. And then my other stream is somatic coaching, facilitation, sex education, all the many ways that there are to support human beings to feel more like human beings. I try to get into. My formal training is in clinical social work. I was a social worker for a long time before I shifted into more of a holistic kind of way of practicing. And I spent several years in public mental health in hospitals and community agencies before launching my own consultancy. When I'm pitching my work to organizations and to the people who who are interested in it, what I say is I like to work at the intersection of individual and collective change. Um, People sometimes ask, like, what's the connection between sex education and conflict work and leadership coaching? And I'm like, being a human, being a whole person, being somebody who is moving toward a better self in service of a better world. That's the connection to me.
Yeah, that's beautiful start. I love how, yeah, you're saying like this is embodied, like being an embodied human is essential, not this kind of split or role or ways that we've learned to not be whole humans. Like how has that been possible that we have learned to be not whole humans in our work and in our ways of being together in community? And yeah, following on from that, I'd love to hear a bit more like about this. Like you started as an artist, an advocate, a social worker, and can you just say more about your experience here of embodied trauma healing and how that fits in all those different ways of your life?
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's very interesting. The healer part of me was very late to the embodiment game. When I was a social worker, primarily working with marginally housed or homeless queer and trans young people, I was very much in the mind. I was doing psychodynamic psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, that sort of thing. And it was the poet and the author and the performer in me that knew about the body. And I didn't really know why the body was such a theme in my work, but it comes in and out over and over again, as it does in the works of many queer and trans and diasporic racialized poets. But I was like, I guess there's just this thing. I guess I'm interested in the body. I'm not really sure what that's about. And what happened is I started to work with a lot of highly traumatized young people. And I kept on hearing that the best way to do trauma healing work was through the body, through the body. There's this thing called body psychotherapy. And I was like, what's that? I guess I'll go check it out. So I went to a somatic experiencing training here in Canada, actually. And I was like, I guess, yeah, professional development. I'll get some skills and maybe a protocol, and I'll apply it to my work and it'll be great. And what actually happened is it totally changed my life. I was like, whoa, I have sensations in my body. I finally understand what those mindfulness people are talking about when they say, where do you feel that in your body? I used to get very irritated when people would ask me where I felt something in my body. Now I understand why that is. I was repressed. So it totally transformed my experience of life, actually. And long story short, I followed that road into many different worlds of embodied healing, embodied work. I studied with Kath and Jesse and the Institute for the Study of Somatic Sex Education, which is really about rediscovering our body's ability to live in pleasure, to feel pleasure, which is a revolutionary act. And I knew that I had to keep on following this path of embodiment, being in my body, because this thing that I thought was like just a professional development box that I was going to check so that I could work with my clients was actually something that was saving my life, that was making me more human, and I felt deeply that it is through the body, not just the individual body, not just the body of one person, but through the collective body, through the experience of living fully into the collective organism that is community and that is society. Only by doing this are we going to find our way to a better world. And I desperately wanted and still want to be a part of that.
Yeah, can you say more about this collective body and the way that you perceive that in our communities, or how you're relating to this collective body?
Absolutely, yes. I'm reminded of this beautiful quote that's burned into my brain It's a quote from another Kai, actually, the sociologist Kai Erikson, who wrote in the 1970s, I believe, about collective trauma. And what he says about collective trauma, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but he says, by collective trauma, I mean a blow to the connective tissues that connect us in our basic social lives so that I continue to exist, though damaged and afraid, and you continue to exist, though distant and possibly dangerous, but we no longer continue to exist as linked cells as part of a larger communal organism. So I first read that quote when I was 21, I think, and it sent a shockwave through me. It took a long time to really understand what it meant. But I always go back to this when I think about what is the collective body. The collective body is the experience of being part of something that is bigger than ourselves, not only in the sense of ideology. Sometimes people say, I want to be part of something bigger than myself, and it's like a political idea, which is great. But by the communal organism, I really think about us being linked cells. Like, really, when somebody is suffering, I feel it. When somebody is in joy, I feel it. When somebody else is in their pleasure, I feel that also. And so much of the dominant colonial, highly traumatized culture that we live in is about detaching from that, separating from that. All those people over there could be murdered in warfare. All these bombs are falling, across the sea. I'm not a part of that. I don't have to think about it. And it's like, of course we're a part of it. And we know that instinctively. I see all around me, people still haven't forgotten it, but we're struggling, right? Like the dominant culture is always saying, focus on making money, focus on doing your job, focus on being professional. And the collective body reminds us, that's an illusion. What is real is the experience of being in relationship with others.
Yeah, that's deeply touching. And yeah, I love that also what you shared of that quote. And we work a lot in this community. When you say that, like, I feel someone else, it's also like, yeah, feeling you. And also when we can feel ourselves felt by others, like that weaving of care, when I feel that, or you feel that you're felt by me and you're included, like, right, like what that healing element when we actually arise in each other with care. Yeah, so it's really, I love hearing it through your perspective too. And yeah, actually I pulled out something when I was reading your book, I Hope We Choose Love, a trans girl's notes from the end of the world. I wrote this down that you wrote, if you don't have healing relationships, you probably don't have a revolutionary movement. Is that fair to ask you to say more about that?
Oh, yeah. Wow. I remember writing that 10 or 11 years ago now.
How has that evolved?
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that was an angry young lady who wrote that. But absolutely, I'm happy to speak to that. What I was angry about at the time was what I perceived as social justice movements or progressive movements that ostensibly were aiming at creating a better world, but were doing so in a way that felt really not relational, or in some cases specifically damaging to relationship. In that time, I was surrounded by political movement that was about objective, like achieving something or getting somewhere. Of course, objective is extremely important when we're talking about political progress. However, the means of getting there could be deeply dehumanizing, right? Like we would shame each other for not being progressive enough. We would call each other out online. There were these sort of giant spectacles of activists trying to outdo one another. It felt so deeply antithetical to what we said we wanted to be doing. And I don't want to pin this all on the progressive left, by the way. Like I think that this phenomenon of being focused on people as product or society as product is endemic to most social movements or communities out there, whether they're right-wing or left-wing or something else, or religious or spiritual maybe. We tend to focus on making other people be more the way we think they should be. We objectify them. That's not relational. In fact, it is reminiscent rather, of the colonial way of being, which was about going into other people's lands and demanding that they change their entire way of life to be more like the colonist. And I still think we are doing this, colonizing the collective body, colonizing the mind, demanding that other people be our version or our vision of justice. When, once again, I think justice exists between people. Justice can only be defined collectively, or it isn't real. It's just more domination.
Yeah, I think you're speaking something really important, and I felt your brave voice to name these things. That, how are we dehumanizing each other, even as we're wanting to create much more safety and healing and well-being for people, especially in systemic oppression and things like that. And I'm curious, how you see, like, for someone who is experiencing systemic harm and all of that, and we're speaking about bringing more love and less of, how do we face those harms and hurts and make that change? How could you speak to someone who's experiencing that? When some of the corrective measures tend to be so punitive, and the cancel culture. And can you say a bit more about that? I also think you have this new essay out, The Village in the Woods, that's really quite powerful and beautiful. You're speaking to some of this as well. And so, yeah, just inviting you to share what you're seeing there.
Thank you for asking. Yes. Well, I mean, I think the good activist in me has to say, I do experience oppression, of course, and I'm a very privileged person. I've had a lot of educational access in my life. Lucky to be in a financially stable place right now, and so when I speak to my own experience of marginalization, it's not all that bad, and I am also a transgender woman and a racialized woman living in a time when homophobia and transphobia and controversy over trans people's participation in basic aspects of public life, for example, using public washrooms, and in some cases appearing on public streets, right? Our participation in public life is becoming increasingly a topic of controversy and very much sort of a tool in the political culture war. We have political candidates now using the so-called trans issue to try and stir up a frenzy among voters, right? Which is very scary, I have to say. Even 10 years ago, it wasn't common for me to be confronted by strangers on the street to demanding, that I tell them what my politics were around gender. And now this happens more and more, particularly when I travel to America. So, it's kind of scary. And all of this is an opportunity to practice what you were talking about, which is responding to people who are embodying collective trauma. They are embodying that split, that divide. They are not feeling my humanness inside of their own bodies. And it would be very easy, of course, to lose my own sense of those people's humanness in my body. It's very easy to lose a sense of someone's humanness when they're calling you slurs or throwing garbage at you, or demanding that you be barred from the public space. All of these things are, of course, temptations to let go of other people's humanity. And I will say that if I were a transgender woman of color who wasn't financially stable, who didn't have a safe home to come back to at night, then I probably would have a much harder time even holding on to the humanity of the other. But the privileges I have resource me to do what I want to do and mean to do, which is to never let go of the sacredness of the other. Because while it is very much understandable that in the wake of collective trauma, oppressed people would would want to or need to stop feeling or stop connecting to the oppressor. What I know is you cannot put out fire with fire. You can only put out fire with water. And in this way, collective trauma healing, political trauma healing, overcoming oppression cannot be done with hatred. Violence cannot be overcome with more violence, only with love. I deeply, deeply believe this. This is my spiritual and political devotion. And I think this is what I mean when I say like we need to have healing relationships. And when I say I want to start practicing the embodiment of the politics of love, we're not going to get anywhere if we don't start to understand how to hold on to other people's humanity. And it should not be the responsibility of oppressed peoples. And yet I also think that is the mission that some of us have been given in this life.
That really touches me when you say that. Yeah, because it's also, I mean, and also your embodiment practice and all of it, your connection to life and your embodiment practice shows, because when you're, potentially really in harm's way, like in a life or death way, to say, I'm not going to let go of the humanity of the other who is potentially harming me in many ways on many levels.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The words that are coming is it takes a big soul, and it also takes like a real practice of how do I address fear. And I imagine, because when we go into fight or flight, it's like our whole system is primed for something else, not for seeing that person in their humanity, but for survival, right? So I'm curious also, I mean, you've spoken to this, but maybe just if there's more you want to say about that, what it takes to live into what you're speaking about.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yes, I cannot emphasize enough that when I talk about this, I don't mean to be like in judgment of people who struggle. And also, I struggle all the time, not to dehumanize when I perceive others enacting injustice. I'm not like some saint, although I wish I was, but I am not. And so part of what it takes is some level of material resource, of safety, a place you can go back to, people you can go back to, a community that holds you. It is very, very difficult to practice love for the oppressive other, or simply humanizing the oppressive other when we don't have those very basic building blocks of nervous system safety. I would say, almost impossible, although I do see people do it. So we need those things. But beyond that, we also need practice and a loving web. Like I didn't come up with this idea of radical love, like that's an ancient idea. It's thousands of years old. And I'm lucky enough to have teachers in lineages that are in some cases thousands of years old, to pass along these ideas and these practices to me. And so I say this, if people are interested in this idea of the embodiment of revolutionary or radical love, I would say don't do it alone. It's very hard to do by yourself, particularly because in those difficult moments when we find ourselves confronted by the other, right? Like somebody who is saying or doing terrible things in front of us, we often are alone in that moment in a physical sense. And so we need to be building our overall experience of collectivity, so that we can carry our mentors, our teachers, our friends with us in spirit, in our somas when we are confronted by those moments. And then there is, of course, the level of individual practice. And I will just say, the practice I do most often is a bit of an adaptation of loving kindness meditation, which I know many people listening will be familiar with. My own version of this is I think about like a sacred place outside of time. I'm reminded of a poem by the poet Rumi. He says, beyond space and time, beyond, outside of time, there is a place beyond good and evil. I'll meet you there. I'm paraphrasing. And I like to think about this place beyond good and evil where we can meet one another as true human souls. And then I think about what would that place look like, in reality? What would it look like inside my body? What would it be like to carry that place inside of my body everywhere I go? That place outside time where all souls can be seen and held. And then I imagine that place expanding. I actually think of a forest when I'm thinking about this. I imagine that forest growing through my body. I feel it rooting into the earth, spreading toward the sky, widening out around me. And then I think about what would it be like for other people to come into my presence and be in that forest outside time with me. And I don't tell them about my forest outside time usually, but I try to embody that, extend that, as we would say in some somatic lineages. My hope is that when I'm practicing this, people who are around me feel met, whether or not they're seeing my forest. Because really, what I wish to embody is the kind of energy, the kind of relationship where I am always remembering my humanness and another person's or all the other persons. And because of that, they're reminded of their humanity too.
Yeah. Again, I'm just kind of making space for the transmission, what you're speaking, for us to also feel it, like what happens when when you're sharing that with me, when you're sharing that with us right now, like what's happening inside of us as you're speaking that like that you're including this subtle realm level of what's happening between us all the time and what we can animate together. And that, yeah, I also feel that you do extend that. It's like coming into, there's a certain energy of aliveness and potential, and also humanness, like a feeling of like, okay, we're sitting down together as humans, and in a sense, like there's less limitation on what can arise here and be met, and that we keep walking together, even if something may be a bit challenging arises, that it doesn't automatically mean one of us is out, right? That had that feeling and speaking Absolutely. To you and what you're speaking about.
Thank you for saying so.
And then we have a future, right? Then we have a future of working it out somehow.
Well, I just had a thought too about how daunting that can be, right? Like when I'm teaching or when I'm doing a public presentation, sometimes people will say, well, that sounds good, but it's so hard. And it is really hard. And also, I also hear sometimes that there are people out there that seem just impossible to extend compassion toward. And I would say it's important to begin with extending the compassion to ourselves first. Like, we've got to live in the forest outside time before we can bring other people into it. And then to think about maybe not the worst person in the world, but maybe people that we already love, who we already have disagreement with, right? Like the problematic uncle, right? Or something like that. Whoever it is in our personal lives already that we want to love, but find difficult. I think we need to begin there on the level of our day-to-day lives, rather than imagining could we extend radical love to the very worst people on the planet, right? We have to start close to ourselves. And then lastly, I'll just say, I like to joke that my spouse doesn't always feel it, like when I'm yelling at them to do the dishes, for the 100th time. And this is just to say, we also get to be human, which is to say imperfect in this practice. We once again really don't have to be saints. We just have to be ourselves, but on purpose.
Yeah, ourselves, but on purpose. Yeah. And you're making me think of something that I notice sometimes, and I wonder how you encounter this, that as we start to, it's like when we talk about transgression and we're talking about beginning to relate, like across some divide or something like that, I can sense that often we have a feeling like relating or connecting or being curious means somehow condoning or approval, or if I include you, it's a yes. Rather than that, like relating to you, I might have such a no. like such a deep, no. And I'm curious about you anyway. And I'm curious, yeah, I wonder how that lands for you, that somehow it feels like we need to uncouple that a bit, that I can relate to you without condoning anything or saying, yes, I'm a yes to how you are expressing yourself in the world. That's different than relating. And I wonder how you see that.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is key, to be able to say yes to you as a person, no to what you are doing, right? Yes to you as a potentially kindred soul, no to your political opinions if I am not in alignment with them. And I think this is the essence of real relationship, right? Because ideally, we're actually practicing this discernment all the time, when we're raising children or when we are in a friendship or an intimate partnership. Like already the idea, which is very difficult to put into embodiment, is to be able to say yes to this, no to that, right? Yes to this love, no to whatever you're doing that I don't like. Yes to being married, no to our conflict about the dishes, like something like this. I use these examples because I think already people have many opportunities to practice. And as we intentionally practice, we can kind of grow the muscle or grow the skill of doing outreach to people who might be very different from us or outside of our intimate circle or something like that. And in order to do this, I think we really also have to be practicing our ability to distinguish our sense of self from our control over another human being. If we think I will be bad because I have connected with or associate with this other person whose ideas or actions are bad, we're probably never gonna do it, right? We fear the shadow inside of our own bodies of the bigot or the sinner or whatever it is that we are seeing in the other. We fear the monster in ourselves that we see in the body of another, and for that reason, in order to do this connecting with other humans thing, I think we have to start practicing loving that part of ourselves that we fear.
That's great. That's also, where I was going next is you write about that also in this essay, The Village in the Woods, and the importance of integrating shadows and how, that we can cleanse and purify ourselves only in that kind of way. And this splitting and repression of what we see as kind of monstrous. And I just had some notes here about that. And you wrote, in practical terms, the integration of the shadow is the practice of compassionate awareness of the ways in which we are flawed, fallible, even dangerous. It's about respecting our own dangerous nature and coming to peace with it. And I love this. You said it's a practice of humility without humiliation. I wonder if you can just say a bit more about that in our collective spaces and how you see this, how this is a part of a potential for collective healing.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to tell a little tiny anecdote that hopefully is funny, but also is a little edgy, which is to say, there was a time when I was doing a lot of teaching in communities that were practicing somatics of anti-racism. So this is to say, groups of people who were really trying to use embodiment practice to bring more anti-racism into being in the world, which is a fabulous goal. Yes to anti-racism. There were many conflicts inside of these communities, which I suppose one might expect. And something funny and sad and mysterious and altogether human that I noticed is that sometimes the worst conflicts that I would see would be between the white folks in these groups. And often they were having conflicts with one another about each other being not anti-racist enough, right? Like white people being really mean to other white people, saying, you're the worst racist in this room, and usually it was over pretty small behaviors too. I'm not talking about people who were actively hateful. I'm talking about, sort of microaggressive behaviors. Mostly I found the people of color would be less angry about these small microaggressions than than the white people. And I was like, what's this about? And of course, I think to some level it was about shame. So, these were communities of white people who were already electively practicing anti-racism as best they could, which is great. And also communities of people who, by and large, felt a lot of fear about being, quote unquote, the racist. And so whenever they saw, quote unquote, the racist in another white person, they would lash out and in some cases humiliate those other people. And that humiliation, that anger, that attack, that you're a bad person, you're disgusting, that intensity was coming from shame, right? Not really truly a hatred of the other, but shame about oneself, right? Like being reminded of the capacity to be racist in oneself. And this is what's so important to me about humility without humiliation, is if we could actually all, white or racialized or whatever, if we could all actually look inside ourselves and find the capacity to be prejudiced, to be bigoted. And no, of course, it is not the same when a person of color has internalized racism as when someone who has racial privilege, a white person, has internalized racism. It's not the same in the world. But what I'm saying is if we are able to look inside ourselves and know that we all have the ability to be harmful, to be hurtful, to be oppressive, we are much less likely to need to humiliate others, punish them, and purify ourselves, or feel like we're purifying ourselves by attacking the other, because we have resolved that inside ourselves. And then the big curiosity is what becomes possible for trauma healing in the collective when we don't have to enact the psychodrama of our shame upon the body of the other, if instead we could look at others who are problematic, who are harmful, and see them as kindred, and find the capacity in ourselves to heal through connection.
Yeah, that's a wonderful story, and just highlights so much about the practice of building community. And I've also felt this, that it's more, I think Resmaa Menakem also speaks a lot to that for white folks to, learn to build a culture in which we are able to trust each other, to do the hard work that it takes, right? Because if we're just at each other, and I heard Angel Kyoto Williams said this once too, like if you are just at each other in the chat because you used the wrong word, how are we going to build a culture that can shoulder the real work of looking at what hurts and what is really our history and our current moment? So I appreciate you saying that, because I think it's incredibly important. And yes, the fear and the shame and the kind of, the making sure it's the other and not me, making sure that I'm a good, enforcer of what's right. That also becomes a code rather than a relational experience, where you see me, even if I make a mistake, and I see you, and then we talk about it and we figure it out.
Absolutely. Well, and now I feel a little compelled to bring the political right into it too, because it's not only the left that does this, right? I mean, I think it's very funny and sad again how there's this trope of the proverbial Republican senator or whoever who is campaigning very hard against gay rights, but then, at some point is caught in a hotel or something in a compromising situation with another man or with another woman. We see so often that the most vociferous opponents of gay rights or queer and trans rights are themselves hiding something, repressing something, ashamed of something, right? And trying to prove to themselves or to society how not gay or how not queer they are, by destroying, restricting, attacking others who remind them of themselves. And the potential here really is is to imagine if all those, again, hypothetical Republican senators or whomever, if they could liberate themselves, what would be possible for the collective if we didn't have all these legislators trying to legislate us off the planet, right? There's so much that becomes possible for freedom when we work with the shadow of our own shame. And it is everywhere around us, not just the left, not just the right. The desire to project and attack is everywhere. And I guess I'm just not into it,
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great, beautiful impulse. I also feel I want to, I took notes on what you bring in the end of the essay I was mentioning earlier, The Village in the Woods, about you have kind of a list of different aspects, like embracing complexity, expanding capacity, rethinking monstrosity. And people should go to that essay for a real in-depth look at that, what you're saying there, integrating shadows, transform rituals. You have as one, encourage heresy. That also gets fleshed out more in the article, and cultivating emergence. And yeah, I wanted to bring those in. I really was struck by, I was like, okay, this is a really important. I really loved how you put all those pieces in, and so maybe there's something you want to say about any one of those pieces, but I also really appreciated in the end this naming of cultivating emergence, which we've been a bit talking about, also the courage it takes or the practice it takes to be able to just lean into emergence, which is what's going to happen when we're truly in relationship and we're not just going by codes or by the group thinking or what I think I'm supposed to do. So yeah, if there's something else you want to say about any of those parts of what's involved in, building collective healing and being in movements that have that potential, I'd love to hear that.
Well, absolutely. Thank you for taking such a close read of that essay, by the way. I loved writing The Village in the Woods, and it's just so nice to know that there's someone out there really feeling it. Yeah, well, I would love to speak about cultivating emergence, and of course there are many fantastic writers and healers who are kind of focusing on emergence right now. I'm thinking, of course, about Adrienne Marie Brown, who wrote Emergent Strategy. Something else that people should check out if they're interested. But yeah, when it comes to cultivating emergence, as a practitioner of conflict resolution and transformative justice, I'm really thinking about a very particular kind of scenario. Where, for example, one might find oneself in a conversation with somebody who we disagree with, somebody who we find perhaps even a little reprehensible, or maybe it's someone that we love who has done something that we find objectionable or, again, reprehensible, right? There are unfortunately these moments where that does happen. Somebody we love has done something we don't like, or really, really don't like in some cases. And that urge to purify that we were talking about, the urge to say, oh, that person's trash and I'm going to get away from them, or call them out, or, even do something kind of more violent or worse, right? That comes from, to me, I really see that as coming from trauma thinking, from collective trauma safety reflex, right? Like if we fear that if we stay in contact with people who are quote unquote bad, then we don't know what's going to happen. And maybe they will pollute us somehow, or maybe they will hurt us somehow. Maybe we will become the monster somehow. Because the human body is famously, as many queer scholars have said, fluid. We're leaky vessels and we get into one another somehow. And so we resist emergence. We resist the sort of mysterious unfolding of what can happen between us and people who are different from us, because we want to stay safe. And trauma thinking, collective trauma patterning, is really about rigidity, like always the same as me, always predictable, always enclosed, always safe rather than free. We prefer safety to freedom in collective trauma body. And emergence is this ability, cultivating emergence is the ability to say, yes, I am a fluid being. I am like a permeable body that is affected by others. In fact, that is kind of what we want, because the experience of being permeable and affected by another body is the experience of intimacy, which can be the experience of love. We literally have to be permeated by the other to feel love. And when that happens, when that alchemy happens, we don't know what's going to come next. It's emergent, it's iterative. And if we come back to conflict and transformative justice and being with people who have, I don't know, harmful ideas or who have done harmful behaviors, the reason to stay, the reason to, if we can stay in those relationships is, first of all, we might someday be the harmful or problematic one. And I think we would all like to be held in the body of community nonetheless, but also because we haven't solved this problem of harm or human conflict or oppression yet. We haven't actually managed to do it through creating rules or punishing people. We build more and more prisons, and yet the harm still happens in increasing numbers. So we need emergence. We need the miracle of something happening, and we don't know what it's going to be. We need that thing that can unfold when people who have hurt each other try to work it out. Again, in safe enough conditions. We really need that mystery and that magic. And in order to do that, it takes our individual practice, our individual healing. It takes collective support, collective healing, and it takes the intention to reach into that which is mysterious and unpredictable for the sake of giving birth to a new world.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like we're just standing on the ground when you say like it hasn't worked, and we need the thing we don't yet know, right? The mystery. We need that because it's not working the way it's going. Yeah. The time is flying so fast. I have so many other things I would love to speak to you about. But let's see. At this point, I'll come back. We'll ask you for maybe a poem and any other thoughts you have. But I also want to make sure that everybody knows that you are going to also leave us with a bonus gift, and you've offered a free gift of the Somatic Shadow Meditations, 3 audio recordings to uncover your somatic shadow and unlock its hidden strengths. And I wonder, I'll say a bit more about that, but I wonder if there's anything you want to share about that.
Thank you for asking. The Somatic Shadow Meditations are a little gift that I'm very excited about. For years and years, actually, I have been dreaming about like how can storytelling and language and embodiment practice and the imagination all come together in the work of healing the individual and the collective. And well, I haven't actually really solved that riddle perfectly, but in the years intervening, have done a lot of study in clinical hypnotherapy, the Jungian practice of active imagination, and of course, somatic practice. And so that all comes together in this small attempt, which I hope will also, in some ways, be profound for those listening. The Somatic Shadow Meditations, they are archetypally oriented, image-based guided audio meditations that listeners are invited to take themselves into at their own pace. It's sort of like a choose your own adventure style of guided meditation where you will be facilitated to explore the depths of your own inner world in a gentle, sensory, embodied way, to invite in the place where the shadow might live in your body. So those pieces of ourselves that we are pushing away or trying to get rid of, always trying to say, I'm not that, I'm not that, I'm not that, I won't be that. This meditation series is a little invitation to say hello to the shadow in the body, and maybe even offer that shadow some love, some compassion, for the sake of reclaiming wholeness in our bodies, and in so doing, maybe even reclaiming more wholeness for the collective or wholeness for the world. So really, ideally, in practicing the somatic shadow meditations, you will get a richer and deeper sense of how in your own bodies you resist or repress the wounding in the world, and then a pathway, a doorway to reclaiming that part of yourselves with empowered choice and voice and self-love.
I'm excited. I can't wait to experience that myself. And I love just feeling like, oh, the way that you as a facilitator, I've also been in some of your experiences, and I can feel like, oh, our audience, also people listening, that it'll be wonderful to really feel that way you guide that experience and transmit something. It's beautiful. And so, yeah, to everybody who's listening, this is going to be, this gift is available while Kai's talk airs for free. And then by purchasing the Collective Healing Conference All Access Pass as well, which includes all the interviews and event recordings, workshops, transcripts, and bonuses. And it's 50% off when you get that during the conference. And Kai, so people can learn more about you and your work at ariseembodiment.org. Is that the best?
That's
or
right.
Would you like to say anything else about where they can find you?
Oh, ariseembodiment.org is my website. That's fabulous. And yes, I'm on various social media platforms at various times. Looking forward to connecting with people online.
Great. Yeah. So I would love if you would would you be willing to read the poem here? Trauma is not sacred first. It's also one of the things you are in the world as a poet. And so I'd love to hear from you in that way too.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking. You know, it's so funny. I wrote this poem, I think probably in the middle of the night or the wee hours of the morning when I was like in my very early 20s. It's published in my first poetry collection which is called A Place Called No Homeland. And, you know, it's so funny. Like early 20s-year-old person had no idea what she was saying, really. Like it was all just flowing out. And I look back at it now and I'm like, yeah, okay. She had something.
Did.
So I'll read that now. So this is Trauma is Not Sacred. Trauma is not sacred. Violence is not special. Pain is not holy. Suffering does not make angels. Abuse defines no one. You are more than the things that hurt you. You are more than the people you have hurt. Do not make an altar to your woundedness. Do not make a fetish out of mine. A body belongs to no one. A memory is not made to be eaten. Does it titillate you to hear about assault? If I told you my story, would you swallow it whole? If I confessed my sins, would you feed me to the beast to purge your own? I will show you mine if you show me yours. We have all seen the darkness. Now give us the dawn. Tell me about the joy you keep in the hollow spaces between your bones. Tell me again how you laughed when you realized you were not wholly unlovable. I'll tell you again how I cried when my best friend told me I was not a bad person. Remember how we used to count the lines on our palms when we were little. How we used to try to read the future for its gifts. How we used to make lists of the things we would dream of when finally we were free. I will make you a list of the things I am grateful for. I will sing you a litany of reasons to be alive. I want to know the songs you wake up for in the morning. I want to marvel at the unbelievable graciousness of your being. I know that I am capable of pouring love like lavender oil into your cupped palms. There is forgiveness like honey pooled in the chambers of our hearts. You are the thing I am most grateful for. All bodies know how to heal themselves, given enough time. All demons carry a map of heaven in their scars. Beneath the skin of every history of trauma, there is a love poem waiting deep below.
Thank you so much, Kai. I'm so grateful that you could be here and share with the people who come to this conversation and through our community. And I'm grateful also for your influence just in my work and how I can feel you're weaving your wisdom here. And I hope that our paths continue to cross and the work that we do here in collective healing, you're a part of that. Part of this summit is weaving like the many cultural workers and all the different ways that we're contributing to this fabric. And it's just really a delight that you're here with us. Thank you for that generosity. And if there's anything else you'd like to say as we're closing.
Just a deep thank you of my own to you, Anna, and to everyone who is a part of this fantastic conference. It's all about the collective for me. I feel the real sacredness in what's happening here. I'm so delighted and excited to get to be a cell in this communal body that we're building together. And I'm just dreaming of what's to come. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you. And to all of us who are here listening, just like, thank you for participating, all of us, in whatever just happened as we were here together in this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To learn more about Kai and her work, please visit ariseembodiment.org. Kai has graciously offered our audience a free gift of the Somatic Shadow Meditations, 3 audio recordings to uncover your somatic shadow and unlock its hidden strengths. Mathieu Lefebvre is the co-founder and CEO of More in Common, a nonprofit working to understand the forces driving us apart, find common ground, and bring people together to tackle shared challenges. He was previously a co-founder of Make.org, one of the largest civic tech companies in Europe, and led a think tank on the future of global cities. Mathieu also served as a political officer in the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operations.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Thomas Hübel, and I am the convener of the conference, and I'm very happy to be sitting here with Mathieu Lefebvre. Mathieu, a warm welcome to our conference.
Thank you.
As we already talked a little bit in our pre-conversation about that, I think we share some mutual interests, and maybe let's start a little bit with your current interest, and then we'll dive deeper into your work. But I find it always exciting to talk about where is our creativity most alive, right now. Where do we feel that's my leading edge? Even if I do what I do 25 years, there is something where I feel really that captures my creativity or my agency. And maybe you'll share with us a little bit, what's that for you right now in your work?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. And very happy to be here, Thomas. And thank you for the invitation. I'm looking forward to a good conversation. My leading edge and my passion right now is very close to the core of the work that we do, which we'll be talking about, which is that I observe the world around me, like you and all of the people who are listening to us. And it looks like a field of ruins, really. Our ability to come together to solve shared challenges has been really damaged by years of polarization and division. We work mainly in Europe and in the United States, so I'll speak only about those 2 places. But it just seems that polarization and division is growing stronger. So a bleak picture. Really, but where my passion is to show that people are actually better than that. They are better than the image we see in the mirror. It's like a distorting mirror, like in a hall of mirrors in an amusement park. The image that we see on social media, on TV, is much uglier and more violent and more divided than what we really are. So very much my passion at this moment is to show that there is this gap between reality and the perception and the image we are seeing of ourselves. I think people are kinder, more compassionate, more ready to embrace nuance and complexity than you would think if you were an alien landing on planet Earth and you looked at social media or cable news television. We are better than that image. And so my passion is very much about proving that, about showing that actually people are much better than the image we're giving off of ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, fantastic. So let's say 2 things. I'm interested. You said 2 things that kind of create a little bit like a split. Like you said, on the one hand, we are drifting apart more and more, but actually we are better than that. And I'm curious, what's the root cause for both? Like, what makes you think that we are better than that? Like, how do you, because that sounds amazing. And then why do you think we are drifting more and more apart? Why does polarization get stronger? I mean, what are the root causes, in your understanding, that create that phenomenon that we are seeing all over?
Yeah. So let's take the two parts, one after the other. So the first one is, why does it appear, at least, that we are drifting apart and we're more polarized? I mean, in some way, that the answer to that question is obvious to anyone who lives, whether in Europe right now or in the United States, but also in India and Brazil. I mean, we appear to be divided on every issue. We're speaking just less than 48 hours after an assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. And that's a symptom of the violence of the division in the United States, but the same is true in many other places. It appears that we are more polarized and more divided than ever before on every possible topic. If you think back to COVID, COVID was a global pandemic that, for a brief moment, people like me probably naively thought it would unite us. There is a theory that said that all we needed to be united was a common enemy. Well, we were given one. Brilliant common enemy, a disease. Well, even that became very divisive. Wearing a mask, getting a vaccine became a source of tension and division. Whatever your views are on that, it's just a fact that we have a capacity to be divided on almost anything. The war in Gaza divides us. Climate policy increasingly divides us, when we thought for a short bit that it was going to be a great uniter. Views on religion seem to divide us. And so on the surface, at least, there seems to be growing division. Worse than that, there's what scientists call, social scientists call affective polarization. Affective polarization is a kind of tribal phenomenon where winning for your team becomes more important than the subject of whatever you're discussing. It doesn't matter what you're discussing. What matters is to win for your team and to beat the other side, like a sports team. It doesn't matter if you're playing well or if you're doing something terribly wrong. What matters is to win, and that's affective polarization. And I think the reason why we're seem to be caught in a trap of polarization is this affective nature. You're either on my side or you're against me, and there's nothing in between. So it just seems on the surface that we are increasingly polarized and divided, and that any topic falls victim to this phenomenon of polarization and division. So that's the bad news. On the one hand, we seem to be more and more polarized. But the good news is that partly that's not true. Partly that's a staged polarization. It's given to us to be seen as a show. So the organization that I co-founded 8 years ago now is called More in Common. And what we do is we do very large-scale opinion surveys of people. And we've surveyed hundreds of thousands of people at this stage in surveys and focus groups and different interview techniques. And across a wide number of topics, what we see is that people actually have a lot more in common than what you think. That's obviously the name of the organization that I founded, but we have data to prove it. So I'll give you two quick examples. One is the war between Israel and Hamas, which has been a hugely divisive issue all over the world. If you look at the news or cable TV or social media, you would think that there are two sides to this battle. You would think that there's one side that is entirely pro-Israel and one side that is entirely pro-Palestine and Palestinians. But in fact, when we do surveys, we see that that's not true. We did a survey recently in France, and of the 70% of people who say that they are very worried about Israeli civilians in the conflict, the overwhelming majority is also worried about Palestinian civilians, which is both obvious and the human thing to do, and also not what you see on the news. And I'll give you a second example very quickly on police brutality in the United States and in Europe. We're also told that there's a pro-police camp and there's a pro-minority youth camp. And those two things are in opposition. The reality is that most people who are concerned about the treatment of minorities by the police in places like the United States also think the police have an important role to play. It's not either or. And so, in fact, on so many topics, we see that actually people refuse that binary nature of polarization. But the problem is that that nuance and that complexity just doesn't make for very good TV or doesn't really work with social media algorithms. So both of those things are true. We appear to be more polarized, and we actually are much less polarized than we appear. That true requires nuance and complexity to understand that both of those things are true. But of course, and we can talk about this if you'd like, the danger is that fiction often becomes reality. If you start believing the fiction that we are very divided and polarized, that can become reality, and that can be very, very dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to talk about this. So what I hear you say is actually, just for me to reflect that a little bit back. So what I hear you say is that yes, we become more and more divisive, but actually, like a bigger part of the divisiveness is a result of social media, and all kinds of news outlets that actually display that much more than what you find in your surveys. That's basically what you're saying.
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, there's something about, polarization and division is not new. Since our human adventure started, people have experienced division and polarization. So, arguably, there's a case to be made to say that there's nothing new happening here. What is new is the impact of social media. I think that is the defining factor. Social media is designed in a way to pull you into more and more extreme views. So it sort of pulls poles apart further and further and makes it much harder to listen and to understand the other part of the argument. And it creates something that we've studied in the United States, which we've called perception gaps. So perception gaps essentially, and we've published a series of reports called Perception Gap. And perception gaps essentially measure the difference between our perception of the views of our so-called opponents and the reality of their views. So, for example, in a two-party context, you might ask Party A, what do you think supporters of Party B think about immigration? And then you measure that perception with the reality. And what we find is that there's enormous perception gaps. We tend to exaggerate the extremity of the views of our so-called opponents. So it's good news. That means that our views are by and large more similar to those of our opponents than we think. And so then we did another layer of analysis, was to try to understand, well, why are there so many perception gaps? And the more you're active on social media, the bigger your perception gap, the bigger your misunderstanding of the other side is. So I think there is I'm not saying anything that's not, obvious to people, to you and to people listening to us, but it is very true that social media exacerbates polarization in a very dangerous way.
Mm-hmm. And did you? I'm curious now. My research mind is like, did you make any surveys, like what's the effect of people consuming more social media on their, like how it changes their views, or how resilient, let's say, or steady this less polarized view is, even under the influence of social media?
So, I mean, the research is not definitive and not very clear on this point on the net impact of social media on social life in general perceptions. However, we have showed that people who post what we call political content, which isn't about politics, it's just about sort of marginally political content. It's not partisan content, it's political in nature. People who tend to post that kind of content on social media, they feed the algorithm with a point of data that means that they will get more content like that. And generally, if they have a marginally formed view on one thing, it will feed them something that reinforces that view. And our research shows that people who post that kind of content, they tend to have a bigger perception gap than people who don't. So if you consume social media, particularly to talk about politics, then the distortion mechanism that I was talking about, the distorted mirror in the amusement park becomes more distorted than people who don't do that. Now, there are also behaviors that reduce perception gaps and polarization. For example, people who consume local news and local newspapers, they tend to have a more accurate description of the views of the other side. So there's perceptions that extend the gap and perception and behaviors that reduce the gap.
Mm-hmm. So what do you feel is, or what do you think is now the impact of that research? So you said you surveyed hundreds of thousands of people. So that's already, and I assume that it's through all kinds of demographic layers or societal layers. So it's a pretty comprehensive understanding of society, at least in the locations you did it in. And now, what do you feel you think is the impact that can have, or what's the feedback mechanism into media and social media landscapes? Because you created some meaning here, which is very beautiful. I mean, you came up with something that I think is a great message for us to hear. So how does this feed back into the social media landscape? Like it's kind of a feedback mechanism that could create now some correction functions and say, listen, the polarization is more unhealthy for society and public health. And the feedback back into the social media system is actually a corrective function, like in the body. If you have a hormone that goes up and you have so it keeps it in balance. And how do you see that process?
I think one can start to take your image of the body. One can start to develop antibodies just as the fever is still rising. And I hope that we're there. I hope that slowly we are realizing, not so slowly actually, we're realizing that this is not, these behaviors, whether it's social media consumption, the way we think of other people, the way we've stopped listening to one another, are very unhealthy for our social body, our general body. But the polarization and the division is continuing to rise. Both of those things will happen at once. The question is, can we accelerate the development of our antibodies? And here, there is good news. In the United States, in More in Common's work, we've talked about a group called the exhausted majority. And the exhausted majority is somewhere between a very progressive activist segment and a very conservative and closed segments. Both of those segments are opposed politically, but they're very active. They dominate the conversation. But together they represent really a minority of Americans, So the vast majority is in the middle between these two poles. And there are many differences between different groups in that middle. But one thing they have in common is that they are exhausted by the polarization. That's why we called them the exhausted majority, which is a term that has since gone viral and been used by many people in the United States, including politicians who invariably start to say that they are fighting for the exhausted majority. But the thing they have in common is a realization that this polarization and this division is bad for them, bad for their families, bad for the country. And so realizing that this is bad for us, realizing that we misunderstand the other side, all of those things I think are a really important starting point for the production of the antibodies. But I'm also under no illusion that we are faced with sizable economic and political powers who have an interest in polarization. To name just two, one is, social media platforms. They have developed, they are profiteers of polarization, some of them, not all of them. They profit from this polarization. So that's their business model. Their whole business model is based on this generation of content of that you really want to see, etc. So they are Goliath, and we are a tiny, tiny little David. And then, of course, there are, foreign powers who can seek to use this polarization to destabilize another country. To destabilize another country, you don't need to persuade them that you're right. All you need to do is just destabilize them, confuse them, make them doubt about everything. So I'm hopeful that the realization is growing, but I'm also not naive about the size of the political, geopolitical, economic interests on the other side.
Yeah, I was going to say that on the one hand, all these factors, and there are maybe some more that want that polarization to continue, actually need that polarization to continue. I'm wondering if you look in society or into life, and you see that if something happens in life, there's always like a reason for it to happen. What in your understanding, when you studied this a lot, like what do you feel is the function of polarization in society? Like, is it something entirely detrimental, or do these poles, like out of some reason, polarization emerged, and like it's here, and it's part of humanity's history for a long time. So, is there any intelligence in polarizing? Does this serve anything in the society, or is it just like a symptom we want to get rid of?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think polarization is a little bit like cholesterol. There's good polarization and there's bad polarization. Like there's good and bad cholesterol. I am not here to argue that we absolutely all have to get along and agree about everything. Absolutely not. Division, a strong opposition of views, all of that is very healthy. In whatever political system you operate in, but particularly in a democracy is based on forms of divisions and disagreement. That is not at all what I'm saying. What I'm also not saying is that it's urgent to sort of come to some weak compromise or lowest common denominator about everything from immigration to taxation. Not at all. I am very much in favor of healthy disagreement. But I think to borrow the phrase of a really good initiative in the United States, we need to know how to disagree better. We need to know how to disagree well again, because there is also bad polarization. There's that affective polarization, which is just essentially tribal in essence, of like, I want to win against you at all costs. It doesn't matter what you say or what you think. I just want to beat you. And there's something in that affective polarization that is genuinely bad. And I think really, really destructive. I'll give you two examples of why I think that is. The first one is that I started my career before we started More in Common. I worked in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations of the UN. I worked with the Blue Helmets for 5 years. And I lived in Afghanistan for 3 years. I was the head of the office of the UN in the tribal area on the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which is really Taliban heartland. I worked in Syria, and I saw Syria descend into to civil war. And I kind of experienced what it means to see a country descend into civil conflict. And that is the product. No civil war has ever been sparked or extended without that fuel of effective polarization, of just making a large group of people persuade that they are better than the other side, so much so that the other side has to be exterminated. So the bad kind of polarization is quite bad. Now, I'm not here to say that, Western Europe is about to become Aleppo or Damascus. That is not what I'm saying. But we are taking a path that can, if you project your thinking out a few years, could lead us down the path of social conflict. So that's one reason why there's a bad polarization, is to avoid war, really, is what we're talking about. And it's interesting that, I don't know if you saw the movie Civil War, which was, was a big hit in the global box office. I think last time I checked, it was like number 12 on the global box office this year.
It's on my list. I didn't have time yet.
It's really good. I highly recommend it, but it's also terrifying that it's so close to reality that it's not for nothing that people are going to see films about a civil war in places like the United States. So that's one reason why there's some bad polarization. But then another reason, which is even more existentially important, is that, humankind, the women and men and children who make up humankind, are faced with challenges that are perhaps on a scale that's not comparable to any other time in human history. The climate emergency is first and foremost, but there are others. The threat, the opportunities, but also the threat posed by artificial intelligence and so on. There are many others. We're simply not going to be able to solve these problems if we are so divided and we can't agree on anything. And I think that's where the bad kind of division and disagreement, the bad kind of polarization, can really lead us to ruin.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree. And so let's dial it back for a moment, and then we go to what you just mentioned, like climate change, for example. But René, I'm curious how you see, where is the good polarization turning into bad polarization? So how can we define certain qualities that would say, like, this part of polarization is actually a healthy dynamism in a society that keeps the societal evolution going? And then there is a fault line, and then when we cross that fault line, then it actually becomes destructive somehow. Do you have some parameters that would indicate, okay, this is polarization that is actually more healthy, and it's a dynamic process between people? What are qualities that you would give that kind of polarization, so that we can see, we can learn to distinguish these two and say, okay, this is one and this is the other? How would you say that?
Well, I think that probably depends on each sort of cultural context, but there seems to be one sort of attribute that I think is worrying, is sort of what's called intergroup contact. So intergroup contact basically describes how many people do you know or are you in contact with that are not part of your group, not part of your in-group? So, social scientists refer to in-groups and out-groups. And when there's very little intergroup contact, then I think that's quite worrying, because it suggests that sort of hardened groups have formed. And that leads you down the path of what I was describing earlier, which is this tribal version of polarization. It doesn't matter what we think or what we do. The most important thing is to beat the other team. So societies that have more intergroup contact, whether it's through school or housing, or the organization of housing or social clubs or sports teams, or, Robert Putnam, the great American scholar, had published this very important book called Bowling Alone. When people start to not really have that much group interactions with people who are different from them, but also when people start to have fewer and fewer interactions. I think this is also linked to a crisis of loneliness, which is happening all around the world. But I think when there's less intergroup contact, that's quite worrying. That tells me you're drifting from one kind, from sort of healthy disagreement into that. The other thing is, and this is hard to measure, but I think it's close to the work that you do, which is it's really about listening. I very often tell this story that in our research, we conduct focus groups on a variety of topics all over Europe and the US. And as is common practice, we pay participants a little bit of money to join a 2-hour focus group to talk about climate change or the cost of living crisis or the elections or whatever. And very often what happens at the end, so a focus group is, for people who don't know, is generally 8 people, and you talk about a wide range of topics for 2 hours. These are people who don't know one another. And what very happens at the end of these focus groups is that people say, that felt really good. Like, I haven't really spent 2 hours talking to people I don't know about stuff in decades. And so what very often, almost all the time, they say, thank you. They say, really, thank you for doing this. It feels good to talk about stuff. And then it happened to us just last week. Participants sometimes say, can I please come back tomorrow? But you don't need to pay me. I'll come back for free. I just liked the experience. And so I think there's also kind of a crisis of loneliness, but also listening. Like the quality of people's ability to listen, when that quality goes down and when people don't feel heard or listened to, then that's an indicator that you're going to a dangerous place.
Mm-hmm. No, this sounds very lovely, and I mean it resonates very much with the work that we are doing. That's right, and also what I hear you say is that actively looking for diversity in all kinds of forms, and that we as citizens are really interested in diversity, and it's not just being served to us, that we are actively looking for opposing opinions and see how they feel and listen to people and being curious. That's actually a healthy social immune system that creates those antibodies that I think you talked about.
But one of the problems is that there are bigger sort of socioeconomic dynamics that are preventing that diverse contact. There's a great book written called The Big Sort, which explains how in the United States over the last few decades, people have started to move from mixed neighborhoods to a very homogeneous neighborhood, socioeconomically, in terms of income levels and education levels. And so that has created a sort of a blue America and a red America, and so the problem with that is that even if you want to meet people who are different from you, it just so happens that you wake up one morning and all of your neighbors are kind of like you. And so you think, well, I don't know where all the other people have gone, but they're not here. And so that's where things like school districts and housing policy are really, really important.
Yeah, beautiful, lovely. So it's kind of a personal and a systemic or structural thing to think
exactly.
about how to enhance this immune system that we are talking about, these antibodies that keep the democratic process or society more healthy.
Yes. I mean, I think there's really things that each of us can do to fight these dynamics. Look for, people who are different from you in your company, in your gym, in your sports club, in your school. That intergroup contact can happen everywhere. I mean, getting off our phones is a good start. Social media is not good for us, but also the phone is just absorbs us and cuts us off from other people. So there's lots of things people can actually do.
Yeah, right. Very much so. So what I hear you say, on the one hand, actively engage. There are many things you can do to I also feel that when I listen to you, when you talk, then I feel like it creates immediately more oxygen. It's kind of feels fresh and the air feels fresher. And it feels interesting because it sparks our curiosity and also our learning, I think. And we all know that social media and our phones create this kind of suits, the suits of homogeneity or like sameness. And so getting off that is very helpful. And then I'm curious. This is a very interesting conversation. Like I love what you're bringing, and I think it's very interesting to get this more out, like all the things that you found through your surveys that actually contradict a bit the main information. I'm curious now, because to me it seems whenever, and you said it before, because we assumed that COVID would maybe create more togetherness, but it didn't. So on the other hand, we could say every time there's a bigger collective stress factor that touches the collective, like the society, the societal body, it might reinforce this kind of fragmentation. And I'm wondering now how you look at it. Let's say climate change. You mentioned it before, and there are others, but let's stay with one for a moment to make it more simple. When there is a stress factor coming that is kind of continuously turning up, literally and metaphorically, the heat in the system. So basically, the resilience that we have is going to be challenged more and more. So isn't that a natural way into a deeper and deeper fragmentation? And isn't that a natural way segue into, like what you mentioned before with the movie, the Civil War? Like you said, okay, we are not in Aleppo, and at the same time, it's not so far out. And there is a very concrete stress factor that is gonna turn up the heat, and like we are turning up the heat in our own water. So isn't that naturally going there? And if so, maybe not. I'm curious what you're saying. And if so, what do we actually have to learn or evolve into or express in a new way not to go there, even if that stress factor is there? So I'm curious about your take on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm an optimist, but sometimes it's hard to be an optimist. So there's no doubt that the stress placed by the growing threat of that climate change poses to our societies, to our livelihoods, to our food, to it's massive, and it's so multidimensional. Perhaps a problem with that threat is that it still feels very distant for so many people. So making it present is a real challenge. And I think a mistake that has been made for too long is to describe global goals, 1.5 degrees at the 2050 horizon, which is both scientifically enormously important and feels so far removed from the lives of so many people who say, I don't know what 1.5 degrees means. Doesn't sound like a lot. 2050 is like, most people have difficulty making ends meet at the end of the month. So 2050 really sounds like, I have no idea. So I think the climate movement has done a much better job at making things a bit more closer to talk about food and to talk about people's livelihoods, etc. So that's helped. But certainly, it presents a challenge to us like never before. So, but I still think that we can have the capacity to come together to solve those challenges, but there will still be tension and disagreements and about how we deal with this, and there still will be sort of winners or losers from these transitions. But I think there's just a way to lower the temperature on the sort of social temperature, not the temperature of the earth, but lower the temperature on polarization on so many of the other issues that, frankly, we shouldn't be arguing about. I mean, arguing about COVID vaccines or masks sounds, to me at least, that's just my opinion, that was not necessary. That was entirely avoidable kind of disagreement. We should be focusing on other things that are really existential and really sources of disagreement. So, but I agree with you that's why there's urgency to this work. Because, as I was saying earlier, I really fundamentally believe that we will not be able to tackle the shared challenge of climate change if we continue to be this divided. We just won't make it. So it's very urgent.
I completely agree with you, and that's why I find it very interesting to look with you, because if migration or forced migration through climate, like it's gonna get more and more hot on all levels, and I think if we are that divided and we don't make it into a new level of global collaboration, local and global collaboration, I agree, then that's so there is something that asks for some kind of evolution or some kind of development or maturation that I think is needed.
I really do think that the kind of techniques and framing and thinking that you bring through the understanding of trauma is very helpful and is very relevant here. And my own wish is that it moves into institutions. It's brought down to people, because I think just like listening is very much a skill we need to develop. I'm in favor of like learning how to listen, teaching kids how to listen in school. But I'm also very much in favor of bringing the kinds of tools that you've developed into everyday life, because they're very important. They're not just some sort of fringe thing. They are very important to institutions, to government officials, to companies, to all of that. I think there is a part of the answer is there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think so too. And that trauma informedness doesn't mean that everybody needs to become a specialist or an expert. We can create collective competence that can take care of some of the principles that we, like a collective, can take care of. Right, I agree.
Totally. And we've seen in our work how, crises that are unaddressed, they sort of avalanche into the next problem and the next problem. And what everybody feels is that over the last 5 to 10 years, there's just been an acceleration of crises. We've had COVID and political uprisings and traumatic elections, and then wars, and the return of the threat of nuclear war in Europe, and an acute cost of living crisis, which was very traumatic for so many, and they just keep coming so close. So it's really interesting because for example, if you think about the financial crisis of 2008, 2007, that left so many people traumatized. They lost their houses, etc. And that was never addressed. And that then festered into the wave of populism that we saw in the late 2010s in Europe and in the United States. And that is going to create the next thing. So at least becoming aware of that is really important.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think we are not good as societies yet in making spaces, creating spaces where we can digest those crises and integrate their impact. If we had a system, if something happens to you and then you have a space that you yourself or somebody listens to you deeply and you share whatever, you start moving that pain or whatever it is, and it can develop, it can change and be digested. But the digestion, like society is like eating without digesting. And then we wonder, like, how many COVID integration spaces did we have? How many did you see? I didn't see many spaces where people come together and said, we had a global pandemic, we had a crisis, we were very divided. Let's stop for a moment and create a space where we just listen. What you did in the focus groups, like just to listen to each other and create a space. And that would help us to digest it. And so it would not linger around so long, because it would, become an integrated part of our experience. And so I think these spaces are very important. And as you said it beautifully. We are accumulating more and more stuff, and then it becomes an avalanche that slowly keeps coming down the mountain,
Yeah,
and it's more and more destructive.
I agree. We also need to kind of change the culture where it's not valued to sort of stop and take stock and listen to one another. We're still in a different kind of culture, which is why I think also a big part of the solution is just to value different things in one another, but also in leaders. I think, valuing creating those spaces is not currently valued in our leadership model, which is still very kind of old school, it feels like, which puts a premium on doing stuff and just do more stuff. And I think that needs to change too.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And also, like, the more we learn about the nervous system, and it says, okay, if we can live in a more regulated state, our social engagement system, like the part where I can listen to you and you can listen to me, I feel you feeling me, and there is a relational resonance and the data flow, like that part gets more and more shut down, the higher is our stress level. And if we go into more fight and flight states, so that will operate less and less. So then I hear you less and less, and I need to defend myself more and more, fight against you or leave the room. And so if we can, that's why I think that education that you said, that collective education of simple things could already change the dialogue and have more mutual spaces being created. And I'm wondering, you said something before that caught my attention, and maybe you can speak a little bit to that. Like, you saw Syria kind of more and more moving into like a civil unrest, a civil war. Like, when you saw that, did you see any, like, was there an inevitability to that process? Or do you feel that something, what can change once that process is in motion? Did you see any loophole where you could say, okay, here is a potential for change? Or once that's beyond like a point of no return, it's gonna cascade into what it cascaded into? What's your take on that, since you were there and you experienced it yourself?
There was a lot of talk about red lines being crossed at some point in the Syrian conflict, and I think certainly some of those red lines were crossed. So having some sort of ability, either within the country, within traditional systems like tribal systems or religious groups, etc., to rein in leaders who have become conflict entrepreneurs. there's a moment, I think, at which you can see a leader shift from, wanting the best for his or her group to wanting chaos and conflict to benefit from it. And so any system, whether it's an international system or internal system, to rein in leaders who make that switch, who are on that journey to sort of authoritarianism, I think that needs to happen fairly early. But I think, coming back to what I was saying earlier, whether it's in Syria or in Afghanistan or in Congo, in Rwanda or in Bosnia, you see that there's a demonization of the other side, as if the other side became sort of subhuman, and there's inevitably surfacing a very violent language to describe this other team that must be eradicated. Sometimes there's language that compares the other side to animals, to insects, which is very, very frequent. Certainly when you see that kind of language appears, it's kind of genocidal language, really, is what it is. It's probably too late. You've let the formation of these in-group dynamics that are so strong and so riled up that it's probably too late. So working back from that to the formation of these very strong in-group dynamics, and preventing those from being calcified, I think is part of the solution. And then, of course, there's an institutional response to it, which is that when institutions, whether it's religious institutions or school institutions or social care institutions, stop uniting people but become fragmented, then that's a very bad sign, because you're not united by I think the role of institutions in keeping us together is really, really, really important. You see that, many terrorist organizations have been all over the world, have been very effective in providing social care to take people away from very poorly functioning social care institutions at national level, and to say, no, come with us. We have a Hezbollah schooling system, or a Hezbollah housing system, or a Hamas social care provision. That's also very worrying, because it's a sort of institutional failure. So those are some of the signs I think to look out for. But so often you notice these things when it's too late. And those mechanisms are already in play, and there's a sort of inevitability to those conflicts.
Yeah, I find it deeply interesting, and most probably many of our listeners too, that just listening to your experience, because I think it's different than when we theorize about something that happened somewhere in the world, or if you have an embodied experience, like you were on the ground in Afghanistan, you were on the ground in Syria, and I think being in a zone that, or in a war zone, is a different. There is something to that experience that, when, just as you reflected now, I found it interesting to see what are actually because to me it feels like there's a certain moment when I would call the social coherence starts disintegrating, and the more it disintegrates, it goes into more primal and earlier evolutionary functions that become more and more polarized. And then you said it, like when the leader turns from wanting the best for the country, or anybody, a local leader, to, okay, what's the best for me? Like that's already a red alarm, like actually a red alarm. And so, are there signs when we see that this cascading process starts to happen? What would actually be the immune response? And I think that's not for now, because we're at the end of our time. But for me, that sounds like a very interesting conversation, how to harvest yours and maybe other people's knowledge to look at, okay, what can be done actually to bolster the immune system, so that you have immunotherapy for for societies. Yeah.
There's some excellent books that have been written recently that describe the sort of stages that you're in. Are you in stage 1 or stage 5? Kind of like a disease. They're really, really excellent books. And what's really worrying is that, if you look at places like France, where I live now, or the United States, or, Brazil, arguably, we're fairly advanced on those stages. If you look at the objective metrics of, it's quite worrying. Yeah, so there are checklists to say, do we still have a media that kind of unites people, or has media become totally fragmented? Is there violent language being used on the radio or on TV to describe the other side? All of those things are kind of part of a checklist that tells you which stage you're in. Very good, very useful books.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, Matthew, this is fantastic. This is a great conversation. I would love to continue, but I know we have the defined time. So thank you so much. This was really very enlivening. It's very interesting to me, and I learned a lot from you. So thank you so much for being here, and I bless you for your work. You're doing great work, and so thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much. No, thanks for the invitation. And I too really, really appreciated the conversation, and also congratulations to you for all the work you're doing, because it's a big part of the solution, I think.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully we can continue this somewhere else.
Yeah, with pleasure.
To learn more about Matthew and More in Common, visit moreincommon.com. Thomas Hugel, PhD, is a renowned teacher, author, and international facilitator who works within the complexity of systems and cultural change, integrating the core insights of the great wisdom traditions and mysticism with the discoveries of science. Since the early 2000s, he has led large-scale events and courses on the healing of collective trauma, with a special focus on the shared history of Israelis and Germans, and facilitated healing and dialogue around racism, oppression, colonialism, and genocide. He is the author of the books Attuned, Practicing Interdependence to Heal Our Trauma and Our World, and Healing Collective Trauma, a process for integrating our intergenerational and cultural wounds. He has served as an advisor and guest faculty for universities and organizations, and is currently a visiting scholar at the Wyss Institute at Harvard University.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Robin Alfred. I'm one of the hosts of the conference. And our next guest, I'm delighted to say, is Thomas Hubel, the convener of the conference. Warm welcome to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Robin. Happy to be here with you.
Actually, Thomas has also been my teacher for the last 15 years. I just want to really honor you for that and the change that you brought into my life. And I'm sure this will be a rich conversation that we have now. So I've had the pleasure of co-hosting with you and others summits on collective trauma in the past 5 years. And why this year the switch to a collective healing conference?
Yeah, I think the term collective trauma, so the trauma is an individual, of course, biographical impact, but the trauma also is has a systemic dimension that even preceded our existence. So we have been born into that dimension of systemic trauma. I think is often not that clear. And I think the last 5 years and all the summits we did and all the amazing speakers that spoke to that topic from different angles, I think made it very clear that collective trauma is something we need to pay attention to. And this year we wanted to switch more to, okay, so now that we have raised our awareness, we know that it's here, we know some of the impacts that it has. So how can we actually do something about it? And so we want this conference to be mainly also about the approach, the integration, the healing, the societal post-traumatic learning, like how do we go about it now and switch the attention a bit to the next phase of treatment.
That's great. And maybe you could speak a bit about what is the nature of healing? Like Ramdas, the great spiritual teacher, I remember saying memorably, said, I have all the same neuroses now when I'm 80 as I had when I was 20, after 60 years of spiritual practice, but my relationship to them is different. So now I invite them to dinner like an old friend and ask them what they've got to tell me today. So is it about disidentification, or can sometimes healing mean that something really disappears from our system completely?
Yeah, I would take it even a step further. I would say there is a way how we have more awareness, and that's changing our relationship to the issues that we have in our life. That's certainly part of healing. But I also believe that there is a real integration process possible, and that integration process is more than changing our relationship to the subject. It's we can say whenever something is being excluded in the traumatic experience, something needs to be excluded because it's too overwhelming, it's too much. So the present moment is being split into a past, like that stays, that gets frozen, and then the potential future. And so when we go about the healing, we integrate the part of the information that has been excluded, because when it's excluded, it creates symptoms. And everything that's excluded will try to come back into the awareness of the system. It can be a person, can be a relationship, a family, an organization, a country, humanity. And so when we integrate unintegrated information, it leads to a growth and a maturation of the entire system, which means post-traumatic learning is actually an enormous win for the entire system that is healing, that is integrating the past. But for this, we need to also slow down and do the right processes. Otherwise, we just keep pulling the past with us, and we are entangled in the symptoms all our life.
So healing is about integration. And what is the basic principles? Of course, you've written about this in your books, but what is the basic principles and architecture of a collective healing movement?
The collective healing movement says, like, needs to take in account that there are basically three levels that we work with. There's the individual impact. So even all collective topics also impact individuals, and the recurrent traumatization that often happens in collectively traumatized fields has individual traumatic impact. So there's an individual work we need to do. There is an ancestral piece, like the trauma is being transmitted intergenerationally, means that we are experiencing some of the symptoms and issues that our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents also carried. So there's this lineage of transmission. And then there is a collective dimension, a cultural dimension to the trauma. And what often happens, that's also the nature of the trauma, is to suppress the pain and keep moving on, like to survive better, which in that moment is great. But if we don't come back afterwards and integrate that part, it will keep on creating a lot of pain, health issues, societal issues, conflicts, wars, recurrent issues that we had already many times, but it seems like we are not solving them. And so on a societal level, it also means that we need an architecture that we have to build that doesn't exist yet, that needs to be built out of the current architecture of government structures in our societies, different bodies, NGOs, whatever, so that we need to build an architecture that has the power to really integrate more massive collective trauma, like 400 years of racism, a civil war in the US, a Second World War, a First World War, like a Holocaust, wars in the Middle East, and all around the world, colonialism. So there are major trauma fields where I believe we don't have the appropriate architecture, like a structure in society that is defined to take care of that. That's the job. So we are about to create a whole new level of jobs in a way that people who have the skill, have the training, have the multidisciplinary understanding, have also the multidisciplinary strategic thinking, how to implement such a big structure so we can safely and in a titrated way take care of the collective unconscious unintegrated material, integrate it and grow as a society, which I think will eventually take care of many issues that at the moment are recurrent sand in the engine that we are struggling with. And so on the long run, that's actually an amazing investment into cultural well-being.
So Thomas, that all sounds wonderful. And it also sounds big, like colonialism, racism. These are kind of big movements that have a big shadow and a big traumatic impact. So I wonder if you can say something about how we can address a portion of that, because it can feel a bit overwhelming to say we're going to create an architecture that can heal racism. But what's the portion, and how do we know what's the part that's ours to play in digesting some of and integrating some of these collective trauma challenges?
First of all, it's about awareness building. So we are looking at how to generate trauma-informed societies, trauma-informed organizations, trauma-informed structures in our organizations that help us to get to be organized in the NGO world, in the economy world, in the education field, in the healthcare system. So there are already existing structures that we can build on and develop something new out of. And so the first level is awareness building. Awareness building is both. It's like taking the knowledge that already exists and distribute it in a way so that there's a certain level of collective competence building that's happening. So let's say a very trained trauma therapist is a high-level individual competence. But if we bring it to many teachers, many healthcare stuff, and many whatever team leaders in organizations, so we build a trauma-informed collective competence that these people don't need to be therapists, but they can handle a certain amount of reactivity, nervous system regulations, self-co-regulation skills that can be trained and then can be held in within organizations. So there's that. The second part is, which is already working really well in the last decades, is more and more research, evidence-based research that is being done that shows the impact of trauma on our health on different levels, let's say as individuals, but also as communities. The more knowledge we have, the more we become trauma informed. From there, we train to become more trauma responsive. So these are already, it's already deepening skill sets in the collective space that we restructure organizations, but we also have more and more people in organizations or the society that have these basic skills embodied. Embodied means not just that I know about trauma, that I can live in a way that is trauma informed. And that needs training and practice. And then for some people, also the integration of their own trauma. And then we are able to live it. Because when somebody gets triggered, and I get also triggered because the person is triggered, so we are both triggered. But if I'm able to host the trigger of another person, then I will be able to feed something different back, a different holding, different space, a different regulation, a different relationship, a different attunement. So I think that skill set needs to be built. And then, of course, we want to look at where are the receptive communities that immediately resonate. You know, some people resonate with something immediately and some people don't. That's okay. But why? Let's go there where we resonate and where the doors are open. And from there, we build networks. And these networks, when they are being connected, build bigger networks. And the stronger these connection units become between various networks that deal with trauma, trauma informedness, trauma integration, we create something that has more stability and more resilience. And like that, you impact the society. It's like growing into the society like fibers or, you know, nerve cells that are expanding into a tissue. And like that, we create a grassroots bottom-up movement. At the same time, we are looking what are the governmental institutions or organizations that are willing to collaborate and develop strategies through like multidisciplinary think tanks, how we develop a strategy to take care of certain collective trauma fields in parts of the population, in certain states, in certain nations. So we implement that also from top down. So there's a grassroots movement and there's a top down process, and they are being coordinated. And like that, we create an architecture over time that also involves innovative thinking, because some of it we can imagine how it can look like, but some of it needs to be invented. It doesn't exist yet. It's kind of something new, like before hospitals and after hospitals. You know, we needed to invent that. And then now we'd say, oh, it's so natural. They're all over. Yeah, but they weren't all over all the time. And so they came into being somehow because there is a necessity in the population, and there is a need that we currently have globally to integrate collective trauma for societal maturation and for societal well-being. But and that need needs to create a response, and we need to become that response.
Right, because if we don't respond, then what we don't digest and integrate, we pass on to the next generations. Mm-hmm. So there's a kind of ethical requirement in a way to respond as best we can.
Exactly. And that's why I often say we know already too much about trauma and collective trauma not to respond. It's like I often say, when people didn't know that there are bacteria on their hands when we deliver babies, and that's why the mortality rates were very high. Once you know that that's there and you don't wash your hands and disinfect them, it's not responsible, because now we know. And the same is true for the trauma state in our societies. We know that that creates a lot of healthcare costs, a lot of unwell-being in different parts of the population, and for different societal issues, massive polarization, massive fragmentation, othering, racism. There are many symptoms that we see that need urgent care. And it's not something that we postpone into the next 3 generations. It's like we need to take care of that. We know that we have to take care of it. And I think everybody who resonates and comes to such an event like the conference here or the summits before is part of that answer. And in their way, And everybody's creativity will become a puzzle piece in the bigger response.
Right, that's beautiful. And you mentioned earlier individual, ancestral, and collective trauma fields. And I know that you work with the concept of IAC, individual, ancestral, collective fluidity. So maybe you could say a bit more about the IAC fluidity. And also, how would I know, like if I'm experiencing something, how do I know if it's me or it's my ancestral transmission that I'm picking up that's still resonating in me, or it's the collective field that I'm part of, or it's all of those? Like, how do I distinguish those things?
Yeah, usually it's resonances on different layers, because if it happened, let's say, if there is trauma in my own attachment process or in my upbringing, then most probably my parents carried some trauma as well, because that's kind of interlinked, or my grandparents. So let's say that most probably there are resonances in all these various fields, and the work always starts with ourselves, because that's what is the closest to us. So when we start working on our inner integration process, then we start on like in the personal dimension. And the more, let's say, I develop grounding, I develop integration and more aliveness, I liberate my agency, I feel more related, I feel more and more as an integral part of life than as a kind of a witness of life, like from outside, or that I feel a bit separate within life. So life becomes more fluid. That's why we call it IAC fluidity, because it liquefies the stagnations and the blockages that we carry inside. And we feel it in our bodies, we feel it in our emotions, we feel it in part of our relationships, we feel it in our society. So the liquefaction generates more aliveness, more creativity, and more participation. And it creates also more inner regulation, more inner peace, more inner groundedness, and a higher level of self-contact. All of that creates more clarity. And then it's like a cup. So you pour water into a cup. When the cup is full, it starts to overflow. So when I have enough what we call resources in myself, so I can expand my exploration much easier into the ancestral dimension, and then also into the cultural dimension. But if my personal experience is very shaky, then it overwhelms me to deal with my ancestral trauma transmission, because I don't have a cup that is very stable that can hold it. So that's why I would say, let's start in the individual dimension and be aware that there is a pendulation happening in the personal work between going to the trauma, onboarding it into the resources and so on. And then there's a pendulation happening into the ancestral and collective field. And I think also for many people who work with trauma, like therapists or people that work professionally with trauma, having a toolkit and also like the attunement capacity to hold individual, ancestral, and collective trauma fields in our clients, in our groups, I think that's definitely amazing, because then the map that we can work with is much bigger than the individual experience. And so when the more we grow, we naturally include these bigger dimensions. And so there's individual health, but then that individual health also contributes more and more to the collective health. And we, in a way, dissolve the separation between those. It becomes more like a unified, interdependent, or interconnected field than separate particles that interact with each other. That's why we call it fluidity, because life becomes more fluid, more dynamic, more relational, more open, and more present.
Right. And can you say a bit more about the nature of the ancestral healing? Because it can sound a bit strange. Like, how can I heal things that happened before? But I know you do a lot of work around ancestral trauma and what we can actually integrate from that. How does that happen?
Yeah, the question is in the terminology happened before. Because yes, the experience that people went through, the traumatizing experience, happened in the past, yes. But the effect of the split and the shutdown, the absencing, the hyperactivation, so the unintegratedness of the trauma kind of is frozen in time. So now, let's say time passes, but a certain part, let's say there's one community that lives somewhere in a valley in the mountains, and that community didn't get any updates. And one day people come, like tourists come, and they discover that valley. And in that valley, people live still like 500 years ago. And so when you meet that part of yourself, there's a certain dissonance for a moment, because that part of ourselves, like that developmental part in us, or that ancestral part, actually didn't move with the flow of time. It stayed stuck. And that's why we can't say that it's frozen past, but it walks with us as frozen past. Like we carry a luggage with us. And that ancestral luggage is not past. That affects my life today. I might have anxieties or fears that affect my decisions today. And those fears are the past, but they affect my life today. I don't do certain things because I'm scared. And so that narrows down the joy and the experience that I can have and my potential in life. So we could say, yes, that happened for my grandfather in the war, but if I'm scared and that's why I'm not acting, that's not just the past, that's present experience. And so the integration, and then we can say, okay, our nervous system, and that's where I think we also need to redefine a bit our nervous system, that our nervous system is not just a personal property. It's not just Thomas's nervous system and it's as old as I am, as it's written in my passport, but my nervous system is actually a very complex instrument that has a lot of ancestral information encoded, same as my genetic code. And so there's a lot of data traveling from generation to generation, genetic, epigenetic data, and then embodied data that is a result of that and of my own life experience. And that is much bigger, I believe, than we think. We often think the nervous system very personal, versus it's individual, it's ancestral, and it's collective. And so there's information stored in me that got transmitted from my ancestors to me. And through my awareness process, I have the power to not only integrate that, but open that ancestral lineage in me. And like this, I have a rebound effect, like an effect back in time. And I can open what my ancestors couldn't integrate. Same as what we cannot integrate, we also pass on to the next generations. But what we can integrate becomes open potential for the next generations. So if we really care about the next generations, doing our inner work is a great investment into the success and the openness and the possibilities that the next generations are going to have. The world becomes bigger if we integrate our past. The world has more possibilities. And I think that's really worthwhile, saying, wow, responsibility to the future generations means that we do our work. And that opens up life much more for the next generations to come in with a higher potential.
Yeah, and then the healing movement or the integration practice has impacts in, let's say, both directions, like with our ancestral line and also into future generations. So we see it as more a kind of river that's flowing in both directions. Yeah.
That's right. And that's generational communication. Same as I can feel and tune in to the next generation and the information they bring into life. I can tune in, like feel into, sense the ancestral information. And maybe at the beginning that needs some training, and where I'm hurt, I can sense because I'm traumatized myself. But the more I open my nervous system, I can be attuned to the data flow. Same as we can feel each other, we can also feel that line of future generations and past generations, and that there is actually a communication. And I believe the more we integrate that ladder in us, we will build more society where more societies where the intergenerational communication also between generations. Like now we see a lot like the younger generations and the climate change friction with the older generation. And so there's a lot of friction that I believe is also an external sign for an internal lack of data flow in billions of people. And so we will take care also of certain real issues by taking care of that internal communication.
Yeah, beautiful. I know that you're offering a live workshop for people who choose the all access pass around this intergenerational work. So I don't know if you want to share a bit more about that, or maybe
Yeah, because it's easy to mentalize ancestral work, because we can all say, oh, I understand the principle, I understand I have ancestors, and I can learn about my ancestors looking at my genealogy. That's all important and great, but that doesn't take care of ancestral trauma. That is the beginning of opening myself. But the deeper part is like learning some attunement techniques that then we can refine, and maybe some journaling techniques in some ways, how we literally open our awareness and our sensing to our ancestors. Because after all the trauma work that's happening is going through our body. That's why, for example, Peter Levine's somatic experiencing, somatic means it goes through the body. And we need our body. It's not just a mental integration work that I think about my story and my trauma. It's that I go in a titrated way deeper into the experience and integrate that experience in the complexity of my body. And the same is also true for our ancestors. It's not just an intellectual process, it's an experiential process. And so we want to give a taste. And of course, that workshop is a taste, but it gives us some practices, and then whoever wants to take it deeper can take it deeper later.
As we talk about these topics, the kind of polycrisis that we're in, it kind of becomes very present to me. So wherever we look, there's a crisis, war, climate change, loss of biodiversity, increased polarization, income inequality, many different things. And there's a sense that we might start to feel a bit kind of hopeless, a bit kind of collapsed. I think this is also part of the intergenerational conversation. So I wonder if you could say a bit about how this work relates to hope, and kind of what does hope really mean in these circumstances, and how does this work relate to that?
Yeah, I think when we look at hope, there are two things. One is sometimes hope is a way to get away from the pain. Like if I have something in the future that I can cling to, so then I don't need to feel how painful it actually is right now. And that's an important defense mechanism, but that's not, I think, what we aspire to develop. What we aspire to develop is that we get a sense of our agency, that we feel, wow, even if there is a polycrisis in our world, every one of us has some creative energy inside that we can contribute. And it doesn't need to be a huge global project. It's whatever I feel I can contribute. And that's why supporting each other in having a sense of our agency and what we can contribute to the local community, what we can contribute in our family, what we can contribute at our workplace, that makes a bit of a difference, is already like a contribution. And when we feel that agency, first of all, that's a great resource for the trauma work at large, but it's agency. It gives me a sense of, wow, I'm not just frozen and stuck in the situation. I have a little bit of movement, and then I have a little bit more movement, and then my impact shows that will synchronize itself with other people's impact. And then like that, we become part of a community that has a greater potential of agency together. And so it's very important that we talk about presence, and in the present moment, we feel that our agency has the power to create a different future. That's a different sense of hope than the hope that is dissociated from the embodiment and needs some idea in the future to cling on, which for some people is very important. But we need to know that there is a gap in the experience that won't be covered. So once this idea drops away, we will drop back into the swamp, into the pain that we try to get rid of. And so we want to look at, okay, sometimes we need that, but how do we support the ground to become more stable? That we say, yes, and even if the world goes through a polycrisis, that's a change process. And the more of us contribute to that change process, certain structures need to drop away. They were important before our information age, But we are so connected now that certain things, certain structures in us and in our societies don't make sense anymore. They need to pass. And it's painful because we are identified with those structures. So that, and the speed of data is very high. And that creates, like the data speed is increasing as we speak. So that creates a lot of pressure onto our nervous systems and bodies. And that brings up a lot of stuff. And so we need to develop the architectures that can work with it and turn the crisis into learning instead of destruction. And we have that chance. So we all need to work on this birth process of a new world that we are all growing into. And the more we get stuck in the old world, so we it becomes more and more painful and it feels more and more hopeless. But that's something we can all work to create, and we can support each other to feel that sense of agency. And everybody has something to give. And it's not about the size, like how big is the impact. It's more about that there is impact. That's important.
So Thomas, I've been part of many collective trauma integration processes with you. I'm starting to facilitate some for myself. And what I notice is that a couple of questions often arise, like for facilitators and also therefore for the group. So one is around safety. Like, how do you create enough safety that people feel that they can move into this challenging territory? And I think related to that is, how do we build the resourcing for people and for the group, if we're doing this as a collective? How does the group feel resourced enough for the journey, which maybe also relates to a term you used earlier around titration and pendulation and these kind of questions. So what are the conditions for safety in a group and resourcing?
Yeah, on the one hand, it's also the safety, like let's say safety, and the reverse of safety is fear or anxiety. Not feeling safe means I'm scared. And so there are different levels to it. One is the sense of safety, but safety also means grounded embodiment. When we feel safe, we can be in life. When we don't feel safe, we either withdraw inside or we go out of our body as a defense. So we feel less grounded. That's why we feel our fear less. But we all can feel only as safe as the safety we all bring together in a room. So that's why we could maybe call it relative safety, because the degree of the fear that is unconscious in our systems that comes together in a group will determine the level of safety that we experience together. And of course, we can do certain things to enhance the resources that are there or make use of them in a good way. That creates resourcing in a group, and that creates more relational safety. So I feel you and I feel how you feel me, creates a positive impact. When we feel felt, we feel safer. And so if a group practices that, it creates, on the one hand, more grounding and relaxation. It creates also more relational coherence. And the coherence is the resource that can integrate or onboard the fragmentation. So relational exercises, having a mutual intention. When we come together to look at a collective trauma, usually we want to do that together. So there's a mutual alignment through the intention. That intention creates a space. That space has a certain coherence. Relational capacities enhance that coherence. Then, of course, the groundedness of a facilitator sends a message into the space. That message is sometimes recognized consciously, but it's also often recognized unconsciously. So if somebody is a group facilitator that manages a lot of fear, him or herself or themselves, then it's gonna also create some insecurity, even some unconscious insecurity in the group, because people feel that. And if somebody is very grounded and integrated, which means that as a facilitator, my state of integration is a key element of what I can pass on to a group. So our state of groundedness, resourcefulness, integration is also contributing a lot to the safety in the group. It's honest, it's transparent, it's relational, it's generous, it's warm, it's connected. All of these things contribute to a safe space. Then that we have certain agreements how we are together. and how we respect each other, how we listen to each other. So that creates the structure of a group, creates safety, this kind of mutual intentions and agreements. And then also a facilitation that's on, which means, what does it mean on, is attuned. So when many people feel seen and feel heard, it creates safety. If we depathologize trauma or pain or hurt or all kinds of defense mechanisms, if we don't pathologize those, it creates safety. And then we can work with their intelligence better. The great thing is that if we, and of course there are many more things that say there can be a whole training, like question, but when the degree of safety that we create together allows us, it will determine how much content, like trauma, suppressed trauma information, can come up into our conscious awareness in an organic way. So not in an overwhelming explosion, but the more safe we feel, we will release information. It's like a detox. You can digest that information, slowly integrate it. Integration creates more safety. So we feel more grounded. That allows the next level of information to come up. It's like we turn the trauma into soil, like experience, soil, and the next level of soil gives us more stability to detox the next level. And if that's being facilitated well, then the group is just growing step by step, and it's in the right pacing so that we can digest what comes up. And then it becomes a positive spiral. So we are spiraling up and we are healing, and the healing gives us more motivation and more safety.
Yeah, beautiful. And you use the word coherence. So, and what I'm hearing you say is that group coherence is a product of presence, shared intention, relationality. I guess it also relates to vulnerability, that those things together create a coherent field.
Mm-hmm. Right. And the coherence is also when I feel you right now as we speak and you feel me. So Thomas' existence exists in Robin, and Robin existence exists in Thomas right now. So in my nervous system, I have a felt sense of you, you have a felt sense of me. So on that inner level, we the more we feel each other, the more coherence we create together. So when we have an awareness of a group, let's say there are 100 people in the room, and we more and more people hold an awareness of the group and a felt awareness of the group, that creates a very high level of coherence, collective presence, attunement capacity, and all of that allows us to integrate the fragmentation that rests unconsciously, often invisibly at the beginning in the room, and that turns up as experience. So we can digest that, and then the relationality will create more and more coherence. And that is another way also to express the capacity of a collective, like the collective intelligence that is available to us. That's expressed also in the term collective coherence.
Yeah, lovely. So I hear you speaking about where the energy can just spiral up and the one builds on the other and becomes a kind of virtuous circle. Also, as you were speaking, I was remembering this often quoted statement of Bill O'Brien, who used to be the CEO of Hanover Insurance, who said the success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. So much is about what's radiated from the facilitator or the intervener. Yeah.
Absolutely. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah.
And that maybe bridges a little bit into how you would apply this within an organizational context, because I'm imagining that, well, I know that collective trauma fields exist in organizations. I also know you do a lot of organizational work. So, you know, for our audience, how would you apply this work in organizations? What's the dynamic there?
Yeah, we want to say in organizations, we are not looking to create like many trauma therapists, but we are looking at how can organizational leaders, team leaders, but basically anybody in an organization create the basic awareness of trauma triggers, regulation skills, how we deal with triggered moments or more difficult moments in a more constructive way. So let's say there's a first level of education and awareness building about basic principles of trauma that show up in every organization, because that somebody snaps at somebody, that people dislike each other because they trigger each other. So there are many, or that there's sand in the engine in the communication and in the relationality. I mean, that happens in many organizations. How we deal with that needs a certain capacity. So trauma informedness would be, as a leader, I bring in some consultant or coaches that can bring in that basic understanding, and we build some competence together. Especially some key people in the organization can be, selected. They can have a training, and that information comes into the organization. But then we can take it further, and we can say many organizations had some traumatic impact, some massive layoffs, some financial crisis, some scandals or stuff that happened that really impacted many people in the organization. What is our way to deal with that? Many organizations try to suppress that and move on. Even COVID is a great example. Many organizations let go of a lot of employees. The trust between organizations, employees has been hurt. But we didn't have a great integration process yet to look at that phase, integrate it, and turn it into learning, organizational learning. And I think having like these processes that can be a combination of small and large group processes that are facilitated, where we don't put it under the rug, but we literally look at these things, we open up, we are being transparent, we integrate the information, which creates more organizational resilience, more togetherness, more mutual agency. So it revitalizes often the motivation of people to be part of such an organization. Why? Because we feel it's healthy. And if you spend a lot of time in an organization, we want it to be healthy. I think that's a great motivation also for employees to know, wow, I'm in an organization that facilitates that and sees it as a value, and not try to suppress it, not to talk about it, not to have any difficulties. So bringing it out, integrating it with the skillful facilitation can facilitate organizational growth. And I think the next level is between certain organizations and stakeholders and the environment of an organization. Certain organizations created harm, either through colonial wounds or racial wounds or other wounds that or environmental impact and hurt that happened. And there's a trauma between the organization and the society. And instead of trying to get out of it, to really open up to that and to create an integration process will strengthen both. And it will also function as a role model. And I'm working, and you're also working with organizations like where we see there's a very innovative approach, but that approach pays off because it creates like a role modeling of how we can deal with these kind of things in a different way, take responsibility, and be part of a change process. And that, at the end of the day, is great for the business anyway, because that helps to uplift instead of trying to suppress again the hurt. And I think so. Leadership, trauma-informed leadership in daily relationships, but also building structures that are facilitating trauma-informedness and building relationships that are trauma-informed, I think it's just a win-win-win for every organization, and it's a great also social responsibility taking of organization or environmental responsibility taking.
Yeah, lovely. And in my experience, one of the ways in, because people often say, well, how do I get in? Like my organization isn't so interested in trauma work, but they are interested in solving problems and they are interested in symptoms. So spotting the kind of trauma-created symptoms like cycling conflicts or pockets of low energy or processes that never seem to get completed, people are very interested in solving those. And when we start to look at them, then we see underneath there's actually a trauma layer that needs addressing.
Yeah, and you said it also, low energy, deflation of energy is usually a sign that something is stuck here, or that the motivation of employees to work in this organization is getting lower and lower, means that the agency is not fully felt. So where is the agency? Because we all have creative agency, but where did it go? And often the dissociation of the agency through trauma creates like a distance. So I feel more and more depleted. Or even well-being of employees, like the well-being of employees depends also on the inner state. And so if you notice that some people are about to run into a burnout, we don't want to support that through more work. We want to be aware of that and see how we can actually help that person or that group in the organization to recharge themselves and to come back with more spirit and energy into the workflow. So there are many layers to trauma informedness, and I think if we could have a whole conversation about the organizational side of this,
which I'd love to have, but maybe this isn't quite the time for that. But as we move towards the end of the interview, this is about creating a healing movement, becoming architects of a healing movement. Maybe you could just speak a bit about what does it really mean? What's the agency that I might have, or any of our listeners might have, to becoming architects of this collective architecture that we've talked about?
Yeah, I mean, for many people that are listening to this now, there is already a basic interest. Otherwise, we wouldn't turn up here and meet here. So there's an inner resonance that's important. Either it's important for somebody personally, or it's important professionally in certain ways. So there is already a resonance. So when we follow that resonance deeper, we can, of course, educate ourselves. We can learn more about trauma. We can do practices. We can develop skills. We can develop facilitation skills. And we can see how far do I want to take this knowledge as I need it for my job, depends on what I do, and become a trauma-informed person that can walk their talk, not just know about it and then be triggered all the time and not know what to do with it, but to develop skills to be triggered and to transform those triggers step by step into more resilience. And I think we can all do something for it. So that's step number one. Step number two is also that we see, okay, where can I apply that knowledge or that skill set in my organization, in my family, as a parent, as a doctor, or as whatever is my work as a mediator, and bring it into my professional sphere. So that's another level of impact. And the third level of impact is that we say, okay, everybody who is interested in building a new architecture doesn't start in outer space. It starts from the architecture that we have already. We have certain pillars in society, an education system, a medical system, or healthcare system. We have an economy system. We have all kinds of system, a justice system. And now, so how can we look, okay, what's the base in various systems, governmental bodies, NGOs, and how do we begin to create an architecture that will help us to deal with the legacy that we have been born into? So to transform that collectively unconscious material or trauma field into growth. So for this, it needs a strategy, it needs a task force or a think tank, it needs a group of an interdisciplinary think tank that can bring different capacities together, develop a strategy. That strategy needs to be implemented. And then as we begin with what we have, we will be able to innovate new structures that haven't been here before, how to facilitate collective healing. And eventually, after some years, we will see how that more and more grounds itself in the society, the need that is there. Because when we open collective trauma, we all feel, wow, there's such a need to be heard. There's a kind of a vacuum, almost like a scarcity. Oh, this trauma is important, and this trauma is important, and this trauma is important. So once it's being seen and felt, it will anyway come. So there is a huge need. And once we address it, we will more and more build an architecture, and then we will see the investment, because it will also need resources, money. It will need a development of new jobs or new professions that serve that kind of architecture. And And then we will see at a certain stage how the transformation will affect the healthcare system, the education system, the legal system, and different parts of our society, because they will show over time less and less symptoms and more flourishing, which means a reduction of healthcare costs, a reduction of all kinds of costs to deal with certain symptoms that we have. But it's a longer term vision. It's not going to happen from today till tomorrow, but it will happen over the course of a few years. We will see a shift in the society, and then it will create more motivation, and that will create more healing, and that will create more motivation. And I think we just need to jumpstart that and have some pioneering projects in some countries and see that it works and do the necessary research that makes it evidence-based. And then I think that will become its own movement.
Yeah, beautiful. And I love the fact that it is a movement, because you've often said like a collective trauma requires collective healing, requires collective movements to hold it. Because it can feel like if I listen to this on my own at home, I could be a bit overwhelmed by it all. But actually, I can start to talk to my partner. I can talk to my friends at work who kind of seem to be open to this conversation. I can start to build the connectivity. And of course, through many courses that you run, or the Pocket Project runs, or other things within the networks and other networks also, we start to build a collective movement. And then I don't feel so alone with it. And I can just play my part in a very big movement, just trying to address and integrate big societal challenges.
Exactly. That's very important, because it's not about doing just big things. It's about playing my part. That's important, one step at a time. I had another conversation just recently where somebody said, it's like we talked about cleaning up our living room. And it's not that I need to do everything at once. It's one shirt at a time. I left a t-shirt somewhere, I fold it. It's one t-shirt at a time. I don't need to do everything at the same moment. And so some of us might get over and say, oh, climate change or conflicts and wars and all kinds of societal issues. Like, how will we ever get done with it? Yeah, one step at a time. But if millions or billions of people do one step at a time, we get a lot of things done. We are an orchestra, not just a solo musician, and that's very important to remember. So it's very important what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, it also echoes with David White's poetry. And I know that I think you've also talked to David White as part of the conference, when he talks about, one of his poems says, start close in. Like, take the first step, not the second step or the third step. Take the first step, start close in. And we could just need to take the first step, and then the other steps will start to reveal themselves.
Yeah, and to let ourselves be guided. That's beautiful what you just said. When we sometimes, because in collective trauma, sometimes we don't see the next 10 steps. And then it feels demotivating because I don't see the aim, like where I'm the finishing line. But I don't need to. Let's make the first step. The first step will guide me to the next step and the next step and the next step. And I will be guided. And over time, the fog will lift more and more, and then the visibility gets bigger and we can see more where we are going. But sometimes it's exactly what you said. It's not a mistake that I don't see how to do it. It's the nature of the density of trauma that sometimes we don't see that. But that's okay, because we can do one step at a time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. I mean, we could talk for hours about these things, and I'm looking forward to doing that in many other spaces in the future. People can, of course, learn more about you and your work through the conference, through the many interviews that you've conducted with people for the conference, also through an upcoming course you're running in the fall on the Ancestral Healing Code. So many different places that people can also stay connected to you. And before we close, I just wonder if there's any last words or messages you want to offer before we close the interview.
Yeah, I want to say that even if it looks like at the moment that the world goes through like a very big washing machine process, or like a deep crisis in many ways, I think what we are discussing here is very, very hopeful, because on the one hand, it speaks to the agency in every one of us that is also part of a collective agency. Secondly, it means that if detox is happening, so if it seems like there are multiple disruptions happening at the same time all over, but there is something also getting, like there's a detox happening, that when we facilitate that detox well, it will lead to an amazing development. And so always to remember that trauma integration is actually working with an intelligence that protected us in the past, integrating the residues and developing a lot of learning and wisdom. And so once we see that, and it's not just trauma, it's that heavy stuff from the past. Sometimes it feels that way, but it's actually an intelligent response that we work with that can help us to go to the next level of our development. And so if we do this together, that's actually very helpful, because like this, we can literally transform our world and build a lot of new good structures in our world. So I think it's a very, very hopeful message.
Yeah, what a lovely note to finish on. And thank you again, Thomas. Thank you for this time. Thank you for convening the conference. And yeah, just a huge thanks from my heart and from the hearts of many, many, many thousands for all that you bring into the world. Huge thanks to you, and go well.
Thank you, Robin. It's a pleasure to have this conversation. It's very, very alive and inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
To learn more about Thomas, please visit thomashubel.com. Thomas has graciously offered our audience a free gift of Chapter 7, The Power of Healing Relation, from his most recent book, Attuned. Thomas Hugel, Ph.
Hello and welcome. Today I want to speak a little bit about the intelligence of trauma and the intelligence of the trauma response, to be more specific. Because like sometimes, first of all, some people mix the experience that they or other people go through as the trauma versus the adverse experience triggers or sets off a trauma response, and the trauma response crystallizes, or the after effects of that can crystallize in our body, emotions, minds, relationships, and have a longer term traumatic impact. And that's what we're going to live with for some time or for a long time. So there's a differentiation between the experience and the trauma response. And when we now look deeper at the trauma response, often the after effects, because they are painful, they feel difficult, or they feel like dysfunctional, we pathologize those and say, these are the not good parts of us. These are the parts we want to get rid of because we want to shine, we want to be strong, we want to be great and brilliant in the world. And that's why the trauma seems in the way. But when we zoom in a bit deeper, we see, wow, in that moment, however the trauma response shows up in us, either as hyperactivation, as numbness, as absence, as separation, as isolation, and all kinds of secondary trauma symptoms that arise from that, that response was important to help us to survive better or go through adverse, overwhelming situations better than without it. That's very important. So what happens in the trauma response is not a mistake. It's actually an evolutionary important function or intelligence that helped us to go through adversity better than without it. So when suddenly I don't feel a part of myself, I don't feel connected to part of my body, when I have difficulties to feel emotions or when I feel overwhelmed by some emotions, it's not that something is wrong with me. There is something that needs attention and care and sometimes professional help or like a longer term trauma therapy, but it's not because something is wrong. It's something is intelligent, and we need to learn to work with that intelligence to turn that intelligence back into some integration. Otherwise, we have an internal enemy, like a part of us that is not good. And a friend of mine, Dick Schwartz, the founder of IFS, wrote a book that says "No Bad Parts," which means those internal fragmentation and parts, they're not bad. They're intelligences that when we change our relationship to those parts, actually, that's the way how to work with it and turn those internal, quote unquote, enemies into internal friends. And that's how we unify our internal intelligence. So when there are defense mechanisms, when we feel sometimes withdrawn, when we feel sometimes shut down, when we get triggered by other people, it's not that something is wrong. It's that something shows up that needs attention. And the more benevolent or compassionate relationship to these parts, and in a way, a re-owning than a pushing out even more, the re-owning of those parts, listening, finding some kind of internal communication with those parts, learning from those parts in us. And of course, bringing those parts into relationships, because often we hold that back because we think that's not good. We're ashamed of these parts, and that's why we keep it. We don't share it with other people. Like beginning to bring that into trustworthy relationships, into relationships that feel authentic, caring, safe, so that we see, wow, we can bring isolated, excluded aspects of ourselves back into the intelligence of living. And living means exchange, data exchange. We are all relational beings, and we exist only in and as relationships. We exist as relationships to the oxygen that we breathe, to the trees and the plants that produce that oxygen, to the world, to water, to each other, to our ancestors, to the future generations. That's all relationality. And so when information can flow, we feel great. When information is stuck, we also know how that feels. So there is an intelligence in the trauma response and in ourselves, in relationship to other people, and also in the cultural environment that we create when we depathologize those mechanisms and we learn to work with their intelligence, we actually enter the highway of development. And the same is true for society, like that when societies go through wars or more collective adversities like dictatorships or violence that happen, suppressing some of the pain because it's too much is part of the way how we survive those phases better. And then as societies, as collectives, we also need to re-own that intelligence, learn to listen and work with it, so that we befriend that process and turn it into like a growth movement. And we have that capacity. And we also have more and more skills in the world and more trained people that know how to do that. And so that's very promising. That means what in former times we thought, okay, that's how it is. That's gonna stay for a long time like that. There's nothing we can do about it. Yes, there are many things we can do about it. And the more we integrate the after effects of the trauma response, we create more and more movement in our world, in our life and in our world. And that movement is the capacity to change. So if sometimes, even for activists, if it feels like, oh, we are bumping against closed doors and there's a lot of sand in the engine and things are not moving forward, yes, some of it we can change because these are habits that we can change as humanity, but some of it is not habits, but trauma. And if we push against trauma, like it's like bumping against the wall and it's painful because the wall is not moving. So we can't push trauma into development. We can only melt trauma into a new movement. And I think that's a skill that we need right now in addressing some of the major issues that we have and some of the societal polarization, climate change, wars, conflicts. These are all areas where we need to apply a different way of relating to what seems like sometimes a resistance, a stagnation, an inability to change. So we can all work for the ability to changeability. And I think understanding the trauma response in its depth is a great contribution to a world that is willing and able to be the change that we want to see in the world. Yeah, and I'm sure that our day to day, you will have a lot of great inspiration through our speakers. And I wish you a creative and insightful day.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Sue Morter from Morter Institute. I am Master of Bioenergetic Medicine and the best-selling author of The Energy Codes and the founder of Morter Institute for Bioenergetics. And I have a long history in working with energy medicine and natural health care. I was raised in an environment where my father was a pioneer in energy medicine. And so I grew up knowing the principles of quantum science and how our thoughts impact our physiology and our ability to heal and our perception of self, et cetera. And I, even though growing up in an environment like that, did not grow up without trauma. And inside of having our own experiences with abuse or abandonment or circumstances that are just kind of beyond our understanding, inside of all of that, we develop a way of being. I want to share with you today some ideas about how we can take that compensatory way of being that we have adopted as an attempt to overcome or to withstand or to survive our circumstances and truly flip them over into something that is actually empowering to us and that allows for us to have a greater vantage point in life, a bird's eye view perspective, really, of what we're here to do, how we're here to not only transcend, but to transmute circumstances so that they're not bad things that we're trying to get ahead of or get away from or get over, but rather they are ideas and circumstances that have allowed us to polish and refine ourselves in ways that apparently no other set of circumstances might have done, because that is what has happened in our lives, right? So when we are facing this idea of overcoming trauma, there's a perspective that we are working from that makes it a little difficult for us to actually accomplish what we're looking to do. And let me explain just a little. I was raised in an environment where my father was a scientist and a doctor, and we were talking about the nervous system, of course, because anytime we are operating in terms of healing and bodily function and psychospirituality and the impacts of our physiology, we're obviously discussing things like the nervous system and stimulus response. When this thing happens in my life, I have this sort of response and reaction, and it is very impactful at times to operate in this way. And this is describing a version of who we are. And there is another version of who we are, as quantum science is showing us. Now, the introduction of quantum science into our conversation has really changed a lot about what we grew up with as doctors, practitioners, facilitators, or the people in the world in high school or college, and learning about the body and physiology and anatomy and the nervous system and what runs the show and how we function. And so we have to kind of reinvent. We have to look at things a little differently than we did 40 and 50 years ago. More than 200 years ago, we were really looking into the realm of these tiniest particles in the physical dimension that make up the foundation of life, that really give us the substance that we are and of the world that we are living in. And with the invention of the electron microscope, we became able to see smaller and smaller and smaller particles until we get down to this subatomic level where we witness that the smallest particles of energy or matter that we can measure are influenced by our thoughts and our intention. And so those little particles are having an impact on the flow of energies in our body that then have an impact on the atoms that get established from their activity, and then the molecules that are built of many atoms, and then the cells and the tissues that are built on many molecules. And the next thing you know, we're this energetic system that is producing chemistries and neurotransmitters and all sorts of things that are giving us our life experience. And so now we have this world of energy and this world of matter, physical, tangible things that we can dissect out of the human system. And we're trying to learn as a species, culturally right now, how to weave those things together so that we can benefit from what we've always known, but not be limited by it, and incorporate what we are now knowing and allow it to be tangible and realistic and functional. And so in working in my clinic with patients and then out in teaching in the last few decades with many, many students around the world, hundreds of thousands of people I've been in conversation with, millions of people I've been presenting information to, and getting feedback through the many avenues of outreach that we now have. And what I have found is that there are a few things that are very helpful for people to get started when they're trying to do that, when we're trying to weave it together and benefit from the new awarenesses, but also operate from a place of wisdom and realism when it comes to the human system and how on earth we can actually heal from something that may have just been overwhelming in our direct life experience, or perhaps even issues that we have lived and grown up inside of that were more familial, perhaps even ancestral in our lineage, that were unresolved frequencies, unresolved ideas, unresolved experiences in one's life. And then they reproduce and they grow up inside of that energetic patterning and so on and so on. Or it can even be this collective idea of the human condition, that we are here to try to survive our circumstances and trying to learn to do that more and more effectively all the time. All of it applies to all of us, whether we're aware of it or not, whether we're interested in it and have been delving in and studying these types of things, or this conversation is new to us. All of it matters. And what I feel I can contribute to our gathering here is this idea. It's kind of a radical idea that allows us to blend the two worlds of quantum science and our linear physical sciences that we have known for so long and are comfortable with, but we are finding are also limiting us. That we know that traumas are stored in the body physiologically in terms of absorbing the fight or flight response that happens in the nervous system the moment that a trauma is occurring in our life, or we can also inherit those patterns of function culturally and environmentally if we grow up in a family where the parents were nervous, or the parents were overly stressed, or absent, or abusive, or abrasive in so many ways. And so some of these things are obvious to us and some of them are not. Some of them are subconscious, where we grew up in it and we don't really know the difference. And so we're just used to operating in reaction to something, whether we can see it or not. And so what quantum science is sharing with us is that whatever we're intending is what unfolds. That's what we find. We basically find what we're looking for. And so if we have been traumatized in some way and we are needing to be reassured, we're needing to be affirmed that everything is okay, we're needing to connect or reassociate in our body if it was such a big trauma that we had a disassociation and are living up in our heads or out in the mental body field instead of living in the physical body at home and comfortable and being creative and innovative and so forth. And so if a creative and innovative life is seeming out of reach for you in any way, there's a reason for that. And quantum science has another way of looking at it. And I like to blend the two. That basically, I have a couple of images that I use when I'm teaching people. I'm going to show you a couple of things. This is just a simple image here that shows the nervous system. Above this line is where we do our conscious thinking. And below this line is actually what runs our body. And so if we see a bear, if we have a traumatic experience, that experience gets stored back here in memory. And we also immediately are referencing anything else that is in memory storage to help us understand, the level of threat that we're really up against here. And if we haven't had any previous experiences along this line, it heightens our alertness because we have no reference point. We don't know who we are. We don't know what this is in comparison to our safety and so forth. And so what happens is that traumatic experience goes into this file storage area for referencing. And if we have anything previously associated with something similar, a message gets sent right down here instantly into fight or flight response. And that's how we survive from this, potentially threatening circumstance again. And if that threat goes away, by design, the system is supposed to send that message back here into memory and allow for new reference point. Oh, the bear is gone. It's okay to relax. And a different message gets sent down into another part of the autonomic nervous system that allows us to calm down and exhale. It's okay. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be okay. And so that's the way the system is designed to function. And if the trauma is too big, or there are too many traumas, like personal traumas, injury traumas, emotional traumas, physical traumas, chemical balance traumas, all sorts of things based on our lifestyle and our experiences that are happening all at the same time, it can actually overload this system, and a little trap door right here between conscious and subconscious slams shut. And the last message that got through was ultra emergency. And then the door slammed shut. So the last message that we got down here in the body is emergency mode, run for your life. You're not safe. And so those traumas can even go away, and 30 or 40 years can go by. And if we had not ever opened that trap door again, then the body in here is still running and still fighting and still defending and still guarding and is still basically responding as if the trauma is still happening. Now, that's quite an amazing thing. What happens is we exhaust and we begin to feel inadequate and inept, and we never step into our creative genius because we are too busy surviving, running, and trying to make sure that everything is okay for us. And so what we want to do is make sure this trapdoor is opening for that reason, and also for this one. When this trapdoor is slammed shut, there is wisdom that I'm going to share with you in just a moment. There is wisdom that is gathering here in our core, that is on the rise up here to our conscious mind, our conscious awareness. That wisdom is supposed to allow us to make better decisions and make decisions based on gut feelings and deep intuition and a heartfelt reference point to what is actually in line for us, what is our authenticity. And so this happens to the tune of 11 billion bits of information bombarding your gut every millisecond on the little antennas that are on the surface of the cells in your body. And they gather this information and take it inside the cell and tell the cell what to do, to produce what chemicals and what hormones and what neurotransmitters, et cetera, that then make their way all the way up to your conscious mind in the form of images and thoughts and ways of being. Okay? So it's important to keep this trapdoor open, is my point. And we've been doing lots of things that are not allowing that trapdoor to remain open. We've been finding compensatory ways of being that keep us safe. We tell people how to handle us so that they don't push our buttons or trigger us in some way. And all the while, we're actually building a greater degree of fear for ourselves in the process of that. Because every moment that we affirm that I have these triggers and these buttons and this trap door is basically slammed shut, and I'm trying to contend with that, really affirms the idea that there's something out there that is bigger than me, that I am incapable of processing fully or overcoming completely. And so I have to be on the lookout, and I have to dodge and do strategic things that will help me really outrun what this is. And we're here to shift that. We're here to allow that to become quite different in our life again, and to implement some things that quantum science is showing us is one of the fastest ways and the most radical ways that I have found in the last, nearly 40 years of working with patients and clients and students around the world. What we have to do is just step inside of the quantum science world just a little. And so I'm going to start at square zero and zip you fast right up to a working, usable few ideas that you can implement that will allow you to be right inside the world of quantum science pretty easily. If you're kind of new to the conversation, and if you are a seasoned veteran, here's what I know. It isn't just about what science shows us. It's about the wisdom of knowing how to implement it that will actually make a difference in the healing in our lives and the ability for us to step forward into the truth of who we are, which is immensely creative and immensely empowered. And what quantum science is showing us is thrilling. And what we want to be able to do is embody the wisdoms of those offerings every day, so that we're actually walking and talking and enlivening on a deeply spiritual level, and also walking and talking and living and breathing from the cutting edge science that is available to us. And we're also keeping our authenticity awake and nurtured and allowing it to come along with us all the while, so that we're not splitting off and disassociating in all the sorts of ways that trauma can certainly generate for us as habits and patterns of survival, ways of being that have been disconnected, have been helpful to many people that have been traumatized, and it helps us right up until it doesn't. And when it doesn't because it's not our destiny. It's not our destiny to outrun something, to survive, to hide, or to outperform something. Our destiny is to sit back inside of ourselves and be completely free, and to be completely whole, and acknowledging our wholeness and aware of it through and through, all the way to the depths of our being, so that there's not one version of us out here presenting in a certain way and a different version of us in here, completely buckled up and tied over on itself out of fear or hesitation or frustration, or the idea that the world is not a safe place. And what quantum science is showing us is that the world is whatever kind of place you make it, that you find what you're looking for. And if we are stuck in fight or flight, we are looking for a problem so that we can figure out how to solve it, so that we can feel safe again for another day. And that's kind of how we operate. We end up inventing problems so that we can solve the problems, so that we can feel strong and empowered about our ability to problem solve. The issue with that is that at the end of the day, we still don't know who we actually are. We know how to protect and to guard, but we don't know how to create and to be innovative and to step forward into our true, whole, healed self. So there's a version of you that existed before the trauma. So I want to invite you to contemplate that for a moment. There's a version of me that existed before I was traumatized, even if you were pre-verbal, even if you were pre-mobile, even if you have no recollection of anything other than the traumatized world that you grew up in. And all of it is true nonetheless. And so here we are. We're going to do a little bit of an experience. I'm going to take you through a meditation that you can drop in and get to know that one just a little bit. Just have a couple of more things that I want to show you and share with you before we do, so that you can get the most out of it. Okay. Here's a couple of more images that I have that I wanted to share with you about what quantum science has to say about how you operate and who you are. Now, basically what quantum science is saying is that you are this, okay? So this is more than just a nervous system. This is an energetic system. This is the biofield and moving up into this unified field of consciousness. That's the truth of who you are. And it's quite a bit bigger than this nervous system and a person who's trying to survive and navigate life from that perspective. So quantum field, unified field, universal intelligence, source, light, however you want to reference it, is what is. That's the backdrop of what we're speaking about today. And we're all made of that compressing itself into physical form. Law of physics is that all physical matter is compressed energy. So you are energy that is compressed into a body, and you're also less compressed into thoughts and emotions and feelings and felt sensations, etc. And so we are compressing and compressing and compressing and compressing and compressing into this channel that hits the earth. It hits the earth, rises up, and cycles around and around and around. And inside that recycling is actually where we build the physical vehicle for ourselves that then navigates its way across the earth into the life experience that we are, experiencing by sitting right here. So you have a channel sticking up out of you and a funnel that connects to everything that is, if you wanted to look at it that way. It is completely accurate to assume such. And it is also on a holographic level, multidimensionally true. There's a lot going on there, but I like to use this image just to kind of give you an idea, something to picture, something to work with. And so here's where we're going to get our work done. So what this does is this comes to the earth, hits the earth, rises up, recycles around, and then we project this out in front of us, and then we walk into that movie for the whole of our lives. That's what we're doing. Along the way, we have some bumps and bruises and things that are a little disturbing, a little painful, a lot disturbing, very disorienting, and we begin to have a different idea of who we are. So this image is going to be kind of a close-up for us. It's the last image that I'll use. But I really wanted to give you an opportunity to see this. This is the perfected version of what I just described, where this energy is hitting the earth, rising up and cycling around and around and around. And it's inside that image, inside this cycling, this energy field, that we build a physical body. In the womb, the developing embryo in the womb is where this starts. And it continues. It's still happening for you right now. Completely measurable. It's called the torus field flow of the bioenergetic system. Who knew, right? You did, on some deep and lovely level. And that's what we're going to tap in just a few moments. Okay. Here's what I wanted you to see. This version of it is how most of us are operating, in some version of all of this. And so here's what's going on. This energy is descending, hitting the earth, turning and rising up. And where you have shut down because something wasn't safe, or you have shut down because you were deeply hurt, or you have shut down because fear took over, you name it, we have to kind of work our way around the areas of shutdown of the natural bioenergetic flow of this system. So in that wobbling now that takes place as we dodge around these potholes in the superhighway, think of it that way, it creates a wobble. And that wobble creates a distortion in the field. So now this person is standing here looking out through an energy field that is distorted. And so we see once again that life isn't safe and that people aren't kind and that it just keeps reproducing itself. What gets reflected back to us is a distorted version of what is possible for us. So no matter what our traumas have been, no matter how it has shut us down, I want to work with you for just a couple of moments that you might be able to recognize some tools that you can use for the rest of your life that will begin moment by moment, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, redirecting you into the truth of who you are meant to be, how you're supposed to be operating in the world, okay? So one of the things that we have to realize has happened is in that wobbling, distorted pattern, we shut down in certain areas of our being, certain aspects of our consciousness. Energy centers in our body shut down or distort in their function. And the next thing you know, we're producing a field of energy that is not the true self. It's the surviving self. It's the protective self. It's the false self. And so lo and behold, we're operating from that place. It becomes our new operating system. So we're going to release that and just drop back down into the true self, the one whose system is running in that harmonized manner and is capable of truly shifting those distortions in the field again and allowing our system to get the feedback that all is well. The person who's walking around in that distorted field is constantly getting feedback to the little antennas on the surface of their cells that epigenetics is teaching us about. It's constantly getting feedback that you're not okay, something's wrong, something's not quite right. So it's constantly eliciting that fight or flight response day after day, week after week. So we wonder why it's taking us so long to heal from something that happened when we were 5, when we were 3, when we were 15, or maybe when we were 25. Nonetheless, it's too long if it's affecting your life. It's been too long if it's really hard for you to enjoy your life and to relax and to self-heal. So let's begin, okay? So first I'm going to give you just a little exercise, and then we're going to drop in, close our eyes, and really drop into an experience of safety, beyond safety, into truth, into the truth of you as a quantum being and a tangible human being that is right here with real life circumstances, and marry those two. Those two versions of you need to become one so that you can start to feel okay, maybe for the first time in our lives, right? So one thing that has happened in trauma, I have found in working with the very many people that I have up close and personally over the last 40 years, myself, and witnessing my father do the same for years prior to my own adulthood, is that we disperse, we sort of splat. Our energy kind of lands and splats the moment that a traumatic experience is happening. Actually, to some degree, birthing ourselves into this dimension is traumatic. And so there's that we have to contend with anyway. But we're built to do that. We're built to be able to pull ourselves back together from the splat. And then while we're splatted, before we've pulled ourselves back together, we experience all sorts of physical experiences in life called human. And we are exposed to abrasive things, abusive things, abandonments, you name it, we experience it. And I like to say this just right off the bat. If you have experienced some of those things, big beings take on big projects and they get started right away. We come into this life to refine ourselves, to get better at managing the energies that we are of the unified field coming into form. We want to remember who we are while we're here. And so the projects that we land in, I feel, are meant to be, or they wouldn't happen, that there's a trusted relationship with the way things go. And if something traumatic has happened in your life, that you might adopt a similar disposition, I know will help you. I've watched it help many, 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 many people, countless numbers of people in the programs that I teach, in large group settings, and working one-on-one with people over a period of years, all of it. And what I have witnessed is, if we will adopt the idea that there must be some good reason that this has occurred in my life, and even if I don't know what that reason yet is, it softens my ability to start to work with these energies differently. And that will be life-changing for you. So in the splat, we disperse. Our mind goes one way, our body goes another, our breath yet another, and we are just dispersed in our faculties. And so in the course of our lives, we're here to bring that back together again and plant ourselves. And as we do, we start to feel like we have the wherewithal to take another look at these situations. We start to feel like we're empowered enough to consider the idea that there is some benefit in this for me, even though it has rocked my life. I know, I've been there, I understand it. And so here's an exercise, and it comes from an ancient Eastern tradition. And it is a practice of coming onto self versus having your energy be dispersed onto object. So it's called subject, object, subject, right? So imagine right now that look at the doorway that's in the room that you are in, the doorway. And imagine that someone who pushes your buttons, or maybe was involved in a trauma for you, or, just take it small the first time we're working with this, but you'll want to go bigger with it because of how empowering it feels for you eventually. But let's just say that you're looking at that doorway and you're allowing this individual, they've come into the doorway and there they are. Now, you feel your reaction to them. And I guarantee what's happening is all these little photons, these tiny little packets of energy that are the smallest things that quantum science measures, it's right in there. Those little photons rush over to the doorway because you're directing you over there. And you're made of billions of these little photons. That's what you're made of. You're these little packets of energy that are gathered together in a systematic way that are having all of these functions that we're describing in this body of those photons. You're a body of photons. Think of it that way. Little packets of awareness. That's what it is. And your awareness just went to the door and it left home base and it went over there. And so when you're looking at this person in the doorway, and you're remembering all the things, or you're really thinking about all the ways that it's affected your life, and you're really impacted by that, notice how it feels in your body. It does not feel good. Now, bring it back here. You can keep looking at them, please do. But secretly, kind of stealthily, just call your energy back onto you. Bring it onto self. And take a belly breath. Just take a belly breath. All right, now, you can stay in conversation, but just keep pulling your energy back onto you, because I can almost guarantee that the moment you start talking with them, your photons are going back over there. You're dispersing yourself again. So you just keep pulling them back. Breathing in the belly allows you to do that. Now, if you really want to get strong in staying on subject when these kinds of things come along, you would breathe, you would call this back onto you, call all your power back onto you, and then breathe in your belly, and then you would exhale into the earth. Just exhale straight into the earth. Remember that channel that was going right through that person. It's going right through you, so let's get to know it. Exhale right into the earth. And now let's inhale up from the earth into the belly, staying on subject. They're standing in the doorway. I'm still talking to them, in fact, and I'm going to breathe up from the earth into my belly. And then I'm going to exhale up through my heart, up through my throat, up through the center of the brain, and shoot it right out the top of my head. Just when I exhale. So they're talking, they're saying something. I'm taking an inhale from overhead now, breathing right down through the center of my brain, through the throat, through the chest, all the way to the belly, just like that. And then I'm going to exhale and shoot it right back down into the earth. So now I'm establishing this central channel right here, right in the middle of one of those things that would have caused me to wobble, would have caused me to jump on that track that's the wobbling version of me. And eventually, what happens is I begin to carve a straight pathway up and down here, no matter who's standing in the door, coming into the room, calling me on the phone, emailing me, seeing me on social media, whatever it is that I'm experiencing and exchanging. I am maintaining a centered and grounded version of self by using my body, not just by getting clear in my mind, because we can't use the mind alone to heal an issue that the mind is suffering from. The mind needs some help. So you help it by allowing it to couple up with the body and to couple up with the breaths at the same time, because when mind and body and breath are working together, We are more. We are stronger. We're not splatted and dispersed. So that's an exercise. Now, here's one more thing. When you come back on self, there are some anchor points that you can squeeze and kind of make sure that you're feeling yourself in your gut. One is to pull your shoulder blades together and drop them down. Just roll your shoulders back, pull your blades together, drop them down. Take a belly breath. Feels a little more stable. Now here's another one, big stabilizing thing. This one might take you some time to practice, but it's worth it. It's going to change you. All right. So if you were going to the bathroom and you had to stop the stream instantly, you would contract certain muscles in the perineal floor, in the pelvic floor, in the pelvic bowl, right there. Just squeeze those muscles like if you were having to stop the stream going to the bathroom. I know it sounds crazy, but here's what happens. It's called mula bandha. It means root lock. It means anchoring yourself in your body so that you don't jump over there into the doorway the next time somebody comes along. So let's come back on subject, pull your energy back onto you, take a belly breath. Then you're going to squeeze your blades and squeeze this mula bandha, squeeze this root lock. Just squeeze those muscles. I know it's strange, but it works. It works. And then exhale into the earth. Keep it squeezed. Now inhale up from the earth, right back into your belly. And it's weird, like I'm squeezing and I'm stretching my belly open. It's weird, but you just do it a few times and you start to realize, I can do this. And then exhale right up through the top of your channel and out the top of your head. And then inhale from overhead right into here, into the belly, and exhale into the earth. Okay? So here's what we're doing. We're establishing a central channel flow instead of the diverting, wobbling flow that we're used to. And what begins to happen is you start to have a wherewithal. You start to have some clarity. You start to feel grounded and centered and here and empowered. And then there's one more step. And that would be what I'm going to take you into in the middle of our short meditation that we're going to do. I'm going to ask you to think about this A situation in your life. And there's going to be an area in your body that your mind goes to if you're paying attention to this channel up and down the center of your body, okay? Your mind may drop to your throat. Your mind may drop to your heart. It may drop to your gut, your solar plexus. Any place it goes, I want you to trust it. And then we're going to hug that area, and I'll guide you through this. And then we're just going to love. We're going to sit right there and love ourselves. And there's a reason for that. It happens to be that love is the most profound energy in the quantum world. In fact, if you can choose to love in a given moment, instead of being upset or afraid or angry, if you can choose to love the one who's hurting, the one who's afraid, or the one who's angry, and you can couple it up with something that's happening in your body, you can change the circuitry of how this is operating and running your system for good. Now, obviously, a deeper study with all of this is easier and is better to do. And I certainly provide that for you if you are interested in it. But I want you to get a little taste of this because it will allow you to realize that you are empowered for transformation in your life. And the traumas in your life actually are contributing to empowering you instead of taking your power away. That's how it's meant to be. That's what we're made for. And it's why we come. We come here to get better at managing our energy, regardless of our external circumstances and our experiences. We want to know who we are and who we were before the trauma. Because if we know that while we're here in this dimension, we have successfully contributed to our own evolution. And we've also left it better than we found it. We've also improved the quality of the whole bandwidth of human consciousness because we're victorious over, and transcendent over the idea that our environment is bigger than us. It is not. We are in charge of our vibrational reality, period. And so let's just close our eyes for a moment or just divert them to the floor if you feel comfortable doing that. And if not, just gaze at something that's not moving so you can really focus inside. So let's take a deep belly breath. And exhale. And just slow down that learning, thinking mind for a moment so that you can drop in and experience a beautiful version of you. And breathe in the belly. And exhale. Beautiful transmissions occurring. Energies are dropping in from the multiple realms that we are made of. We're actually landing here fully. Breathe again in the belly. And exhale. And feel comfort in the body, even if you do not know what comfort is, what would you imagine it to be? What would it feel like if you did know what safety and comfort felt like? What would it feel like if you were to allow your imagination to be of value to you here? For the vibrational reality inside your body matters most. So let's imagine comfort. What happens in my stomach? What happens in my chest when I am comforted, warm and safe? And when I sit down and fully embrace that safety, what begins to happen in my chest, in my shoulders? Perhaps it lifts a little. Perhaps I sit back against my own spine a little more fully and open up this channel that's running up and down through my body. And I begin to witness what is most important, which is my presence on self. So I call all my photons back onto me. I call all of my packets of awareness and my empowerment right back onto me. I call all of spirit, essence, and true self right back here. And I don't leave the world behind. I just recognize that that's my movie that I'm projecting, and I need to pay attention to the projector here for just a moment and learn to live from this place. So roll your shoulders up and back and down, blades together, and drop them down your spine. Squeeze those muscles in the pelvic floor just a little, just enough that you can feel that you're there. And take a gentle belly breath. And feel the body soften as we melt the physical world and allow it to take a back seat for just a moment as we're paying attention to the invisible, powerful, true self. Let's breathe up from the earth into the belly, right through that mula bandha, that root lock, contracting those muscles. Yes, that's it. And exhale up from the belly, up through the heart, through the throat, center brain, out of the crown. Just allow that energy to come around the outside of your body, cycling around. And then we're going to inhale and take it back in at the root. And it comes up the central channel, and you exhale it out the crown, and it cycles around the outside. And it has a beautiful, nurturing quality to it. As we inhale up the channel and exhale out the crown, I'll let that energy just cycle around the outside of the body, comforting, softening, soothing. And we feel the peace that is true. You might even just gently open your eyes and watch what I'm doing, just the backs of my fingertips gently touching each other as I inhale up this channel and exhale out the crown. And it cycles around the outside of the body. And then I take it back in at the tip of the spine and inhale. And once you get that pattern down, you're going to feel a beautiful energy in the body. And then just let your arms rest for a moment. Just drop in. And in this moment, we recall something that has been challenging in our life. Someone, something, some set of circumstances. Just bring it forward. Let it stand in the doorway. And squeeze your blades just gently. Squeeze Mula Bandha. Breathe in the belly. Stay home. And just witness it. And then I'm going to invite you to take your attention to your body, basically saying, where could I build some circuits to better be able to manage this situation and stay home on subject when they come up? And your mind goes to your throat or to your chest or to your gut, to your solar plexus, something. Just give it a hug on the inside. Maybe you even place your hands there. And find yourself in this whole central channel. And special attention in this area that your mind just went. A responsive interaction in the body, and hug it. And love into this space with all of you, Bring all of you right into this space and love into it. For this is an area where you diverted or deflected, deserted. Just come back home to you right here, right there. Yes. And take some breaths. And just be patient with it. When enough of you gathers back into this space, something will shift. Something in your body will release, will be warmer. It will flow. It will soften. It may feel enlivened. It may open. Various responses you will feel when those mind and body and breath connect in this one place. And you may even feel inspired to take a breath the moment it happens, the moment something shifts. It may want to breathe. It's the way the body is built. And then you just begin breathing. And then you would complete this with a central channel breath by breathing up from the earth into this special area of the body, and then exhaling up and out the crown and around the outer part of the body. And then inhaling at the tip again, and just allowing this cycling energy to support you. If you feel to breathe up through the channel and then back down, straight down through the channel, it's absolutely just as beneficial in different ways. Follow what your system wants to do. Allow it to become an enlivened practice. By all means, stay on subject. Central channel breathe on a regular basis. And when you have a few extra moments on a given day, or when you're really upset by something, ask, where in my body could I build the circuits across those potholes in the superhighway that I might have a smoother ride in the expression of me in the world? What happens is it enlivens different aspects of our consciousness that have been shut down forever. And all of a sudden, we're living on all cylinders. We're operating from the whole of who we are and are meant to be. And so use this. Use it daily. You cannot overdo it. And by doing so, you come to know a version of yourself that perhaps felt like it was left behind for good. That isn't true. We're here, and what is happening in our lives is in our favor. And it's ours to begin to discover what the benefit is. We simply have to choose that that is a possibility for us. By doing so, we step into the quantum world, and the quantum healer has an opportunity to lead your life. I hope that this has been helpful for you. It's a lot of information in a short period of time. Watch it again. Take care of yourself and know that you've got this. I'm here for you always. I'm easy to find. Blessings to you all. Namaste.
Hello, my name is Michelle Cassandra Johnson. I am coming to you from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which is the ancestral land of the Catawba, the Cherokee, the Tutelo, the Saponi, and many other tribes. I'm happy to be here today to lead this integration practice. The practice will include an opening meditation, some physical postures or asanas, and we will end our practice with an attunement practice, which is breath work, pranayama, and some sounding. The particular pranayama practice we will move through is brow marine breath. You don't need anything special for this practice. other than your body and your breath, a connection to your spirit and soul, and the intention to integrate what you've been learning throughout the summit and conference. If you'd like, you can practice on the earth as I am. I have a yoga mat, a cushion, and a blanket underneath the cushion. You can practice everything I offer from a chair, or if you prefer to lie down, you can move through postures and the meditation and pranayama practice on your back, side, or belly. I invite you to find a way to be in your body, a seat or standing or on your back. Your eyes can be closed or a soft gaze on the ground in front. Your hands can find your knees, the palms face up or down. If you would like to move into a mudra or hand position, you can move into a mudra. Maybe bringing the thumb and index finger together, or some other mudra or hand position that is meaningful for you. Once you've found a way to be in your body, I invite you to bring your shoulders up towards your ears, to move them back and down. And we'll take some time to settle here. I imagine you've been learning a lot. And again, this practice is about integration and allowing things to settle within you. And of course, this practice is about healing. If it would feel supportive to take a few deep breaths in and out that are clearing and cleansing, you can breathe in and open your mouth and exhale. Taking as many of these clearing, cleansing breaths as you would like. And then beginning to settle into the body by way of the breath, either continuing to offer clearing, cleansing breaths with audible exhales, or beginning to breathe in and out through your nose. And as you breathe here, I invite you to equalize the length of your inhales and exhales. This kind of breathing, this way of breathing, can help us focus and begin to balance the nervous system. Sometimes people breathe to a count of 4, inhaling and exhaling to a count of 4. You decide if you'd like to add a count to the breath, or intuitively feel when you've equalized the length of your inhales and exhales. And as you breathe here, I invite you to begin to settle your nervous system and to experience the breath as a resource, a healing resource, allowing the inhales to wash over you. And as you exhale, release the breath. You might imagine releasing anything else that needs to go. And as you begin to settle the nervous system, I invite you to begin to notice what is present. What I mean by this is to begin to assess without pathologizing, but to notice the physical sensations that are present. To notice any emotions moving through. If there are thoughts, you might note the quality of the thoughts. I invite you to notice what is present in your heart. I invite you to notice your spirit, however you think of spirit. Notice any other part of yourself or parts of yourself, layers of self here. Noticing what is present. Now I invite you to bring your awareness and attention back to the breath. Taking a moment here to let your body breathe. I invite you now to call in any other resources and supports. The breath is a resource. The practice of noticing is a resource. And so now I invite you to bring in any ancestors, deities, furry companions, energetic forms, elements, any energy or being from the more than human world. Bring these supports into your awareness and allow them to resource you. Sometimes we forget how much support is available to us. And this is a simple practice and a way for us to remember we are connected to all things. We are held. We are supported. And now as you feel ready, you can either keep your hands as they are or bring your hands together and into heart center, pressing the palms together. Taking a moment to set an intention. Perhaps you set an intention at the beginning of the Healing Summit and Conference. Perhaps you want to revisit it or create a new intention focused on integration, focused on healing, focused on wholeness. And because we are connected to all beings, all that has been, is now, and will be, I'd invite you here to offer up a blessing or a prayer if that language resonates, focused on collective healing. And from your heart and in your mind's eye, you can uplift this prayer, this blessing, this wish. If you would like to join me for the sound of one Om, I invite you first to take a clearing, cleansing breath, breathing in and breathing out. Inhaling for Om, take a deep breath in. As you feel ready, inhale, reaching your arms up overhead, stretching through your side body. You can do this on your back, seated on the earth or a cushion or in a chair. Drop your shoulders as you exhale. Take another deep breath in, lengthening through the side body. As you exhale, I invite you to twist to your right. You can bring your left hand to your right leg, right hand behind you, or you can bring your hands to your knees and turn to the right. Breathe in and lengthen through your spine. Breathe out and twist. Taking another deep breath in to lengthen. And breathe out to twist. And one more breath. Inhale all the way up through center. Exhale, I invite you to twist the other way. Right hand can be on your left leg, left hand behind you, or hands on your knees and twist. Breathe in to lengthen. Breathe out to twist. One more breath. Inhale all the way up through center. Exhale, bring your hands back to heart center. And a few rounds of sun breaths. Inhale, reaching the arms out and up or straight up overhead. And then exhale, bring your hands into your heart center. We'll reverse this. You're reaching up and stretching, and then release your hands down by your side. Inhale, reaching out and up. You move at your own pace. And then draw that energy into the body and the heart center. Hands together, a heart center. Your inhale, reaching all the way up. Your exhale, releasing your hands down. One more. Inhale, reaching up. Exhale, hands into the heart center. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, hands down to the earth. This time you can press your left hand into the earth. We're going to do a side stretch through the body. Inhale, reach the right arm up. Exhale, you can bend the left. You can gaze at the floor, side wall, or inside of your right elbow. You can come down to your left forearm or place your left hand on a pillow or a block if you have one. Here, draw the right shoulder back and down. So notice the relationship between pressing down through the left hand, deepening into the stretch, and then being able to twist open here, stacking the ribs. Take a deep breath in and deep breath out. Then inhale all the way up through center, reaching up through your fingertips. Release your right hand down. I invite you to take another deep breath in to lengthen, breathe out, bend the right. Again, you can gaze at the floor, side wall, inside of your left elbow, or you can open here, right? Twisting, grounding through the right palm, opening up, beginning to feel the body stretch. Allowing the breath to support you and remembering your supports, energetic forms, deities, ancestors, the more than human world. This practice of remembrance is part of the healing process. Inhale, reach all the way up, remembering we're not alone. Exhale, hands to the heart center. I invite you to bring your hands to your knees now for some seated cat and cow. As you inhale, let the heart open, shoulder blades in towards your spine. And as you exhale, you can round through your spine. Your inhale, you move at your own pace, open up, feel the heart open here, the energy. And exhale, rounding through the spine, front and back of the heart. 3 more rounds. And after your third round, you can find a neutral spine, take a deep breath in and a complete breath out. Now I invite you to transition into what is called tabletop position. So I was sitting on a cushion. I'm going to move it out of the way. And I have a blanket here because the ground can feel kind of hard under my knees. And so I've placed this blanket here so I can set up and have more support as I move into tabletop position. For tabletop, you could bring your shoulders over your wrist, your hips over your knees. Draw your shoulders onto your back and feel your foundation here, right? Grounding through the hands, the knee, shins, and tops of the feet. And we're going to move here just as we did in seated cat and cow. We'll move into cat and cow from table. If you prefer the seated variation of this posture and flow, you can move into that. Inhale here, let the heart lift, belly drop, and tailbone lift. And exhale, rounding everything in, bringing your chin in towards your chest. Inhale, lifting your heart. Let your belly drop and tailbone lift. Your exhale, rounding through the spine. 3 more rounds here of cat and cow. Staying with cat and cow here, or starting to make some circles with your hips. You can even make some figure 8s. Taking 3 more breaths here, maybe 3 rounds of movement. Just allowing the body to move. Body is very intuitive. Sometimes our minds get in the way. So allowing the body to move and connect with the breath. And after your next exhale, finding a neutral spine, taking a deep breath in as you exhale, child's pose, balasana. You can bring your knees wide or have them close together. Pressing your seat towards your heels, you can stretch your arms forward. You could also move into a variation of this on your back, hugging your knees into your chest if you prefer that. Taking some deep breaths here, breathing in and breathing out, feeling the stretch in the back body, feeling the ribs expand and contract with every cycle of breath, the side body, and feeling the heart release down close to the ground with every exhale, the depth. One more breath. With your next inhale, I invite you to rise all the way up, finding tabletop position, noticing how it feels now. And now I invite you to extend your right leg behind you. The toes can be tucked under. You can start to rock forward and back. Just moving some energy through the body, working with the lymph system. And do this, work with the lymph system, because there's so much inflammation. You may experience that in your physical body. There's also a lot of inflammation that's happening in the field or on the planet right now. So moving some of that stagnant energy, inviting in some cooling energy and flow to balance out the heat and inflammation. Coming back to tabletop position, extending the left leg behind you. This time you can rock forward and back, rolling across the ball of the foot, almost releasing that left heel down, just noticing how this feels in your body. Adding anything you would like to this. Two more breaths. And then finding tabletop position. I invite you here to ground through your left hand. And to inhale, you can bend your right elbow, or you could lift your right arm up. You might make some circles here. You might reach back with the right fingertips. Taking one more breath. And then releasing your right hand down. We're going to move to the other side. I'm just moving so you can see me. You can stay as you are. Pressing down to your hands. The right hand will stay grounded. You can inhale and bend this left elbow, or you can lift the left arm up, opening into a twist. And part of this, well, most of this is about really listening to your body and the cues, your body, not just your physical body, the cues you're receiving from the different layers of self. Maybe making circles, maybe twisting open. 2 more breaths. And then releasing the left hand down to the earth. Taking a deep breath in, one more posture here from tabletop position. And as you breathe out, I'm going to invite you to walk your left hand forward and to bring your right forearm so it's parallel to the top of the mat. And then you can let your forehead rest on the right arm or the earth, lengthening through the low back, moving your left shoulder back. One more breath. And then gently rising back up. Maybe a round of cat and cow, lifting the heart, letting the belly drop and tailbone lift, and then rounding through the spine. Coming back to a neutral spine. This time you'll stretch the right arm forward. You're going to bring your left arm so it's parallel to the top of the mat, left forearm. Stretch the right arm forward, bring your forehead to that left forearm. Moving the low belly in to lengthen the low back. Breathing here. Draw your right shoulder back and down. One more breath. Then rising up. Once again, a round of cat and cow, lifting the heart, letting the belly drop and tailbone lift, rounding through the spine. Finding a neutral spine here. I invite you to step your right foot forward, and you might clasp your ankle and walk your foot forward. Many steps or one step. Finding a lunge, the back toes can either be tucked under or untucked. I invite you to ground through your left hand. Your fingertips can face forward or turn out to the side. And then bring your right hand to your right quad. Breathe in to lengthen, breathe out to open. And then either keep your right hand on your right quad or extend your right arm, reaching the fingertips up towards the sky. Here with your inhales, I invite you to lengthen, and as you exhale, to twist, to open. Just noticing the breath and how the body's stretching and what you're experiencing, what you're remembering, what might be healing in this moment. One more breath. Release your right hand down to the earth. You can bring that right knee back for tabletop, and we'll move to the other side, stepping the left foot forward, one step or many. Keep your right hand on the earth. Bring your left hand to your left quad. And here you can inhale, lengthening, exhale to twist. Keep your left hand on your quad, or inhale, reach up, and exhale, open. Breathing here, exploring the posture, inviting yourself to integrate what you've been learning, what's been coming up for you. One more breath. Releasing your left hand down. This time I'll invite you to step forward to the top of the mat. You can take one step or many. And you're going to find a forward fold. Know that you could sit and do this forward fold. You could have a bend in your knees. And you can either let your hands rest on the earth, fingertips on the earth, clasp opposite elbows, or clasp the back of the neck or head. You could bounce here if you'd like and sway. 2 more breaths. 1 more breath. And now from here, I invite you to bring a deep bend into your knees and slowly rise, allowing your head to be the last thing to lift. You might bring the shoulders up towards your ears, move them back and down, and find your variation of mountain pose. And mountain can be, you could stand for mountain. The feet can be hip distance, the arms by your sides, the big toes could touch if you prefer. You could be on your back or in a chair, finding mountain pose. And in this posture, Tadasana or mountain pose, we can begin to embody this energy of a mountain, the steadiness, the strength, the ability to weather different conditions and still find a space of steadiness or return to center. So we'll take a few cycles of breath here. I invite you to breathe in, and as you do, feel the energy that you can draw into the body from the earth and allow it to move up through the body to the crown of your head and beyond. And as you exhale, feel the energy move down and the breath empty from the body. Working with the central line, breathing in, feeling the energy empty, and the energy move back down. Few rounds of breath working with this flow. The upward energy is called prana, which is also the word we typically use to describe life force. The downward flow is apana. So we have this upward motion and energy that we draw from the earth to the crown of the head and that which is bigger than us. And then we return to our roots and the depth and the earth and where we come from as we exhale, apana, the downward motion of the energy, that drawing down into the earth, that rising up with prana. This is an infinite flow within your body and the entire ecosystem. Three more breaths. And after your next exhale, I invite you to reach the arms out and up or straight up overhead. And then as you exhale, to cactus your arms, bend your elbows, spread your fingers wide. And here you can lengthen the low back and allow the heart to lift up and back. Opening up through the heart space. And part of healing is working with the heart and the heart space, both the brokenheartedness we might feel and the open-heartedness. And coming back into connection, taking a few more breaths here. I invite you to draw in those ancestors, deities, energetic forms, furry companions, the more than human world, to expand into this, knowing that our healing is intertwined. One more breath. Inhale, reach all the way up. Exhale, bring your hands to your heart center. Take a deep breath in and a complete breath out. Release your arms down by your side. Here, I invite you to ground through your left foot. If you want the support of a wall, you could go to a wall. Or you could sit on the earth to do this and play in some other way with it, extending your left leg instead and then picking up the right foot. We're going to bring some weight into that left foot. Now you might lift your right foot a half an inch or maybe a little higher. And we're just going to make some circles here with this right ankle in one direction. We're going to do that the other direction. And then release that and just shake the body. Then bringing the weight into your right foot, picking up your left foot, making some circles. You could also do this on your back with the knees bent, bending one knee, lifting the other leg, making some circles. Now switch direction. And then let that go and shake out. Now I'm going to invite you to bring your hands to your hips and start to make some circles with your hips, maybe a bend in your knees. The shoulders might get involved in this. We're working to move some energy in the body so it doesn't stagnate. You could go the other direction. Sometimes we overthink the movements, so just let the body move. And then you can release that and shake everything out. And now you can shake your right arm, taking some breaths in, breaths out. There may be some pops and cracks that's happening for me. And then the other side, the left arm. Maybe both arms. We're moving in an unstructured way, but we're moving length and energy in the body. Just tuning into the body and allowing it to do what it needs to do. We hold so much. So part of this is about releasing. And now you can find some steadiness, taking a deep breath in, deep breath out. And we're going to start to twist side to side. These can be big twists or small twists. You can get the feet involved. You can widen your stance and come up to the ball of your foot as you twist side to side. You can increase the rate at which you're twisting, or you can slow it down. And then when you feel ready, slow it down, come back to center. Find that mountain pose, that steady posture. Breathing in and breathing out. And we're going to make our way back down to the ground. You can do that by inhaling and lifting the arms up, and then exhaling and folding forward. And then bending your knees. If you'd like to sit on something here, you could grab a cushion if you have it. A pillow works just as well. Or a blanket rolled up. And find a seat here. Take a deep breath in, a complete breath out. So we're going to work with an attunement practice, a pranayama practice called Brahmari's breath. And this space has been about healing and really remembering a connection to all things, coming back into union and integrating our experiences so we can remember our wholeness and our capacity to heal individually and collectively. And I love this practice of Brahmari's breath because I'm actually a beekeeper as well. So I have 3 honeybee hives on my land. And I sit with them almost every day to settle my nervous system and tune into their vibration and their hum. And the reality is we all have a vibration and a hum, and a resonance that we share, not only with other humans, but the more than human world. And so part of this practice is about attuning through sound and remembering our nervous systems are connected and trying to attune to one another. So the way that we practice this is we'll breathe in and then we'll make the sound a honeybee makes with the mouth closed. We'll take a few rounds that way, and then I'll invite a mudra, hand position in if you would like that. Just take a deep breath in and a breath out first. And now I invite you to inhale with your mouth closed to buzz like a honeybee or a bumblebee. Just take a moment to notice, in that little bit of sounding and vibration, notice the impact of it on your nervous system. This is a cooling, calming breath. Now, I'm going to move through 3 more rounds. You can do it just as you did, or if you want a mudra, you have 2 options. You can cover your eyes like this, or you can bring your thumbs to your ears, pinkies to the corners of your mouth. That's my middle finger to my nostrils, and the 4th finger near your eyes, and then your index fingers near your temples. This is a way that we withdraw these senses and turn inward, while also remembering this eternal and interconnected vibration within all beings. 3 rounds here. Take a deep breath in first and a clearing, cleansing breath out. And now beginning. Now releasing the mudra if you have it. Taking a deep breath in, breath out, noticing once again. And we'll close here with a mantra. I invite you to bring your right hand to your heart, left hand on top of your right, to cradle your heart, to feel your heartbeat, to remember your connection to all things, and to remember that we do not heal in isolation. We are part of a web connected to all things, and everything we are connected to increases our capacity to not only heal ourselves, but to offer some healing to the collective, the human world, and the more than human world. The mantra is, I am whole, I am healing. We are whole, we are healing. I invite you to say this aloud or silently to yourself. You can work with the entire mantra, or you can say one part of it. I am whole, I am healing. Whole, healing. We are whole, we are healing. We healing. So again, the mantra is, I am whole, I am healing. We are whole. We are healing. Work with it as you would like. For the next minute, really saying the mantra, staying connected to the sentiment of it, our wholeness, and all the ways we are healing. I invite you to bring your hands now together and into heart center, into Anjali Mudra. May you be safe, happy, and free. May all beings everywhere be safe, happy, and free. And may our thoughts, words, and actions contribute to that safety, happiness, and freedom for all. May our world be just, and may we all find peace. Thank you for joining me for this practice. Many, many blessings, and blessed be. If you enjoyed the practices today and found them supportive and helpful, many of them are in actually several of my books. The one I base this practice on is called We Heal Together, Rituals for Building Community and Connection. So if you're interested in that, you can find that on my website, michellecjohnson.com. Thanks again for joining me today.